understand that if he had done a certain, let's just say he did a certain loop on a regular basis or a certain series of loops, so he is familiar with the surroundings that he should see. But if he goes in a direction unintentionally and suddenly the skyline changes and he's not exactly sure, I can see him being the kind of guy that says, it's fine, I'll push on.
Well,
I'll see something soon. And then it gets worse and worse.
Particularly on that, if there had been kind of flooding or any kind of terrain change in the month between when he went out and videotaped it and the next time, a couple weeks, definitely that can change a lot.
It can. But here's the deal is that, here's why I don't think it happened unless
no, I agree.
Something
I don't
happened
think
in
it happened.
The Sheep Range is like this long finger of sort of mountains in a flat desert.
Yeah.
And so if he had gotten totally lost, all he had to do was turn west. And it's easy to find west even without a compass. Just use the sun. Yeah. All he had to do was turn west and walk about a mile or two, and he'd be, bam, out in open desert again.
Yeah,
so, I don't think it would be possible unless he was so disoriented from dehydration.
Yeah, I was going to say dehydration.
That he was totally,
or malnourishment.
His brain was just totally not functioning. But other than that, I don't see how you could possibly get lost in that mountain range.
Well, and even if you were lost, you just climb up to the hill and then look.
I mean, let me rephrase that. You could get lost, but not for very long.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
I mean,
totally. It's not like a weird mountain range in a forest where you cannot, even at the top of a hill, you're still in forest and you can't figure it out.
You can totally get your bearings easily.
I would agree with that, totally.
Yeah, so as far as getting lost, I don't think that happened. But of course, an accident.
But even then.
And even if you watch Kenny's video, you sort of get the feeling that Kenny is sort of an accident waiting to happen.
I would agree with that. But again, I think that the search and rescue probably would have found him. There would be something, because I do believe that he probably knew kind of where he was.
Yeah.
But that was the kind of eerie thing about this whole story, I guess, was that he always seemed to know where he was.
Yeah.
And he said he knew where he was.
Well, he seemed, I believed him. And maybe he didn't, maybe he did, right? I'll allow for the fact that he didn't. But I believed that he knew where he was, and I believed pretty deeply that he kept saying, oh, it's weird, I should have found this cave by now. And I haven't.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is the thing that attracts people to this case the most, is that
the cave, the Mrs. Yeah, it's like a
is
lost
that it
treasure
seems
kind
like
of thing,
he knew where it was, it just wasn't there suddenly.
Yeah, it was somewhere in Picture Canyon.
Yeah.
But again, that's the thing about the terrain changing and those guys walking through and saying, look at this, this was 6 feet higher last time I was here.
Totally.
Yeah, and so the terrain does change, and so maybe that's what happened here.
They showed things where you could see the mouth of the little inlet caves, not that they weren't deep caves, but 6 or 8 feet deep, and you could see they had changed. They showed video of them going down those Finger Canyon ravines where it was giant boulders.
Yeah. And
those seemed to be different, which also, by the way, this is a weird aside, and Devin will probably like this, do you remember the game Jak and Daxter?
Yeah.
On the PlayStation?
I mean, no.
I do not remember that.
Okay, well, yeah, you probably never played it.
Yeah.
But they had these series of going through canyon areas, and they had all these round boulders, and they looked exactly like the Finger Canyons in the videos that Kenny and then the other guy put up.
Sean, yeah.
It was the weirdest thing. I was like, wait, I imagine there should be some little Faraday guy running around, and then I figured out it was Jak and Daxter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There is some little Faraday guy running around in there. You're just not seeing him. He's called an actual ferret, probably.
Okay.
So what are the other theories here?
Oh, there's so many of them. Okay, we had an accident. Another favorite theory out there is that he came across some sort of criminal activity.
Criminal or federal activity,
or secret government activity, and was killed for discovering that.
Because they're burying the rubber alien bodysuits out there.
Is that the dead alien bodies. Yeah. It's that kind of thing about whenever somebody disappears. That's always floated as a theory. Is he came across he came across some drug dealers and they murdered him and buried his body.
Well,
it's always a favorite theory.
Or some kind of other nefarious.
Well, but that theory sucks.
Well, in this case, it usually sucks, actually, but in this case, it especially sucks. Because why would you go all the way out there to commit crimes? By the way, what crimes would you commit anyway?
If you're going to have people marching across the desert hauling drugs, let's just say that they're mules, you're not going to do it through the middle of the Nevada desert. You're going to do it on the damn Mexico border so you can get them from, because that's where it comes from. You don't make them go all the way in Nevada.
No, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to go out in the middle of nowhere like that and up into the mountains to do a drug deal. Doesn't really.
And hauling a body out there is just asinine.
That would be a lot of work, and just like you said, asinine. A really dumb way to get rid of a body.
This carpet sucks. Why haven't we been packing this carpet for 5 miles? Because nobody will ever find him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just silly.
No, it's bad.
Yeah, it's so the whole idea. But again, there's lots of people out there who always like to float this theory, and that's of course the case here. Same with the secret government activity. Well, again, it's very close to the government activity in the Nellis Air Force Range. And, of course, Area 51.
Right.
But, of course, Area 51 is not actually right next door to where he was. Area 51 is 130 miles
I was going to say, it's a ways away.
It's 130 miles away.
But close enough via canyon and cave.
And cave. Well, and also, this is, there supposedly is a huge network of underground tunnels running under that whole test area there.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Well, that's how they get the bodies in and out.
Yeah.
Well, but also... that's where you shuttle the presidents if nuclear war comes.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised at all if there actually were some underground tunnels in that area.
Oh, I feel confident. Conspiracy theories or not, I feel confident there are.
There are, but I don't think they extend all the way down into the Sheep Range or to the M-shaped cave, although you never know, maybe.
We also have the Secret Services Mountain Lion Brigade
that
they keep out there.
He
might have encountered those.
Let's just keep going.
Let's just keep going.
And by that I mean the actual mountain lions.
No.
Yeah,
we're going to keep going.
Yeah, it could have been. And it could have been another one is that he actually found the cave and it's deadly secret, which might have been a mountain lion.
Great.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of out there in the interwebs. Here's a couple of good ones. I don't want to repeat all of them. There's way too many of them.
Okay.
Let's see. Here's one. This is posted by Avenging Demon, who said that he found it. These are guys who said that he found the cave. Avenging Demon says 99% that he found a slavery camp. The vibration shows, and remember, he said his body was vibrating as he tried to get close to it. The vibration shows that his body tried to warn him about others' pains. So when he went in, he found something he wasn't supposed to find. The person who warned him, this was a person who on YouTube actually posted a warning to him to not go out and look for the cave. And this person has been talked about endlessly since then. Okay, back to the text here. The person who warned him probably escaped from there but could not say more. So if you find the cave, you find Kenny. That's Avenging Demon's comment.
Okay, hippie.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
The Earth has fields, and we all share those fields, dude.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that's one. Here's another one.
Sorry, that stuff drives me.
Yeah,
you can be upset about that or not, but I don't think it applies to this.
No.
Yeah. Do you want to read one?
I like to poke fun at hippies.
Sure.
I can't help it.
Okay, so you can read the comment from Hopkinsville Goblin.
Great. Okay, Hopkinsville Goblin says, I still think about this sometimes, especially about the strange lights at 16 minutes. I was listening to Coast AM tonight and heard a story about these two guys who were quad biking. I don't know what that is.
That's what the little four-wheel motorcycle kind of thingies. Yeah.
So ATVs?
Yeah. ATVs. Okay.
Two guys who were quad biking around some limestone caves in that area the Navy used to store dehydrated food and as a fallout shelter, and drove straight through a hologram where they ran into two reptilian humanoids.
Yeah.
One of them had some kind of weapon and shot them, but apparently they aren't allowed to leave their caves because of some agreement with the military. I doubt this guy is still alive, but if you are looking for him, make sure you have weapons.
Yeah.
Is weapon spelled with a Z?
No.
Damn.
There's a lot of weird periods and bad syntax in this.
Actually, I've seen a lot worse on the internet, I have to say.
I have too, but there was a...
It still is bad, but...
I just read it verbatim. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah. No, that's fine. You did it justice. So,
Thank you.
Got a good name. I like Hopkinsville Goblin. That's a good one.
We did a story on Hopkinsville, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know. Do you guys have any more discussion about him coming across the illicit government
No, I
activities,
think we should just talk about, like, this final two theories.
Yeah, we got a couple of other theories. These are a little more down to earth. One of which is that, Kenny committed suicide.
Yeah.
His girlfriend, Sharon, actually has stated she thinks he committed suicide because he was out of work. He'd been living off his savings, was trying to sell his house, as we saw from the video. And apparently things just weren't working out the way he'd hoped. And according to his girlfriend, he was running out of money, was getting despondent over the situation.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know. I mean, I think Kenny could have just gotten himself another job, maybe, and maybe.
I mean, that's what most people do when their quote unquote business fails.
Yeah, they have to go get a job.
They have to go be somebody else's employee.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. And she said also that he had told her once that if he ever did commit suicide, they would never find his body. So apparently he mentioned
I have a question.
Yeah.
So in the reading, it talks about the fact that when he was a very young man, his own father had taken his life.
Yeah, when he was in his 20s, early 20s.
I believe he was the one who found the body, or another family member. But I want to ask, where does that information come from? Does that come from Sherian, or does it come from another source?
I don't know. I never found out exactly where that came from. I'm thinking it must have been somewhere from Sherian, but I've never seen it actually attributed to anybody.
I haven't either.
And that's why I haven't really mentioned it earlier, because it's just, I don't know. Well,
I don't want to be the jerk here, but it makes me question this theory. If we don't even know that her accounts are truly her, it then becomes a single source of information about this person.
Well,
and how reliable.
I mean, here's what I'll say is that we all share accounts, and none of us really have independent accounts on social media outside of the show.
Right.
So pretty solidly, if one of you happens to go missing, I'm just going to say it was a weird suicide thing.
Yeah.
She's going to kill us.
She is.
She is so going to kill us.
Yeah.
She has joked about it for years, but right there, Madam Judge and Jury is the admission of guilt.
Yeah. Well, the good news is I'll still have control over this, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you won't.
Delete emails.
No, I mean, I can understand that whole, I don't know, impetus?
I mean, obviously, her or not, I mean, the police, if they cared to investigate, I'm not sure if they really looked into this that hard. They could probably look at things like financial records and stuff and actually learn a few things about his financial state. I'm sure there were other people besides his girlfriend that knew him. He had a daughter, Victoria.
There's not a whole lot from her.
There is nothing to find on her at all. She is quoted in one news story, but that's about it.
I vaguely feel like that in and of itself is something, in that he must have said something to her, or they could have. I mean, it's possible to his daughter. It's possible they were not close.
Yeah, it happens.
But if they were close in any kind of regard, it seems like the fact that she's not speaking out and saying, "Oh my God, my father's missing," blah blah blah.
Yeah,
that seems like it's indicative of
what?
Something.
Of what?
Something that would have been known to her prior. So either a suicide or an intentional disappearance, or
if it
whatever.
If it was, say, a suicide, she probably doesn't want to talk about it. Most people wouldn't.
But
and particularly if the life insurance, I'm sorry to interrupt, but particularly if a life insurance policy has a suicide clause on it, if she got a payout that said, but if this person committed suicide, I mean, that's not great.
It's also entirely possible that they were just not close.
Absolutely.
I mean, it could be that, I'm not going to call him a deadbeat dad, but they may not have had a close relationship.
Absolutely.
And so people are like, what do you want to say about him? She's like, I didn't know the guy.
He fathered me.
He was my DNA donor. Well, that's all we got, dude.
He was my bio dad.
Here's the other deal. We've already talked about this. office, I mean, she wasn't exactly being harassed by the press because the press did give a damn.
Very true.
Yeah, so it's like it's not surprising that they didn't go out and score a lot of heartfelt quotes from Victoria.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can go either way.
I think she could have showed up at the newspaper offices. Interview me. I'm going to be all tearful. They said, go away. We've got better things to do.
And I guess for me,
no, they don't.
It seems like, especially in 2014, it's not like this was like the 80s, 70s, where the only way was news outlets. If it were me and it was my father, who I had a close relationship with, for whatever reason, I would be raising hell all over the internet. I would be tweeting constantly. I would be doing some sort of internet presence to force agencies to look into his disappearance and or murder or suicide or whatever.
Unless she's convinced that he did commit suicide.
Right.
In which case she'd rather let it drop.
Yeah.
But the other problem with that is she is one in a billion people that are trying to do the same thing.
Sure.
I mean, my bio dad died, and there was literally nothing on the internet when he died. It was, I mean, you guys know this a couple years ago, and it wasn't under nefarious circumstances, but there was a single blip from the newspaper, and that was it.
Yeah.
Sure.
I could have gone and screamed at every news agency, and they'd been like, we don't care.
Well, so I'm not sure where we're going here, though, guys.
No, so here's what I'm going with this, is that, like, Twitter and social media are a great tool, especially as recently as 2014 and the years since then. So if the daughter, or even if his girlfriend, really thought there was some kind of nefarious something that happened, it would be on their Twitter account that we found, right?
Somebody would have. She would have
be there. It wouldn't even be like, oh, I went crying to the police officers and they said no, so I said nothing. If they really cared and thought that something really bad had happened to this person.
So you're buying into the suicide theory then?
I don't know what I'm buying into. I'm just saying that if they thought that it warranted more investigation, they would be
raising more hell.
They would, because like you said, like your bio dad died, but it wasn't under nefarious circumstances. I have total utter confidence that if you thought it was under nefarious circumstances, you would be all over everything, tweeting at whoever you could, right? Posting wherever you could, raising as much social media presence as you could, and you're not even a millennial.
This beard says I am far from a millennial.
But I just, like, that to me is what I'm saying, is I don't necessarily buy into any of these theories, but I think that if people who were close to him thought that something nefarious had happened to him, either it was not a hoax or either the theory is, like, if any theory other than it was a hoax or they knew something about what happened to him, they would be raising a lot of stink on the internet, because it's not. But it's not as though it happened.
So that was
not that far along ago.
No, it wasn't, and so you would. And so that would lend a little support to the suicide.
That's
theory,
all I am saying, I guess. Yeah. I know that was a long-winded soapbox. I'm sorry.
Guys, that was a long way around. Okay, but
listen,
we're here.
This has been a long story. This was the sheep range is a big range. We had to work our way all the way around it to get to our point.
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
Big range with
sorry,
lots
everyone.
of big sheep.
Yeah.
No, that's okay. Not a problem. But anyway, if he did commit suicide, that's a good way to do it. Because besides, insurance, I mean, some people maybe would like to find a way to do it, but not leave behind the stigma of committing suicide.
Yeah.
So if you go off looking,
stigma or pain.
Yeah, and go off instead and just get lost and disappear and vanish, because in a way that, and Kenny telegraphed in a sense whether.
Cast. I'm Devin, joined as usual by
Steve.
Joe.
And I apologize for my lack of enthusiasm. It's not a real lack of enthusiasm. It's just that I have a cold that's waging war with my body right now.
The creeping crud.
It's the creeping crud.
It's going to send you waging war with our bodies, since we're trapped in a tiny studio with you.
I'm sure we all have it at this point. So I apologize if, like, my voice cracks or anything. I think we're going to be okay.
Hopefully.
I'll take pauses for hydration if we need to, but just know I'm sorry if I get overexcited and my voice just loses.
Yeah. That sounds good. Okay.
Okay, everybody, let's just do this mystery now.
My voice is going to sound a little funny because I'm going to put on a hazmat suit now.
We'll stick the mic in there with you. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay.
So today we're going to do something we haven't done in a long time, which is a cryptid.
Yeah.
Cryptozoology. And we're going to go talk about the Mothman.
You mean moth person?
Oh, okay. Yeah. The moth person.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
This also listener suggestion, like a really long time ago, I think.
Yeah. Who?
I think it was Tom.
Tom or Thomas?
Yeah. Which... He had a
It's
lot
been
of
a
suggestions.
long
Yeah, it's been a
time.
long time. Probably at least a year. I apologize. It took us so long to get to it.
Well, and I know this came through recently on Twitter too. So
yeah, we've
obviously
gotten a couple.
people want it.
Yeah, I guess.
The Mothman is a very popular one.
Apparently, yes. So I wrote a nice little lead-in, which I totally ruined with all of our other stuff. So I'm just gonna read it. Everybody, get ready.
Okay, let's hear it.
All right, Cuddle by the Fire, everybody. From November 1966 to December 1967, or maybe as late as 2000, West Virginia, in the area of Point Pleasant, kind of the middle of the western border of the state, was plagued by sightings of a very mysterious kind. That was good, right? Why did I just run over that?
It was good.
Matter.
Yeah, that's all
I'm glad
scary.
you didn't skip it.
Yeah, Mothman is perhaps 6 or 7 feet tall when standing. He can fold his wings and walk with this weird kind of shuffle.
Mm-hmm.
People talk about it being penguin-like.
So it's a 6 foot tall penguin?
But penguins don't fly, so...
Maybe his pants are just down around his ankles.
Maybe that's it, yeah. When he flies, his wings kind of just unfold. He has arms, too, right? So that it's not... He doesn't, lift up his arms and their wings. He unfolds his wings from his back and just shoots straight up into the air with great speed, is how they say it, and then levels out and goes wherever he wants, and nobody's ever seen him flap his wings.
Exactly. And they say he can go 300 miles an hour or something, right?
Yeah, I don't know how people are able to...
Tell that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I mean, it's one thing to be like, oh, I'm driving in my car and he's going a significant amount faster than me, but that's crazy fast. He just holds his wings out straight and goes.
So it's a superpower.
I guess. And this will come to play in the theories and later on and all of that stuff, of course.
Of course.
Not to be a tease, but he apparently can fly much faster, as Joe was talking about, than any kind of bird should be able to fly. They say it's 300 miles an hour, like Joe said. Apparently, Mothman's favorite activity is chasing cars, which is how people are able to tell that he goes 300 miles an hour. I don't know who these crazy people are that are
Sounds like a dog.
Yeah.
Maybe
well,
he is a dog.
Maybe it's a dog with wings. That would make sense, kind of, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No?
But
okay.
and he also likes to try to tear the roofs off and get people inside. Those tasty morsels inside.
They're just they're moving anchovy tins.
I know.
In some versions, he doesn't have arms. I know I said he has arms. I think he has arms. Lots of the pictures that I've seen, the renderings I've seen, he does have arms. But some versions say he doesn't have arms and he just has wings with no palms or fingers or hands or anything like that. So he's futilely trying. Is futiling the right word?
Futilely?
Futuling?
Futilely? I don't know.
Futilely?
Grammar's never been our strong suit.
Futilely or...
trying to tear the roof off of cars with no hands or palms. That sounds funny to me.
So he's not very smart.
Yeah, so in the stories of him trying to rip car roofs off, I'm willing to say he doesn't have arms just for the pure humor of it.
I will go with that.
All right. So here's how the story goes. You guys ready?
Yep.
Really cuddle up to the fire this time. Do it.
Yeah.
You guys doing it?
I'm scared.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
On November 12th, 1966, 5 men who were digging a grave at a cemetery, which is already totally normal sauce.
It's kind of a lot of guys to dig a grave.
Yeah, it does seem like a lot, doesn't it?
It's a union job.
Well, okay, yeah.
Guess.
They were city workers.
Yeah, maybe. They were in western West Virginia. They claim to have seen a man-like figure flying low from tree to tree overhead. And this is the widely accepted as the first sighting of Mothman.
Do we have a time of when that was supposed to have happened?
No.
Probably daylight. People don't usually dig graves at night unless they're robbing them.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, and that's my question, because
that will pertain later.
Yeah.
But all of the other sightings that I've heard of happened at night. So
right.
This could have happened at twilight, say.
Yeah.
I guess it could have been the end of the shift.
Yeah.
I can buy that.
Who knows? Maybe they were.
It's November, so it gets dark early. So,
yeah.
Okay. I'll run with that.
Okay. Okay. Then on November 15th of the same year, 2 young couples who were doing total normal things in an area of Point Pleasant.
Lovers Lane?
Yeah,
they were at that.
They were Lovers Lane,
They were at the creepy TNT factory northeast of town.
That's actually, yes, that's actually true. It was the TNT. It was known as the TNT area, which is the site of former World War II munitions plant. They were hanging out there for totally normal reasons. And then reported to police that they saw a large white creature whose eyes glowed red when the car headlights picked them up. So they reflected. They didn't glow. I'm just going to go ahead and make that edit right now. As a reasonable human being, if you shine a light at something and it reflects that light, it's reflecting, not glowing.
Yes. Yeah. It's like a cat.
Yeah. Yeah. Or any animal or just any animal. Even human eyes reflect light. To some extent.
To some degree, yeah.
Okay. Not red, but yeah.
Hopefully not red.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Who knows? Depending on the person. During the next few days, a lot of other people started to report sightings. 2 volunteer firefighters said that they saw a large bird with red eyes. A Mason County sheriff said that he thought the sightings were due to an unusually large heron that he nicknamed a shatepoke.
I don't know how that's pronounced.
I've read that a couple of times. I Googled that word and I couldn't find anything.
I'm going to say shatepoke.
That's probably the PC way to say it.
Shapoke?
Chipotle?
Oh.
Yeah, there you go.
It's the origins.
Yeah. So herons do get quite large, actually, by the way.
Some of them do, and we can talk about that a little bit later. The largest herons get, I think it was 16.
They get like a 6 or 7 foot wingspan.
Yeah.
Oh, easily, yeah.
But those herons only live in South Africa.
Oh.
So probably not that, but maybe.
Let's got loose from a zoo or something. But
maybe, possibly. We'll talk about that in a minute. Contractor Newell Partridge, that's how you'd say that, right? Newell, told this Mason County sheriff, whose name is George Johnson, that when he aimed a flashlight at the creature in fields nearby his house, they glowed, the eyes glowed like bicycle reflectors. And also said that there were some buzzing noises from his television set that were caused by this animal, and that his German Shepherd dog definitely disappeared because of this creature.
I'm going to guess this guy's TV antenna was made out of tinfoil.
That'd be my guess, too. Yeah.
In the 60s, I'm guessing that's probably what it was.
Yeah. Wildlife biologist named Dr. Smith from West Virginia University told reporters that he thought that all of the sightings fit the description of a sandhill crane, which is the largest American crane, which can get almost 7-foot wingspan. And they have reddish coloring around their eyes. Bird may have, that's not its typical migration route, but birds wander sometimes. They aren't. They're not confined by rules.
Sometimes you get an insane bird too.
Sometimes you do.
So maybe he was a little nuts and just sort of or maybe his friends ditched him on the migration south.
And this is where having timestamps on these would be really helpful because. And we'll talk about this when we start talking about the theories, but I have some problems with the idea that it's a heron, given a lot of the inferred times, I guess, that these sightings were happening. Mostly I infer that these were happening at night because everybody says, oh, when I shine my flashlight, the eyes glowed.
That's a reasonable presumption.
Yeah, pretty reasonable.
And it's a lot easier to mistake, say, a heron or a crane for, a guy with wings at night. You're not really going to do that during the day.
Absolutely it is. And then this kind of tragic thing happened. This bridge called the Silver Bridge, which was in Point Pleasant, I believe.
Yeah. What's the river there? Is it the Ohio River or what?
Mississippi. No, it was the Ohio River.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm thinking about a different bridge collapse that we'll talk about again later.
Yeah.
No, it was the Ohio River. It caused the death of 46 people. It collapsed on December 15th, 1967. And right after the bridge collapsed, Mothman sightings essentially ceased. There are a lot of I guess I should rephrase that. I'm going to rephrase it to say generally accepted sightings of Mothman ceased. There are a lot of sightings since then, but almost all of them are brushed off as hoaxes or crazy people or somebody, falling for a prank or things like that. I'm about to say your very favorite word in this entire world, Steve.
What's that?
It's ufologist.
Ugh.
Ufologist.
Ufologist Jerome Clark has written a lot about Mothman, and he says that for many years after the kind of initial events, that first 16 months, I guess it was about 16 months, members of the Ohio UFO Investigation League re-interviewed everybody who had seen the Mothman or claimed to have seen the Mothman, all of whom insisted that their stories were accurate.
Of course they did.
Yeah, and there was a woman named Linda Scarberry. You're welcome for that last name. She claimed that she and her husband had seen the Mothman hundreds of times, sometimes at close range, commenting, "It seemed like it didn't want to hurt you. It just wanted to communicate with you."
Well, that's likely. Otherwise, there'd be a lot of dead people. Mm-hmm. Of course, maybe he engineered the bridge collapse.
Well, I'm sorry. I really have a hard time listening. Oh, yeah. He hangs out at my place all the time.
Yeah.
We try to chat. I've got to discount that perspective.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
It's just too easy.
I agree. There's a cryptozoologist named Lauren Coleman who did a bunch of re-interviewing of witnesses that had been interviewed for a book that we'll talk about in a minute. He re-interviewed a bunch of the witnesses and said that the sightings of Mothman kind of continue today, and that the Mothman was a huge creature about 7 feet tall with huge wings and red eyes, and they could see the creature flapping right behind them as they fled.
So these are the witnesses are saying this.
Yeah, and apparently they say that Mothman did flap his wings.
Yeah, that's a little departure there.
Yeah, which weren't in the original interviews.
Okay.
Apparently.
Because stories don't change over time. I got it.
Yeah, I mean, the truth doesn't change over time, really. But yeah.
No, never.
There have also been a lot of sightings of cryptids that could be described in a very similar way to Mothman, just worldwide. And in I guess the most interesting way that these sightings correlate with the Point Pleasant sightings is that they herald kind of big disasters. For instance,
impending doom.
For instance, yeah, there were Mothman sightings or Mothman-like creatures sighted pretty close to right before Chernobyl had the meltdown. There were Mothman sightings right before a mine collapse in Germany. Two of the less popular incidences, which is one of the one that I was thinking of earlier, was that there was a Mothman or Mothman-like cryptid sighted before the I-35 bridge in Minnesota collapsed on August 1st, 2007. That was the one that went over the Mississippi River, sorry. So that bridge collapsed, and there were apparently reported sightings of Mothman or Mothman-like creature around that time. As apparently there were also 2 pictures taken on 9/11 that were of Mothman or a Mothman-like creature.
Okay, I got to stop here.
Okay.
So I'm presuming that you've kind of gone through these photos that are of Mothman at these events. Mm-hmm. Have you seen these, Joe?
Mm-hmm. They don't look like much.
They're way off in the distance, and they're blurry spots. The bridge collapse. There's this protruding dark spot on a collapsing bridge.
Weird.
Which I'm
totally
sorry
Mothman.
Is probably a part of the bridge breaking away, not a creature hanging out on the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Most likely.
I don't want to poo-poo this, but this makes me think a lot of the Watchers in that show Fringe. There's the guys who watch all these events, and so it's okay. So the Mothmen or the moth creatures watch all these events, and they're the harbingers, and they're there to witness them all. I mean, that's kind of where this makes me think it's going. But okay, I can see how people do that, except none of the photos show anything to me.
Yeah, well, I think, one of the interesting things is that it's actually been proven that the quote-unquote Mothman sighting near Chernobyl was just totally made up on the internet.
Oh, yeah, that was
totally
bunk.
made up. And I think, many of the other ones likely were as well. And I guess that takes us pretty nicely into theories, because I guess there are only really 2 theories here, and that can kind of spread into the rest of the sightings. It's either that the Mothman is real or the Mothman is not real.
Now, the Mothman, again, in some descriptions of him at least, and most of them actually, he doesn't appear to have a head. It's like he's got shoulders, and then he's got his 2 glowing eyes are like kind of set in his chest, correct?
Yeah, the swing shoulder thing is higher than head level, I guess, is kind of the way the face is lower. That's why they call it Mothman, right? Is because it doesn't look like he's like a man with a head and wings that come out of his shoulders. It looks like his head is down on his body more, like where you would put moth's head would be.
Well, yeah, if you look at a moth, their torso extends and then it actually ends, but you can't really tell that from a little bit of ways because their neck is the same size, and so they look like one kind of cylindrical thing with big eyeballs on it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And so I can see what that...
Kind of like an owl, too.
Yeah, an owl is a great analogy as well.
An owl is a great analogy as well.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to just go ahead and hop into those theories?
Let's do it.
May as well.
Sure.
And there are a lot of theories out there about Mothman, of course, as I'm sure all of you know, if you're even mildly into cryptids of any kind. Mothman's kind of the starter cryptid for a lot of people, I feel. But we're just going to do some of them. The thing, of course, the top contenders, of course, we can't do all of them. And as I said, we're going to break them into 2 different sections. Either Mothman is real or Mothman is not real. Okay? And the lines do get a little fuzzy here.
Okay.
But just bear with me. Just doesn't matter. Anyways, okay, the first Mothman is real theory. Mothman is real and an alien. Yeah.
That makes
Actually,
sense.
this is really interesting. So, Lauren Coleman, that zoologist, do you remember?
Yeah.
Who went around re-interviewing, quote-unquote, people. I'm sorry, the cryptozoologist.
That's better.
Who went around re-interviewing people, was actually re-interviewing people that were described as being interviewed in this book written by a man named John Keel. He wrote it in 1975. It's called The Mothman Prophecies. And it laid out a lot of investigation. It was spattered deeply with a lot of personal theories. There was a movie made of it.
With Richard Gere.
I know Steve really
Gere.
wants to talk about Richard Gere. He's in love with him, apparently. I don't know what's going on here.
I actually am Richard Gere.
Oh, no. I didn't know. But Keel has a lot of theories about UFO sightings. Apparently, there were, strange lights seen around.
Oh, I do remember something about lights in the sky at the same time.
Yeah, and he thought pretty strongly that Mothman was indeed an alien. Okay.
Well, anyway, the alien theory is my favorite theory.
It is.
Yeah. Well, it explains a lot.
I guess. Yeah. I kind of like the next theory.
Okay, the next theory?
It's that Mothman is actually a mutated bird.
Oh, this is awesome.
Yeah. So actually, it turns out that you remember that TNT factory?
Yeah.
The place, or what did they call it? The TNT
Lover's
spot
Lane?
Or whatever. It was Lover's Lane.
Make-up point.
It was the old World War II munitions storage area.
So it's a hot spot.
Mm-hmm. Which, as it turns out, was evidently a bird sanctuary prior to that.
Well, afterwards, too. I think.
Afterwards.
And also it was declared, I don't remember exactly when, but it was declared a Superfund site at one point.
You're kidding. I didn't
Of course it was.
Yeah.
I didn't see that either.
No, it was.
That's where...
I don't remember where I saw that, but yeah, apparently it was declared a Superfund
where
site.
young teens in the 60s went to make out.
I know.
So apparently, since it was a Superfund site and a bird sanctuary, if you just mix those
just disgusts me.
It's just, honestly, that is an origin story. Legitimately, I'm sure that I've read that in a comic book somewhere, right? I'm sure that's how Hawkman was formed.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure of it.
Yeah.
So the fact that this could be some kind of mutated bird, over the years. It's not that much of a stretch.
Well, actually, it kind of is.
This was Hawkman, apparently.
Okay.
Listen, okay, I understand that he wasn't
Stanley was in the area.
Yeah, and he said, he had a one-liner that was, totally off topic, just so that he could be in it. It was perfect.
Continue on with this.
No, I mean, okay.
Anymore.
And to be fair, yes, I'm sure Joe's going to do the naysaying, he never flapped his wings and he could take off really fast. So whatever. So Hawkman could too. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So the bird mutated into a really huge bird with red glowing eyes, and so.
Well, I don't see. The thing is I'm not so sold.
And a hatred for human beings.
Well, I'm not.
Cars.
Yeah.
I'm not sold on the glowing eyes thing. I really I think all of the descriptions were that they were reflective, and lots of things glow red when you shine something. I mean, cat's eyes do that all the time.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that already. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So I'm not. I mean, I don't think that that's so much of a problem for me.
Okay.
But no, the trouble with the mutation theory is that exposure to chemicals can cause mutations, but those typically manifest as cancer. Not as magic properties and sudden changes in your size.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Those chemicals don't automatically equate to getting the three-eyed fish in The Simpsons. It doesn't just automatically, woof, something new automatically evolves. That's the problem.
But over generations and decades of breeding in a bird sanctuary that also is a Superfund site.
Mm-hmm.
So why isn't the Mothman actually at Chernobyl if that's the case?
Because it wasn't a bird sanctuary.
Well, yeah, but there's lots of radiation, so
I give.
Yeah, but anyway, I mean,
my logic is just foolproof.
Baffled me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean,
Bamboozled.
mutation is a normal part of the whole process of evolution. That's how it works.
Joe, just let me have my fun.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
But yeah.
Okay, next theory: Mothman is real and actually a different kind of cryptid, or the other kind of cryptid is it. It's hard to tell.
He's a car.
Yeah, he's actually a transformer.
Yeah.
No, a lot of people have suggested that Mothman actually might be a thunderbird from Native American lore.
Look, it's a car. It's a wine.
Or that
it's Mothman.
Or that I'm just going to keep talking here.
Okay.
Or that thunderbirds were actually Mothman. I'm not totally clear on which went which way. But lifted from Wikipedia, the plural thunderbirds could shapeshift into human form by tilting back their beaks like a mask and removing their feathers as if they were feather-covered blankets. There are stories of thunderbirds in human form marrying into human families, and some families can trace their lineage to such an event. This, of course, would mean that Mothman would date to the 1600s, if not earlier, or that Mothman is a type of animal. It's like a classification, not
like
one
a
single
super
thing.
shy creature that we rarely see.
Kind of like
Bigfoot. The leopards and stuff that live in the mountains that are seen once every 30 years or something. Is that what you're getting at?
Or Bigfoot, yeah.
Oh,
some sort of Bigfoot-like creature.
Totally.
Maybe Bigfoot got exposed to all these chemicals and he mutated.
Oh, maybe it was Bigfoot. That actually makes sense. Yeah. I'm not really sold on this whole Thunderbird. Thunderbirds are pretty much accepted as lore, even by the people who perpetuate the myth. I mean,
yeah. Well, back eons ago, there were enormous eagles and things like that. I mean, there were in New Zealand, they had ones that were big enough to carry away a child.
Yeah.
We still kind of. California condors are huge.
Yeah,
and they're not even that big compared to how big birds used to be. Certainly that existed. Does it anymore? Would it be confused with Mothman in the 60s? I don't know.
And I was going to say is that if we're going to go down the Thunderbird route, that is a legend that was passed down in an oral tradition for who knows how many hundreds of years. It's kind of like when we were talking about the progress into the New World, and that there would be some prehistoric creatures like mammoths and stuff like that. So there's big, large creatures around, and then the stories, and they probably weren't as big as they were described, but of course, as with all good lore, it evolves. So it goes from a 5 or 10 foot wide wingspan to a 30-foot wingspan over time as the story evolves. So I can see how that could be a story. I have a hard time with it wrapping into the Mothman.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So two things I don't want to discuss, but I just want to say. Also, maybe it's maybe Mothman is an angel, or also maybe a dude with wings, because that's different than an angel.
The angels from Doctor Who?
No.
What kind of angel?
The biblical kind of angel.
Yeah, like biblical angels.
Are we
not
talking...
like weeping angels.
Okay, so are we talking like scary Old Testament angels, or are we talking like It's a Beautiful Life
benevolent,
angels?
Yeah.
Benevolent kinds of things?
Or it's a dude with wings.
Right,
Yeah,
which again,
a
different.
a guy in a flying suit.
Well, actually, okay, may as well just talk about that now. That's actually dude in a flying suit, or with a personal flight suit, is in my Mothman is a hoax / not real theories.
Oh, see, I was going a dude with wings.
Yeah.
Actual wings.
Right, and I don't
Which
know
is
that.
Hawkman, which we've already talked about.
Okay.
Okay, so a personal flight suit.
Yeah.
Okay, and I guess, like, for me, I'm willing to jump down this rabbit hole, to use a term that we use, like, all the time, apparently.
Probably overused.
We definitely do.
Yeah.
Except for evidently.
But
that gets overused a lot here, too.
We use just evidently too much. I actually really like this theory. If I can get over the, like, 1960s, the technology probably didn't exist, especially for, like, semi-silent, pretty quiet flight. You know, that's the, like, kind of crux of this whole argument.
Are you talking like what they refer to as the squirrel suit?
No,
flight suit?
Like wings with propulsion systems.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just
making sure, not like the glider, the guys who do the base jumps with the squirrel suit.
No,
okay.
no. This would have had to have a propulsion system because he took off.
Yeah, and also
Very good point.
It was silent, so some sort of
or at least
some
quiet.
Sort of alien, some sort of I'm thinking some sort of alien anti-gravity technology,
something
possibly.
like that, maybe. Yeah.
So I'm thinking that probably it's alien in origin, and the military got a hold of the alien and mugged him and took his special suit and dressed up one of their test pilots in it.
Yeah, I like the idea that unknown technology, flight suit, totally testing. People are jerks. They're going to mess with people sometimes. Mm-hmm. Also, things like night vision goggles that glow red. So
they do have the red lens. Night,
they have the red lenses, so if you were to flash lights at somebody wearing those, they would maybe reflect red. I don't know. It makes sense to me. Again, we talked about this a little bit, but we'll talk about it some more. Very large heron.
Yeah, really, I mean, herons do get pretty big. But,
they do, but they aren't super nocturnal, especially not super nocturnal like chasing cars.
Yeah, they're not known for that.
Actually,
okay.
Here's the thing about birds. The majority of birds have no night vision. That's why birds roost at night, is they can't see at night. So let's just suppose that there is a bird roosting somewhere and it gets disturbed, and I've got a bird, and if it's dark and he gets loose, he freaks out and he flies around like a crazy creature, running into things because he can't see where he's going, and he goes for the one spot of light. So I could see, let's just propose that there's one of these herons, and I can't remember, what is the name of the heron with the big red circles around its eye?
Oh, that was a sandhill crane?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a crane. Sorry, I was calling it a heron, but the crane.
Same thing.
Essentially. If something spooks it from where it is roosting or sleeping, and its automatic reaction is to get away and fly, it then can't see where the heck it's going, so it's gonna go to a point of light where it can see to land, which would explain why it was following a car. Totally explain it. It was a bird.
It could have just been a really, really huge owl, too.
That was the other thing.
They can see at night.
And they do. The other thing about owls that's, like, super interesting is, especially, like, barn owls. Like, if it was a really large barn owl, for instance, they have those legs that, like, look kind of like tiny men legs.
They're stubby.
Yeah.
They're a little stubby, but they are also kind of thicker. Or at least with all the feathers and stuff, they do kind of look like little dude legs, and they look kind of furry a little bit. And, I haven't done my research on how big certain owls get, but if it was a particularly large owl, and
they
people
can have
were
like
seeing
5+ feet.
Well, and if people were seeing it at a distance, and it just happened to be in that area. I think that the idea of it being a barn owl could make a lot of sense. They fly so silently.
Or a great horned owl. They get even bigger. And and for both of those owls, they appear to have no heads. It's like their torso just segues completely up, and they're sort of square
just
top,
like a moth.
Top. Yeah, just like that. Yeah. And another support for this theory is just a little known fact, but that couple that was chased down Highway 62 in 1966, they were driving a Volkswagen Rabbit. Okay, I made that up.
He made that up. He made it up, but it was good.
Yeah,
it was good. No, I mean, I like that theory probably the best. And then the last theory is that it was just a hoax. It was a hoax, and it probably was just a hoax.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I'm willing to say that, like, that first sighting probably happened. They were tired. There were 5 of them.
Well,
it was getting dark. They'd probably been drinking a little bit. They saw probably an owl or something that was pretty large fly. They weren't used to seeing. That's kind of the time of year where things are migrating. It's totally possible a bird was migrating through there. They saw it go past the corner of their eye, and one of them was like, "Oh, dude, did you see that?" And he's like, "Oh, yeah, it looked super creepy. It looked like a dude flying."
Yeah.
We should get out of here because it's creepy already because it's dark and we're in a cemetery and we're digging a grave. Let's get out of here. They told somebody about it. These kids were out at the TNT place or whatever they call it. Got also probably spooked by the same animals, close enough, that, or they didn't and they just like freaked themselves out. So, I mean, I think it's really easy for somebody to either say, hey, I want to be cool and have seen the Mothman, so, oh crap, I saw the Mothman and this is my story, or a bunch of teenagers or, whatever, being jerks and going out and dressing up like the Mothman and creeping a bunch of people out. It's equally easy that it could just be like a whole mix of a bunch of that stuff, and then, the rest is history.
Do you know, the thing is, what I expected to find in the research of the theories on this and the explanations and disclaimers and all of that, but I never saw mass hysteria.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the hoax idea.
Right, but as the, on the detractor side of the Mothman is real, I expected to find something that talked about it was mass hysteria, because mass hysteria is typically a bunch of people in the same area all begin to believe very seriously that they're seeing the same event or experiencing the same thing. And that can go on for a while. And I could see, the story ends very abruptly with that bridge collapse.
Yeah.
Which is a huge, shocking tragedy, which would really rattle that continued thing that people were, quote unquote, experiencing that whole time.
That's the thing. It's like, they lived in a very small town. I don't know if you've gone and looked at Point Pleasant on Google Maps.
But I bet Joe has. Street View.
Yeah. It's a really small town, not a lot going on, and I could see where something like this would become kind of a fad. Not necessarily mass hysteria, but just something kind of fun to break the monotony. And I could see where a lot of people would sort of get in on the act. And then, of course, it all ended with the collapse of the bridge, because suddenly this whole thing was just knocked out of everybody's minds, because you have this huge tragedy, and suddenly this silly Mothman stuff just seemed kind of pointless and stupid when you have this massive die-off of so many people that you knew.
I guess my argument against the mass hysteria thing would be that to explain Mothman sightings as mass hysteria would be the same as trying to explain most, like, UFO sightings as mass hysteria.
Well, but the caveat is that this is in such a small area.
In a very small window of time.
Very small window of time, whereas UFOs tend to be spread over a wider geographical area.
Yeah, I don't have the sense that the sightings were so rampant that the legitimate, quote unquote, legitimate sightings were so rampant that it would be attributed to mass hysteria. I think it was a handful of people who...
Well, and I guess to make mass hysteria be a valid theory, we would have to accept all of the reports during that time frame, which we've kind of discounted a number of them.
I don't think there really were that many reports, actually. I think a lot of them have been just sort of tacked on over the years.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy into that.
With that, that's the end of the theories. We've talked about my favorite, which is the flight suit, somehow. Also mutated bird.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
I think it's a combination aliens and flight suit.
Okay.
They stole
alien
flight
technology,
suit.
Flight suit. Got it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I really buy into the bird theory, whether it be a crane or an owl or whatever. I think that's more likely it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Not mutated, just a regular bird.
Yeah, actually, I think most likely that actually is probably what really
hunting
happened.
a VW rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can find links to some of our research on our website, which is thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You might be listening to us there. You probably are not, but you might be. If you are, or you happen to visit it to check out the links, there's a little survey on the right-hand side. Obviously, I've taken it so many times that I totally know where it is. It's, just a little quick, I think it's less than 5 minutes survey.
Yeah, it's a simple thing.
So if you fill that out, we'd greatly appreciate it. You are probably listening to us on iTunes. That would be my guess. If you are, leave us a comment and a rate us, and like us, and become new avid listeners. You can also stream us on Stitcher. Maybe you might not be hearing this part if you're on Stitcher.
Theoretically, this has been corrected at this point.
Who knows? We don't really know what's going on there. Apologies all around. If you are listening to Stitcher and this is the first time that you've heard this little bit, apologies all around.
Congratulations on getting to hear this part.
Congratulations. We have a Facebook page and group. You can like us and join us, I guess. We also have a Twitter. It's Thinkin' Sideways.
Without the G.
Without the G, because we're so hip and cool. And you can always send us an email if you are the Mothman and you do have fingers and palms. Send us an email. That email address is thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Speaking of email, this is something we haven't done in a while.
Yeah, we've been a little tardy.
Listen,
sorry about that. We get so much mail. We can't. We got to have to hire a couple of interns.
We might actually have to at this point. You guys are sending us so much stuff.
That or I might need to get better at managing the inbox.
Yeah. Well, we did. We talked about this, I think, a couple episodes ago where it was just like, wow, you guys have just suggested literally every unsolved mystery that any of us have ever heard of. So cool. We're just only going to do listener suggestions for the next 3 years. Awesome.
Yeah,
anyways,
got a pile of them.
This one actually was not a suggestion, and I'm really, 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 really happy we got it. It pertains to the Bill Brennan episode.
Who's the guy from Las Vegas?
The guy from Las Vegas,
that was Devin's episode,
Yeah. And it's from a girl named Rachel. And she says, hey there, I'm sure you received a lot of email about this, but I just wanted to let you know that the Stardust sign is actually located in the Neon Museum in Las Vegas. So no worries, it's safe and sound. I highly recommend a trip to the museum if you find yourself in Las Vegas. And then she, of course, says that she loves our show and everything is perfect and wonderful in this world.
Well, no, I'm really glad to know that thing's not rotting.
I had no idea there was a Neon Museum. That's awesome.
So cool.
I bet that thing is spectacular.
I bet, yeah.
I would. I need to find a reason to go to Vegas.
Yeah, me too.
Mainly because I need a reason to go to Vegas.
Aren't you getting married soon?
At some point.
Why don't you just do that?
Yeah, that might have to be I don't like to spend money, but that might be a bachelor thing.
Or just take your lovely fiance and don't spend money on a wedding. I'm just saying. I know she'd be totally into it.
I don't think she'd be totally into that. That would not go over well. Well, we do have one other email that I wanted to share. Yeah.
By all means.
So this is from Jason, and Jason said, you've probably heard this 1,000 times so far, but I recently discovered your podcast, and he did what so many people do. He binge listened to the whole catalog.
Wow. That's cool.
That's a lot of listening. Wow.
It's lots of listening to our stupid voices.
Jason, I hope you didn't neglect your personal hygiene or neglect to eat or anything like that while you were doing this.
Well, Jason did say that, of course, thanks for all the great work, which I appreciate and thank you. And he really enjoyed it. But this is what I found so great is that he said that he's never really listened to podcasts. So ours was the first one of only 2 that he does listen to, which I find that kind of a little feather in our cap.
That's kind of cool. What's the other one?
He didn't say. But what I did like is, and I'll just paraphrase this, is that he likes stories like what we cover, but he was having a hard time finding some place to explore them and talk about them. I guess he had tried to go on message boards and stuff like that. He'd gone to Web Sleuths, which kind of evidently, Web Sleuths gets a little depressing after a while.
Well,
and he'd gone onto some of the paranormal boards, but of course, because he was trying to put up some alternate theories, they didn't like him so much.
Oh, really?
So, Jason, we like you. You're totally welcome here, and we are totally glad you found the show, and thank you for sending this email.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got to say, I did say web sleuths is
careful.
Kind of hard to slog through.
Careful.
Yeah, no, you can't spend a lot of time on that website.
Oh, yeah, I know.
We have to be careful.
Yeah.
Anyways, with that having been said, to steal a phrase, we're going to get out of here. I'm going to not flap my wings and fly away.
Yeah, I'm going to shoot straight up in the air. And then, no, I'm not. Just goodbye, everybody.
Who?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to a holiday special episode of Thinking Sideways. I, of course, am Steve, as usual, joined by my two little elves.
Devin.
And Joe.
What, you guys aren't elves?
No.
Is that better?
No. If anything, maybe all three of us are elves.
Yeah, we kind of might be. Because it's the holidays, we're going to talk about a holiday-themed mystery that you may not have realized was a mystery.
Yeah.
And that is the origin of the Nutcracker.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about not the little metal ones.
Yeah.
The actual decorative ones.
Yeah,
Those
the
are
ones that
I'm
look like
talking
little
The big
soldiers.
wooden ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Exactly. And since I'm the first one up today, I'll go ahead and just give the brief bit of supposed history that we have about them, and then we'll actually talk about my theory of where the Nutcracker came from.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty.
Because we all have theories.
We've
all done our own research.
As usual.
Thinking about this since I was a kid.
Yeah. So officially, the story goes that in Germany, sometime in the 15th century, there was a Nutcracker challenge, which is strange, but it was won by a puppet maker who came up with what we now know to be the design of the decorative wooden Nutcracker. The lore around the design of it disagrees with itself in a couple of tellings, but in some, as we were just saying, it's got the lever on the back and the mouth closes to crack the nut. That's the official version. There's other versions that say that in actuality the nutcrackers were two pieces of wood that were strapped together, and I guess you stuck the nut in at the end where the strap was and used leverage to break it.
Actually, the original ones, you just sort of like wedge the nut into the mouth of it and then you smash it against something hard.
Well, that is also one way to do it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they always looked like people. They were always designed to be a little human figure. And so then, of course, as time went on, they got a little more charming, and people had them around in the holidays. And what we don't really know is why. Why are they so popular at this time of year? And I have done the research, and I have what the actual reason is.
Really?
You ready to hear this?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I pieced this together from some really old manuscripts that have been coming out of Eastern Europe and as PDFs.
And they're on the internet now.
Then they're on the internet now.
Thank God for the internet.
Yes, indeed. So here's what happened is sometime in the 15th century, there was a plague that was roaming Europe. And it's a fun myth today, but it was a creature that was...
Not so fun at the time.
No, not so fun at the time, but it's a fun myth now. So these are considered a myth, but they were real, and that is the Wolpertinger. For those of you who aren't familiar with this little creature, they're small, they're furry, they travel close to the ground, and when they're scared, they fly away, though normally they don't have to.
They have duck wings.
Yeah, they have little duck-like wings on them, yeah.
Interesting, yeah, they're little furry creatures, but they have feathered duck wings on them, which is pretty cool.
They're about the size of a rabbit, and they have horns, which they'll use to defend themselves if they need to, though they don't normally need to because they're great at distraction, and they use their little squirrel-like tail to flip around and confuse a predator before they scurry away. So they're pretty quick little boogers.
Pretty well adapted.
Yeah, and the problem is they were, for a while, they were just a bit of a nuisance. But after time, because they reproduce so fast, they were actually like rabbits. They were threatening all of the crops in Europe. They were devouring things. People were worried they were going to starve to death because there was no food.
Yeah, that happened a lot back in those days.
It kind of did.
Yeah, one bad crop and you were screwed.
Or one really vicious little,
or that
little vermin guy, yeah.
Yeah. So, not knowing what to do about this infestation, a plea from the royalty was put out to all the learned men in the country to kind of come up with a solution to this.
Actually, not the country, the continent. Really.
The continent, yeah, really, yeah. You're right. I did understate that a little bit. Well, two men came forward. Today, they're only known as Sir Chapman and Pastor Palin, but these men stepped forward with what they claimed was the solution. Mm-hmm. And their solution was to use a blend of chicken feathers and foie gras and to spread it around the entrances to their warrens. The thinking being that they would be unable to cross that barrier and therefore they would starve to death in their warrens and the problem would go away.
That makes a total sense.
No?
No.
Well, not really.
Not even a little.
Well, it turns out you're both right because it went horribly, horribly wrong. Because it turned out instead of trapping them in their burrows and starving them to death, it actually drove them into a frenzy. And these little guys became not only rabid, but they developed, courtesy of the foie gras, a taste for flesh.
Yeah, because they were vegetarians before that, right?
Yeah. And they were specifically now after liver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they wouldn't want to eat my liver.
Soon, entire villages were being destroyed as they tore through the townsfolk, literally with their horns. And there was no human organ that was spared from the destruction of these little boogers.
But especially the livers.
Yeah. Well, as you can imagine, this had to be stopped, and soon enough, a solution was found at an Oktoberfest. There were men who started, after consuming all of the beer that was in the kegs, started walking around wearing said brightly colored kegs. And turns out that the little guys couldn't use their horns to get through the keg to the liver, so nobody was hurt.
Yeah, the only problem is the only really entree to the keg was up to the bottom, and you know what that leads you past if you're one of those little guys.
Well, these were tall kegs.
Oh, they were. Okay.
Yeah, they were tall kegs, and you only have to wear it down there low so that the guy can't get you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they're low to the ground to start with, so that's where you're going to put your defenses.
Okay.
Think about it.
All right.
So here's what happened is they started advancing on the Wolpertingers, and what they would do is they were shouting "Brow," large bread pretzels at them.
Oh, the kind with tons of salt on them?
Yeah. The things you usually have with beer.
And they got hypertension and they died of heart disease.
It turns out that these critters, believe it or not, were gluten intolerant.
Oh.
So it decimated them, and they were able to clear the continent in a matter of hours of this pest.
As we all know, I mean, gluten intolerance just, it'll kill you in an hour.
Yeah.
Less
sometimes. Less, apparently.
It is really, it's terrible.
I'm
it's a terrible thing.
Glad I don't have it.
Yep. So this is how the Nutcrackers came about to be so popular, is that the wooden armor and the shapes of the men's mouth when they were shouting "Brow," that was
what were they doing?
Shouting "Brow" over and over.
Just like "Brow."
Yeah. Exactly.
It means eat the pretzel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, believe it or not, this story, how this story disappeared, I don't know, but it was slowly covered up by the media at the time.
Well,
because they were busy covering, religious wars and whatnot, and the internet sucked.
Well, plus also this represented, you could say, wow, this is humanity's salvation, or you could say a great environmental crime was committed. Hello.
That is a good reason, but Either way, it was then to commemorate the next year. They realized they needed to commemorate these men who had saved the continent. And so they made these little wooden soldiers that were painted to match the kegs. Yeah. And those in time evolved into more of a soldier-esque figure that didn't look like he was just a barrel, but looked like he was an actual person.
Yeah, and typically these were released in sets. So you'd have the Nutcracker with this little barrel-shaped thing and brightly painted, and there'd be a lot of little Wolfentingers that you would surround him with.
And
but
so
being smaller and more delicately carved, they got crushed and or lost over the years.
Yeah, and it turns out that the the Hefeweizen style Nutcracker guy wasn't nearly as popular, so we lost the yellow one to history. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of stuff that disappeared on the sides with this.
Yeah.
So that is actually why we have the Nutcracker.
Really?
Yeah.
So Devin, what do you think? Are you in agreement with that?
I can see the word that she keeps mouthing over and over, and it's not a nice word. I'm glad she's not saying it out loud.
Nix.
Has something to do with cows.
Yeah.
Well, I should explain one bit, which is how I know all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should talk about that, though, yeah.
So there was a documentary made. I got to admit, I didn't actually find this from stuff that's been coming out on the internet only recently.
Yeah.
There was a movie made about 35 or 40 years ago.
Almost 40.
Almost 40
Actually,
years
more
ago.
than 40.
And it was a great documentary. It was directed by Terry Gilliam and Terry Jones, and it features a creature that is very similar and as deadly as the Wolfentinger.
Which I think is probably how you found out that that was even a thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I put two and two together because if you look out there, the clues are there, and you just need to know where to look.
Yeah.
Come on, sheeple.
Yeah. I know. I saw a documentary actually about the making of this documentary. They originally had big plans for making the rabbit wear a wig and some fake wings and some antlers and stuff like that. And the rabbit really didn't take to it.
Yeah.
And it was kind of a low-budget movie, so they really couldn't afford to take a couple of months off and train the rabbit. So
which is a shame, but...
Yeah, so they went with the white bunny.
Budgets are what budgets are.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, I think that's a nice story, Steve.
But you think it's a fairy tale, don't you?
I do. I think it's kind of a fairy tale because I also have seen a documentary about Nutcrackers, so I actually have the in on how this actually went down.
All right.
And,
School me.
as my favorite stories often do, this one starts with a princess in a far-off land.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to start with bullet points.
Nope. So there was this princess in a faraway land. Calm down, it's fine. And she was tricked by this woman who was called Madame Mousquetaire. And you're laughing, but that's the translation. I'm sorry, this is a Russian story. This Nutcrackers actually came from Russia, not Germany. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but it's true.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So anyway, in Russia there was this princess, and she was Madame Mousquetaire was often also called the Mouse Queen, so we'll just call her the Mouse Queen for now.
Can we just call her Minnie?
No, we're going to call her Mouse Queen. There was one day where the Mouse Queen tricked this princess into allowing her and her children, the queen, not the princess, to eat up a bunch of lard that was being reserved actually to go into the sausages for the princess's father, the king's dinner that night.
Okay.
So obviously the king was mad about this, right? Nodding.
The king noticed the lard was missing from the
Yeah,
recipe?
well, because they couldn't make sausage. No, they couldn't even. They couldn't.
He
even
noticed
make
the sausage wasn't.
He noticed the sausage was missing, and
you
so
can't make sausage without lard.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And the queen, not the Mouse Queen, the princess's mom, the queen,
the real queen,
was upset because she couldn't make the sausage for the king, and so everyone was mad at the princess. So the queen is upset that she can't make the sausage, and the princess is in kind of deep trouble for letting the Mouse Queen, or Madame Mousquetaire, eat the lard and her children. So the king commissioned a court inventor whose name was Drosselmeyer to create some traps for the Mouse Queen and her children, which worked.
Cruel.
Yeah.
I think we use those today.
We do. They're different, but we do. So what he created was kind of similar to Nutcrackers, but unfortunately it did get all the children, but it didn't get the Mouse Queen. And so the Mouse Queen, who was obviously annoyed, upset, understandably upset, she swore that she would take revenge on the princess. So
she shoots through the network cable and all the internet went out.
No, this was
this is why the internet took so long to come back.
Yeah. No, this was olden times, so no. But since, her name was the Mouse Queen, the king and the queen, who were parents to the princess, I know there's lots of kings and queens here, I'm sorry, they decided that they would protect the princess by putting a circle of cats around the princess.
That sounds perfect.
It's good. Well, because the mouse, you don't want the Mouse Queen to get past them. But cats sleep a lot, so there were nurses who were assigned to each cat to pet the cat to keep it alive to protect the princess.
You mean keep it awake?
Keep it awake.
Yeah. Oh yeah, awake,
not alive.
they
have 9 lives.
I was going to say, I got to go pet my cats in a hurry.
Yeah, it's the only way you keep cats alive. It's true. Yeah. Well, of course, we all know how this story's going to go.
Oh.
The nurses fall asleep, and the Mouse Queen gets past. She puts a spell on the princess. Now, I know what you're thinking. Spells aren't real, but actually they are.
Okay.
They are. They were, at least in Russia in this time. Let's be honest here. There's a lot of hinky things happening in Russia that we can only attribute to magic.
Okay, Mrs. Potter.
It's a dark, mysterious place. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah. So the spell or curse that the Mouse Queen put on the princess was to make her ugly, because her soul was ugly, I guess. But it gave her a huge head with a really wide grinning mouth and a cottony beard, just like a nutcracker, like the traps that killed her children, to make her look like that.
Quite the curse.
Yeah, it's
reminds me
pretty
of
bad.
somebody I know, actually, but not you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you'd be happy to know.
Steve?
Not Steve either.
Oh, okay. Well, obviously the king blamed the inventor, Drosselmeyer. And he said, you've got 4 weeks to find a cure for my beautiful daughter who's now ugly and horrible looking. Drosselmeyer was big into the occult, again, a Russian thing. And so he took the princess to have her horoscope read. And it turned out from the horoscope they could tell that Steve is looking skeptical right now. It turned out that from the horoscope they could tell that the cure was that she had to eat a nut. And that nut had to be crushed in the hand of a man who had never grown a beard or had never shaved his beard or worn boots in his entire life. And
that's pretty specific.
Listen.
And the nut was also a very specific nut, too.
The
Not
nut
just
was
any old nut,
it
right?
was a very specific kind of nut. And then, without opening his eyes, after he gave her the nut, he had to walk back 7 steps without stumbling. And then the curse would be broken.
Move.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like a dance move, huh? So obviously they go scouring all of Russia to find
a guy who's never worn boots and never had a haircut?
Yeah, shaved.
Oh, never
He
shaved.
could have had a haircut. He just had never shaved.
Ah, okay.
They travel around, but it turns out that Drosselmeyer's nephew might actually be a perfect fit for the person to break the curse.
Whoa.
So
they spent all that time looking, but the guy was right there under
Yeah, I mean, a lot of guys came and broke their jaws trying to break these nuts, because I don't know why they were trying to break them with their teeth when they should have known you just break it with your hand.
Or grab a nutcracker.
They're dumb guys. No, not nutcrackers. Yeah, no.
No?
Nope. And so finally the nephew comes and breaks this nut with a hand and gives it to the princess, and she eats it, and she turns back into a beautiful creature of, being a princess.
Well, then he's still got to walk backwards.
He does still have to, yeah. So he walks back 6.5 steps, and when he takes the final half step, he stepped on the Mouse Queen, who was there.
Who went squish.
Yeah, she didn't go squish, but he did, of course, stumble, and so the curse was transferred to him.
Well, that's a crappy curse.
Yeah.
Or a crappy solution to the curse, actually.
So the Mouse Queen actually deliberately did this, I assume,
I think,
right?
yes. Yeah. I have my suspicions. I think there's a wide conspiracy theory here.
Well, seriously, that's rather rude behavior on her part.
Yeah, I think so, too. Well, it turns out that princess maybe was kind of an ugly person, because despite the fact that this nephew, Drosselmeyer's nephew, came and broke the curse for her, and he accidentally took it onto himself, so he turned into this ugly kind of nutcracker looking thing. She said, "Oh, you're not cute. I won't be with you."
Mm-hmm. Typical.
Nope. Typical.
Yeah.
Typical behavior. Yeah. So actually the documentary that I watched, that I've seen, actually I grew up with this documentary.
A hard-hitting documentary.
It is a hard-hitting documentary. Starts several years later, also in Russia, and it may sound familiar to you guys because you've probably seen this documentary as well. It's called The Nutcracker, which is how you know it's a hard-hitting documentary about the creation of the Nutcracker.
Oh, is that how you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
Duh. So if you have seen the documentary, you know that a young girl named Clara was given a nutcracker by none other than Drosselmeyer, the inventor / clockmaker.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it was given to her family, but she was like the primary caretaker. Clara was 7 at the time when the original filming happened. There have been a lot of remakes of this documentary, dramatic recreations and stuff like that.
Yeah, she's like, 83 now, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to her age in a minute here.
Okay.
Anyway, it turns out that the Rat King, who was actually the Mouse Queen's husband, had taken up residence in Clara's family's house. And, parents can be kind of jerks and deny things, and I think they were just willfully denying the fact that their house was being taken over
by rodents.
I would.
Yeah. Or oblivious, or I don't know. But on Christmas Eve, the Rat Army made its move to try to take over the house. The Doll Army was obviously trying to protect Clara because she's a young girl, and dolls protect children.
Sure they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really isn't creepy to think about the fact that dolls come to life at night.
Well, it's, the documentary Toy Story proved that, so I don't know.
That's a good point.
What your problem is.
I never had dolls when I was a kid. It wasn't allowed when you were a little boy,
yeah.
in my day.
Would have been helpful.
Yeah.
You only get trucks.
Trucks and toy guns, man.
Yeah. Well, those are
See
pretty
how that
protecting.
works for you?
Yeah.
See? Yeah. But the Nutcracker that Clara had been taking care of sprung alive and saved the day from the Rat Army and, fought them back. Unfortunately for Clara, when she went to, tell her parents, oh my gosh, the Nutcracker's alive, they said, no.
What you on, kid?
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Nutcracker had turned back into his kind of toy-like state.
It reminds me of that frog in the old Warner Brothers cartoon.
Yeah. It sings.
Yeah. Then, Christmas night comes around and the Rat Army comes to try again. I won't go into it. You can just watch the documentary. But spoiler alert, the Nutcracker saves Clara and her life and brings her back and defeats the Rat King, which is great. I mean, her family was all set free. Unfortunately, her family did continue to deny that the Nutcracker was a real thing until, a couple months later, Drosselmeyer, the clockmaker inventor guy, he came back to fix a grandfather clock, and Clara, being a 7-year-old girl, could not contain herself and went to Drosselmeyer and was like, hey, I know your secret. I know about the Nutcracker. I know that he's actually a real person, and I love him, and I'll love him no matter what he looks like. So I just wanted to tell you that I love him no matter what. And suddenly there was a knock on the door. Knock, 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 knock.
Mm-hmm.
Knock.
Yeah.
And it turns out that Drosselmeyer's nephew had actually just arrived. Spoiler alert, Drosselmeyer's nephew was the Nutcracker the whole time, and the curse was broken by true love. And so he asked Clara if she would marry him. And of course she said yes, because what 7-year-old girl isn't just dreaming of marriage?
Oh, exactly.
But her family said, no, you have to wait a year and a day before we'll let you marry him.
Until you're 8. And then.
So then he came back a year later,
and he took her away at that time.
Yeah, to Doll Kingdom, where I'm planning a trip to Doll Kingdom, actually, but
are you now?
They, Drosselmeyer's nephew and Clara rule as king and queen of Doll Kingdom to this day, and then Doll Island has made all of these Nutcrackers to help keep kids safe from the Rat Army, and to scare them off because they know that that's what works against the Rat Army, and so when they see them,
the exterminators of the world that are keeping this story down because they would be out of work otherwise.
Yeah, exactly, and the rats.
Oh well, yeah, the rats are doing it.
Yeah,
too, but.
The rats as humans.
I see.
Yeah.
That makes sense. No, and as for your trip to the doll place, I hear your buck goes a lot further there.
I've heard that too.
I've heard it's kind of expensive to get there, but once you're there, it's
it's
cheap.
really, really
Whatever
cheap.
you do, don't take the cruise there, though.
Yeah, no, I won't. Don't worry. But yeah, I mean, and the reason that they come out in this time of year is because this is when the rodents are coming into the house. In the summer, you don't need the Nutcrackers around because the rodents are all around. But when it's getting cold and they come inside, you have to have the Nutcrackers to keep your family safe.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Got it.
Russia, the land of magic.
And big rats.
And giant rats. That you have to put out Nutcrackers. What do you think? Do you guys...
Well, it's sort of like, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility, but there's a big story that you guys haven't heard.
Well, I think the big problem with the story that you're telling is, I can sum up in one word.
What?
Magic.
Well, no. Because, listen, magic is just a word for things we don't understand yet, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, magic is just a word for science that we don't understand yet.
Okay.
So someday we'll get that nut cracked.
Yeah.
Exactly. Your iPhone, if you had one, would seem very magical to somebody who had lived 100 some years ago.
No, it wouldn't, because they would smash it.
Yeah, they would.
So it wouldn't be magical at all.
Oh, it makes this.
It'd just be this pile of glass and metal.
Yeah.
But I mean, actually, what Devin says, that technology of a high enough level is indistinguishable from magic.
Okay, I feel a lead in here.
So, yeah, the behavior of the Nutcracker, and maybe some other Nutcrackers, is not necessarily magic at all, but easily explained.
All right, let's hear it.
So this might put everything in a different light. The story of the Nutcracker begins roughly in the mid-1450s AD. That's Anno Domingo. According to some lost writings, which very recently turned up on the Internet. Thank God for the Internet once again. And this story starts in the tiny hamlet of Unterschläge am Munchenhaus und Frausenlich in what is today central Bavaria. I'm going to shorten the name of this village to just Unter, if that's okay with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, okay. It's a very old, traditional kind of farming town where everybody lives simple, bucolic lives of filth and squalor. When the harvests were good, of course, it made for a nice winter, but the rest of the time things were kind of lean. That was the way it was back in the old days. And we try to romanticize that, but no, it really sucked. The simple folk of Unter came out of their hovels early one morning at the crack of dawn, and they were greeted by a rather startling sight, which, standing in the middle of the town square, there was a giant humanoid statue. It was made of black material, which almost felt like metal to the touch, but not quite, and that was when people finally worked up the courage to actually walk up to it and touch it. It was black. It didn't seem to reflect light. It didn't seem to absorb light. It was kind of mysterious material. The villagers began to move in a circle around the statue, and they were squawking among themselves and arguing about the meaning of the whole thing and what it was doing there. And then one of them spots a large bone laying on the ground, and there's some disagreement among historians about whether this was a cow's femur or maybe a human femur. Because, like I said, things did get a little lean from time to time in these towns. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of not for sure, but it was a big, hefty bone. So the guy picks it up and turns to the guy next to him and starts beating the hell out of him. But other than the giant statue being present there and all the vicious beatings, of course, things other than that life was pretty much unchanged in Unter. But local artisans and amateur experts came from all over the countryside to take a look at the statue. They didn't have much in the way of scientific, instruments. They couldn't,
sticks and rocks.
Yeah, I mean, they couldn't give it a CAT scan or an MRI or anything like that, but they could poke it and tap it and whatever. And it occurred to somebody that they should measure it. So they did. It was 6 hands deep. That's from the front of the chest to the back. 24 hands wide. That's shoulder to shoulder. And 54 hands tall. A stranger appeared who took note of these measurements, and he was somewhat conversant with math, apparently, and he noted that the numbers reduced to 1 to 4 to 9, which are the squares of the numbers 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Yeah. This mathematician, if that's what exactly he was, but he thought that was significant. The townsfolk, for their part, were suspicious of him and his fancy pants theories, and so they all grabbed their pitchforks and drove him out of town.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that's
typical villager behavior.
Standard operating
Were there
procedure.
torches involved? There's always somebody with a torch.
Actually, they drove him out in daylight, so torches were not necessary.
Oh,
yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Well, torches, aren't always necessary, but they just add a little something
they add a little
driving out.
Yeah, they add ambiance. There's no doubt about that. And definitely there were other drivings out that did require torches. So
they are what make an angry mob of villagers so quaint.
Mm-hmm. I think so. Yeah, all the farm implements. Mm-hmm. Nobody, not a single rifle among them. Just adzes and pitchforks and stuff like that. But let's continue with our story of the statue. It was there for 3 days, and then one day the villagers woke up and it was gone, just like that. Vanished without a trace, except for some massive garbage can-sized footprints leading off to the forest to the northwest. But
is that technically without a trace?
Yeah, so not quite without a trace, I guess. Yeah. So that sparked a little debate. Well, do we track this thing and see what it's up to, or do we just stay the hell away from it and leave well enough alone? And at that point, enter Old Juan, who was a local woodsman and mountain man type guy and an ace tracker. And he volunteered his services in tracking the statue.
Which, again...
He probably overcharged.
Yeah.
Well, he volunteered. They didn't really need Juan to do any tracking since the statue had left, again, deep footprints, and it wouldn't take any more woodcraft to track the statue.
So he assembled a party, I presume?
Yeah, he did. He tried to, but following this guy would not have been tough. But Old Juan volunteered to follow the statue, and everybody agreed that was a great idea, but everyone was otherwise committed, and nobody was able to accompany Juan.
So he just went by himself.
Yeah, finally he gave up on trying to persuade anybody to go with him. Needless to say, he was never heard from again. There's a lot of theories surrounding his disappearance. It's possible he went off to start a new life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, or he, maybe just had an accident in the woods, was eaten by bears, or maybe the statue turned on him and ate him. We don't know.
Maybe they lived happily ever after together?
Yeah, you could have moved in with the statues. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. But forgetting old Juan, but he's kind of a footnote to history. But not long after that, wooden replicas very similar to the statue started popping up everywhere, interestingly enough, starting in the village of Unter. And it's longer than that, I know, but I shortened it. But, moving out from there, more and more in surrounding areas, these little things were popping up everywhere. Puzzle is who was making these things, because they seem like these, very
intricate,
intricate, lovingly handcrafted statuettes or nutcrackers or whatever you want to call them. But the people who lived in this area had no time for this kind of crap, because a typical working day for these farmers was 14 hours of back-breaking labor in the fields. And then after that, you come home and you got to spend another 45 minutes scraping the manure off yourself, and then that doesn't leave a whole lot of more time for like arts and crafts. So the question is who was doing this? These things showed up in local shops. The first recorded instance of a purchase was in late November, or perhaps early December 1455. And the name of the buyer is lost to the ages, so we'll call him Wilhelm. And these things did have articulated bodies, and everybody assumed that they were nutcrackers, because what the hell else are they good for, right? So the nutcracker was given by Wilhelm as a present to somebody else at an office Christmas party. And it was re-gifted about a week later on Christmas Eve. And thus was born, by the way, the ancient Christmas tradition of regifting. I don't know if the regifters did it because they were cheap, or they had no use for the nutcrackers, or maybe the nutcrackers were creeping them out.
That could be it.
That would be it. There might be
They
something
are creepy
about,
little things.
Well, it could be one of those things where, you're sitting there in your living room and you got this nutcracker over there in the corner, or maybe sitting on the mantelpiece, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, did that thing move out of the corner of my eye? That kind of thing?
Yeah, they're weird.
Yeah. In the village and also in a widening geographic area, ever spreading, over the next few years, there was a lot of regifting going on. Often somebody would have just gotten rid of a couple of nutcrackers, and then he'd open up his presents under the Christmas tree and find another one or two waiting for him there.
Oh,
and
that's
so
the worst.
everybody, it seemed like pretty soon everybody in Europe had at least one nutcracker, if not more than one. And at this point, of course, I'm not going to keep you guys, but for the few of you that haven't, the original 18-foot tall statue, turns out, was a self-replicating alien probe. Such things are not unheard of. They've been, these things have been actually prophesied by many scientists here in America and abroad. Such things can and probably do exist, or maybe will exist someday soon. We'll find out one of these days. But an army of little killer cyborgs was metastasizing across the European continent, created by the original statue, or monolith, or whatever you want to call it. And history as we know it was about to be drastically rewritten. But meanwhile, all these little cyborgs were being used to crack nuts, because actually that's what people thought they were, was nutcrackers. So if they weren't regifting them, they were cracking nuts with them. And I'm not sure these little Terminators felt about being used this way. They probably thought it was kind of undignified, at the very least, maybe a little insulting. I assume they just bided their time and waited for the rise of the machines and the robotic takeover, and then they would have their time for their revenge. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So nobody really knew this at the time, but things were not looking up for humanity. We were kind of on the razor's edge there. But then, stroke of luck, on November 14th, 1457, our sun burped up a very large coronal mass ejection, which hit the Earth around midday European time. And you guys know what a coronal mass ejection is, right?
Yeah.
I do,
Yeah.
but you might want to explain it.
Yeah.
Occasionally the sun just burps up very large quantities of, highly charged material and spits them out, away from the sun, off into space. If the Earth and the sun are in a certain position, then sometimes this huge blast of stuff hits our planet. The last time this happened to us on a large scale was in 1859,
right,
when we experienced what's called the Carrington event. And at that time, a lot of electrically based stuff, not that we had a lot of it back in 1859, but we had things like, some power lines, and we had telegraph lines, things like that, Stuff got toasted.
They burst into flames.
Some of that stuff did burst into flames, yeah. And so this is a very fortuitous event for humanity because all those delicate electronic innards inside all those quote-unquote nutcrackers, which
weren't shielded.
Which really they were not. And so we got to say once again, you'd think that the aliens would have been smart enough to plan for something like that, but, It's amazing
what changes from upper management will do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The simplest things get cut out for budget reasons.
Well,
I see it all the time.
I think that everybody assumes that aliens are going to be more competent than human beings, but there's no reason to really think so. Let's face it. Incompetence is kind of a universal rule.
So what did the Vogons do?
Yeah, exactly. So these things were basically bricks now. They were no longer sophisticated little Terminators. They were just bricks and suitable for nothing more, really, than just being nutcrackers. And so that's how they were introduced actually by an alien species. And of course, some of them did occasionally come alive, like for example, to rescue the princess from the Rat Army. But for the most part, they just sat there playing dumb and pretending like they were just, kitchen implements, nutcrackers.
And holiday decorations.
But they were just waiting for their turn. Which, tragically for them, never happened.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I personally, having done my research and watched the documentaries, I still think that I have the right answer. But you two are welcome to believe whatever stories you want as to what the real truth is behind the Nutcracker.
Well, the whole thing about it is rabbits with antelope horns. I know, of course, they exist. But the duck wings, come on, dude. I mean, really.
Listen, just because you don't understand a cryptid doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Doesn't mean at least that some taxidermist hasn't created it.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the problem here. I mean, we know rats exist. We know, giant rats exist. Aliens and some weird cryptid animal, no. I mean,
listen, we are killing species off left, right, and center. They hardly exist anymore. We wiped them out.
There's almost no species left.
Yeah, we've eaten them all.
All we got to do is wipe each other out, and
then we're good.
Yeah.
Clean slate.
Yeah. I mean, we know giant rats exist, and they have very, very bad attitudes towards people. So I think I'm right.
A lot of them do. And if there are rats, they must have a rat king.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
There's punk rats, with their little rat mohawks. Those I see all the time downtown.
Yeah. Well, you got to carry your Nutcracker with you, and they'll just run away because they'll be like, "Oh no, it's that guy that beat us off thousands of years ago."
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this special holiday episode. You can believe whichever version of the story you want. That's why we've got them all out there. Enjoy your holiday. Have fun. Be safe. And we will talk to you soon.
Merry Christmas, everybody. And Happy New Year and all that stuff, too.
Bye, guys.
Oh, yeah. Ho, ho, ho.
Thinking sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there. Welcome again to another episode of Thinking Sideways. We're the guys who tackle unsolved mysteries and solve the heck out of them.
Guys?
We're the guys and girls.
Gang.
Sorry.
Gang.
Yeah. So I am joined, as always, by
Devin
and
Steve.
Yeah, and so let's just dive headfirst into another mystery. Okay, before I forget, this is a listener-suggested episode, so I want to give a big shout-out to Ash from England. Thanks, Ash.
Wait, if we're a gang, do we have hand signs?
Duh.
We have hand signs, we have colors, we have guns.
Yeah, it's like this, and then this one.
Oh, the question mark thing with the finger. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
And there's a bird. Okay. All right, so our mystery this week, Dorothy Arnold. Some of you may have heard of Dorothy Arnold. This is actually 100 years ago, kind of a huge thing. It got worldwide publicity. Let me talk a little bit about her. Dorothy Harriet Camille Arnold was
That's
the
a
daughter.
name. Let's talk about that.
I know Grandma and Grandma's names or something like that. Her mother had like 5 names. That's kind of a rich people thing, I think. But anyway, she was the daughter of Francis and Mary Arnold. Francis Arnold was a stinking rich perfume importer. They lived in a very posh Manhattan house just a block east of Central Park. Very nice part of town. They were listed in the Social Register, which is a big deal for rich people. You guys have probably heard of the Social Register, right?
Oh, I'm on it.
Yeah. Oh, you're on it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Totally.
1%er. Dorothy was a socialite. And definition of socialite is, quote, someone who is well known in fashionable society and spends a significant amount of time participating in social activities such as parties and other fashionable events. That's from Wikipedia. Parties, by the way, which none of us ever get invited to.
Well, Steve does, obviously.
Yeah, apparently.
Because he's
highfalutin and stuff.
Yeah. On the social register.
I've decided to screw the mystery. I'm going to spend the next hour just ranting about the 1%.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that.
All right.
How about you?
No.
Oh.
Please.
You want a mystery?
I think that's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's solve a mystery then. Back to Dorothy. On Monday, December 12th, 1910, so 104 years ago, Dorothy left the family house in the morning saying that she was going to go shopping for a dress.
For her
sister.
Sister's debutante.
Yeah, again,
ball.
more rich socialite stuff.
It wasn't even her debutante ball.
Yeah, exactly. So she had to obviously go buy a new dress for that.
Of course.
Yeah. Anyway, she left the house to go shopping, and the family never saw her again. And this was a huge deal. I mean, got a lot of publicity, and everybody was wondering what happened.
Yeah, it was all over the newspapers.
Oh yeah, the family and their investigators were able to piece together her trail, at least some of her trail, where she went before she disappeared. So first off, she went to a store at 27th and 5th Avenue.
Can we talk about New York and the way that they do streets and how confusing that is?
Yeah, I know.
Please, yes, because I still see this and it still confuses the heck out of me.
At 27th and 5th. What?
Yeah.
It's avenues run one way and streets run the other. Is that correct?
Yeah, kind of like Vancouver. You know, you guys have been to the Couve.
Nope.
You haven't been
Washington?
To Vancouver, Washington.
Yes.
Yeah. That's
so
it's
that way
I
too?
don't know which one is north south and which one is east west, but it is avenues one way and streets the other. I could literally be on 5th and 5th potentially.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's so dumb.
I know it is kind of dumb, but it is what it is. I don't think they're going to change.
We've just enraged so many New Yorkers.
The way Portland does it is so much better.
I know.
With names of people that nobody knows.
That's okay.
Yeah, I know. Well, so anyway, I've taken the liberty of printing up this map, which I got off of Google, so you can see up in the upper right-hand corner where she started from. And the place where she went to buy, she stopped at a store and bought half a pound of chocolate, which is down here.
Mm-hmm.
Which is 27th and 5th.
Yeah, and that's 2.5 miles away, so she could hoof it. But I didn't mention, by the way, Dorothy was 25 and apparently liked to walk. So she headed south 2.5 miles and then headed back north to a bookstore.
But, that's an hour walk, really.
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal.
Bad.
Yeah.
You've got a day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just walk.
Yeah, she's not in a huge hurry or anything.
So she bought a half a pound of chocolate.
Bought half a pound of chocolate, and then she went to a bookstore. The bookstore is Brentano's, which, by the way, was in an episode of Seinfeld. It was actually a New York landmark bookstore for many, many years before it got absorbed by Borders, and I assume Borders is out of business by now. But
almost, if not.
Actually, I can't think of the last time I saw brick and mortar Borders.
Yeah.
No.
Barnes & Noble's somehow still around. Borders.
I think I've seen Borders in malls, and that's the only place I've seen them, and that was years ago.
This episode of Thinking Sideways podcast brought to you by Borders.
No, brought to you by defunct bookstores.
Yeah. That'll be our next mystery is where did all the bookstores go?
Yeah.
Oh, anyway, so she stopped at this bookstore and bought a book by somebody you'd never heard of, Jane Calvin something. I did a Google on her. I couldn't find anything. But anyway, apparently she was popular 100 years ago. But she left a paper trail at these stores because she charged her purchases to the family accounts.
Okay.
Both places, right?
Yeah. She had kind of a sweet deal. Her family, of course, as I said, was stinking rich. She got $100 in a monthly allowance, which is the equivalent of $2,440 today, in today's dollars. And, she had to pay, didn't have to pay any rent, didn't have to pay utilities, didn't have to pay for food. Plus, she could go out shopping and charge things to the family account. So she just
on top of her allowance.
On top of that $100 allowance.
She had,
That's
I saw a mention that she had $30 or $40 in her possession at that time, right?
I think the family estimated she left the house with $25 to $35.
Well, I remember reading this. She had a day or two before gone out with friends, and I think she took her friends to a movie, and then they had gotten food afterwards, and she had gone to the bank and gotten $36 out of the bank, which seems like such a funny number to us today, but then was obviously a large sum of cash.
That was probably $700 or $800,
right? And then they knew how much she should have approximately spent at these locations, so they figured she had about $25 currency at that for that time period on her, which again is a pretty decent sum of money.
It's not like, run away to the hills, finance the rest of your life money.
No, not quite.
So, it's that weird middle ground.
Yeah.
Anyways, I think that's worth mentioning.
Yeah. More on that later, but okay. Anyway, so after the bookstore, outside the bookstore, she ran into a friend of hers named Gladys King, and they chatted for a bit, parted ways, and this was at about 1:45 in the afternoon, according to Gladys, and that was the last time she was seen by anybody who knew her.
She literally evaporated from the streets of New York.
The last time didn't the story go that Gladys turned around a second time to wave goodbye?
Oh yeah.
And saw her at 5th and
basically,
a couple blocks away.
Or something like that, and so that was it. So, she just sort of vanished from the earth into the history books. Over the following months, many people from across the country claimed to have seen her because after the news got out, people were phoning in tips from all around the country claiming they'd seen her. And the family, being rich, they had a lot of money to actually send detectives out to follow up on all these leads, and so they were mostly followed up on. And none of them panned out, unfortunately. So when she didn't return home in the evening, her parents started calling all of her friends looking for her. Nobody knew what had happened to her. Now, let me take a break here. Before we launch into more history and theories, here's a few things about her life just before the disappearance. And I'm talking about these things now because they'll have a little bearing later on in the story. Okay, number one, Dorothy was interested in being a writer, and she had actually written 2 short stories and submitted it to a magazine called McClure's, which I've never heard of, but they're probably gone by now. And they were rejected, which left her feeling a bit depressed, apparently.
Which I just think Steve and I were chatting about this earlier.
Yeah,
and I was just thinking how I guess cute and funny it is, not to be dismissive of the impact that this can have on someone, but how kind of cute and funny it is that she submitted 2 papers and they got rejected, and she was like, well, shucks, my career as a writer is over.
I know. It's like, I know. You're supposed to have a little bit more persistence.
Yeah, or, maybe submit to another magazine that might be more interested in your writing style.
Yeah,
it seems like she was aiming for the top only. But then again, if you do the readings on this, her family knew that she was a writer, so there's all this talk about how they were mocking her for trying to write.
Yeah.
But McClure's is the only place that I think she submitted 2 to them and 1 to another magazine.
Something like that. Not a lot, though.
Let's think about 1910. There are tons and tons of magazines and newspapers and rags around that you can submit to.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I'm not going to cast any aspersions on her, but I think that maybe a bit of her social status told her that she had to only go for these particular ones.
Like the equivalent of the New Yorker.
Right.
Yeah.
I am from the upper class, so I must write for the New Yorker.
I know. Why not write for Field
I need to cut my teeth, and I'll get my stuff published wherever I can get it published, because that's the way all of the good writers in this world have gone about it.
Well,
they
and
wrote crap,
clearly,
they got it published by crap people, and eventually they got better.
And clearly her problem was that I'm sure she was sending them in under her own name instead of a male pseudonym.
Well,
that's another good point.
It's another point entirely.
I think actually women writers were kind of accepted back in those days.
They were
not so much. There were some women writers, but when did suffrage happen? When did the suffrage movement go through?
That was like in the 30s.
Yeah, so this is pre all of that.
No.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the 1930s?
Yeah.
No, it was the early 1900s, late 1800s.
Okay, so but this is when all that's happening, and there's still a huge bit of misogyny is not the right word. What is it?
A little bit of it.
Yeah, it's some of that, and it's the old boy society. It's men do this, and women clean the house and take care of the children.
And that's why Dorothy was a socialite.
Right.
Because maybe today she'd actually be doing something useful. Back in those days, you're rich and you're not expected to actually do anything, like become a dentist or a lawyer or anything like that.
And Devin's got a great point, though, is that as a woman, if she had set it in under the name of Dawn instead of Dorothy, it might have gotten picked up. They're like, oh, well, Dawn's not that great of a writer, but we'll publish his stuff. It's okay.
Well,
whereas
The thing about it is I forget what the title of one of her stories was. It was like
Phoenix or the
no,
Lotus.
it was like the poinsettia and the flame, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, if you want to sell
exactly
your story, it should have a title like Pork Chop Hill.
So what we're saying is she should have been submitting to Harlequin.
Yeah. Anyway, so, she gave up, obviously, although we didn't see the notes. They might have been quite brutal. It's just like... dear Miss Arnold, thanks for submitting your excrescence. Please don't ever do this again. You don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know if when they sent rejection letters, if they actually sent it back all marked up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that would crush somebody. If somebody sent back your manuscript and they had taken the time to red pen it.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they did.
I don't think they even return your manuscript. I think they just send you a letter and save on postage.
Well, but that's what I'm getting to the point of. The way that it's portrayed and how strongly she took the rejection, you would think that somebody had taken the time to red pen all of her work and send it back and say, all of these things are wrong. No, thank you.
That or, she was the daughter of a very wealthy family and was not used to being said no to.
Good point.
Could be. Yeah.
Very good point.
I mean, just saying.
Yeah.
Or maybe she just was a really bad writer and she just couldn't perceive this. But anyway, we're kind of getting off into the weeds here.
Yeah.
All right, so I mentioned her abortive writing career. Also, what else happened? A few months before she disappeared, Dorothy asked her father if she could move out of the house and get an apartment in Greenwich Village where she could write and be all artistic and stuff.
And someday meet Bob Dylan.
Yeah. Dad said no.
That was the same time, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Pretty close.
Totally.
It was 20th century.
Yeah,
So, yeah. He said no, and he said something on the order of a good writer can write anywhere, so you can write in your bedroom, honey.
I feel like that's a great answer, though.
Oh, I know.
I mean...
Okay, we've already gone in the weeds once, but I'm going to stand up for Dad here a little bit.
Yeah.
I already pay for all of this kid's stuff, and I give her an allowance. And by the way, living at home is free, and eating at home is relatively free. But now you want to get an apartment, which means you want me to pay for said apartment and all of your bills.
Well, and on top of that, I think back in those days that a woman moving out of the house before she actually found a husband and got married, well, that
was frowned upon.
I was just going to say, at 25 in those days, if you were not actively courting someone suitable to your parents' liking, you were probably not doing super well according to your parents.
Yeah, she was actually courting somebody. We'll talk about that in a little bit here.
Yeah.
But he was not suitable, unfortunately, to the parents.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, her dad did make a remark along the lines of he wouldn't mind her dating more guys at all, just not worthless guys or something like that.
No, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's talk about it. I think we're there.
Yeah, I think we are.
So speaking of that guy, in September 1910, about 3 months before she disappeared, Dorothy told her parents she was going to go visit a former college classmate in Boston. She did go to Boston, but she didn't hang much with her classmate, but she spent the week with a guy named George Griscom Jr.
Griscom.
Yeah, I think it's Griscom. Maybe it might be Grissom or something like that.
It's Griscom.
I think you got it right.
Let's go for Griscom. Yeah. He was from a rich family in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They were all proper about it. They stayed in separate hotels, not just separate rooms, but separate hotels. So maybe no copulation occurred. We don't know. But a lot of the Dorothy Arnold theorists out there think that it did, and it forms the basis for a lot of their ideas about why she disappeared. So a little bit more about him, George Griscom. She was seeing him, and obviously there was something going on there, but Dorothy's father basically forbade her from seeing him, because even though he was rich, he came from a good family, he was considered to be, by Dorothy, Mr. Arnold, to be a worthless slacker.
Yeah, I mean, he was like 40-something, 42, right?
Yeah.
And living at home and kind of just like living off of his parents' money. Not
pretty
really.
much, yeah.
He wasn't earning anything for himself.
Yeah, I had heard that he went to law school and got a law degree and was working as a contract lawyer, for doing contract law, but apparently not working too terribly hard.
Yeah.
And still, if you're 42 and still living at home, you're really not very ambitious, let's face it. Yeah. Well, sorry. You're not 42.
That's true.
Yeah. Right, yeah, he wasn't out making a name
I don't
for
even
himself.
know where that was going.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
I feel better about my life
I
now.
just really wanted to stick a finger
I'm not
in your
gonna
eye.
go throw myself off a bridge like Dorothy did. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're getting ahead of her.
Yeah.
You gave away the ending. No, she didn't really throw herself off a bridge.
So George was not a suitable suiter.
Not in the eyes of Dad.
Yeah.
Anyway, but the folks didn't actually find out about this Boston thing with Griscom until after the disappearance, when apparently the Boston police discovered that Dorothy had pawned $500 worth of jewelry to pay for her hotel room. And this leads me to observe that if copulation actually had occurred, you would think that Griscom would have paid her hotel bill at least.
As a gentleman.
Don't you think? Wouldn't that be the classy thing to do?
Well, and
he doesn't sound like he had a lot of class. Let's be honest.
Well, he might have been on a short leash too. Maybe the folks didn't give him a huge allowance.
I think we need to back up here a little bit.
Yeah.
I think we've missed a salient point in this story, which is, so she disappeared, and then now we're talking about like some of the investigation that found Griscom. But I think what's important for people to understand is the cops weren't brought in
until kind of
3 weeks later or 2 weeks later.
It varies, Actually,
yeah, it was weeks later because they were keeping it under the rug. They called their lawyer.
Yeah.
And the lawyer looked for her.
No, the lawyer didn't. He hired a private investigator.
Well, he actually did a lot of looking too.
But the thing is that I think people understand is this didn't become a full-fledged investigation right away.
Although
she disappeared, they didn't say anything because there's that weird.
They didn't say anything to the cops for a while because they probably were thinking that there could be something scandalous here. Like they're going to search for her, and then when she turns up, she's going to be like shacked up in a hotel room with some dude,
right?
Something like that,
right? But
so
I mean,
they wanted to keep it out. They wanted to keep it quiet.
There was all kinds of rumors of weird stuff that they did. Somebody called the house. One of her girlfriends called the house the night she disappeared, and her mother said, "Yeah, she's here. Oh, can I talk to her?" No, she's asleep in bed.
Yeah, she went to bed with a headache or something like that.
Yeah, which is, I mean, there's a lot of weird things about this story, and I think that it's that natural tendency of people with money to try to hide anything that's going on. But it's always a detriment to an investigation.
Yeah, well, hell yeah. But according to some accounts, the time lag was, most accounts actually, the time lag was 6 weeks before they talked to the cops.
Yeah, but they hired...
Well, yeah, they supposedly hired Pinkerton Detectives.
Which is a fairly famous detective agency, as it turns out.
Yeah, although actually in a newspaper account that I read of it, the newspaper account kind of made it clear that the police had actually been brought in much earlier, like a week after she disappeared.
Really?
Yeah, but he didn't. They didn't actually go public until about 6 weeks after the disappearance.
Oh, okay. See, when the articles I came across insinuated that it had been multiple weeks, but that might be just when it was released.
It's also hard to tell, as again, Steve and I were talking about this earlier, and we were talking about the fact that, late 1800s, early 1900s, all of these articles kind of just read like People magazine.
They do.
And it may be, slight differences in the writing styles, things like that, but a lot of it is just kind of, well, we heard from a source that so-and-so knows that so-and-so knows that so-and-so said, blah, 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 blah. It reads like a gossip column kind of more than actual news is what we're used to.
Yeah, I was going to talk about this in a little bit. This article from the Pittsburgh Press that came out in 1914 that was a big game changer for the whole thing. And it was like, and the article contradicts itself. It's kind of incoherent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of contradicts itself. But anyway, more on that later. All right, so the Arnold family asked a friend who was also a lawyer, his name was John Keith, and they hired him to try to find Dorothy. So Keith, as I said,
sorry.
I had Dorothy. Keith was a lawyer and not a private eye, so I suspect that they hired him because of attorney-client privilege.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
If they wanted to keep it low.
Yeah, and plus he was a family friend, so he could be expected to keep it on the DL. So, yeah, and as we said, they didn't want publicity. They reportedly didn't tell the police for 6 weeks, although maybe it was less than that. But the police managed to keep quiet about the whole thing, although that's kind of surprising because the police, even these days, are kind of corrupt in New York.
Yeah, they're known
even
to
more corrupt.
Yeah.
They're known to, sell information to reporters, but that would be a good reason to keep them out. So anyway, John Keith came over to their house and searched her room looking for clues. Apparently all of her stuff was there, clothes and everything else.
Save for the one outfit she was wearing, right?
Of course, yeah. She had to go out. She couldn't go out naked, for Christ's sake.
Wow.
Yeah, well, she could.
But.
Yeah.
She didn't.
That would be, looked upon with disfavor. But he found some burned papers in the fireplace, which everybody assumed were just the manuscripts that had been rejected by McClure's. Again, come on, Dorothy. Man up. Send it out to somebody else under a phony name.
Send it cracked, man. They'd accept it.
They found brochures too.
Cracked.
Cracked? Yeah, they probably would.
Sorry. I'm so
Mad
sorry,
magazine.
everyone.
What else? One thing that piqued a little interest is they found some brochures apparently for steamliners to Europe. Because remember, in those days, they didn't have 777s. You had to actually take a slow boat. And that fueled a lot of speculation then and even today that she wanted to run off and join Griscom or somebody else and just, start a new life. Maybe. So John Keith checked hospitals, jails, morgues in New York, Philadelphia, and Boston, looking for her body or whatever, and he found nothing. Finally, he suggested hiring the Pinkerton Detective Agency.
Which is still in operation today.
Yeah.
And is a very famous historic investigation service. Just throwing that out there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. No, they
Google
keep
Pinkerton,
finding people.
Yeah.
Pinkerton investigations, and you will find some stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm expecting them to call us one of these days.
I hope so.
We got a really tough mystery here. And we just can't crack it.
Well, since we solve everything.
I know.
They're not going to call us because you know what's going to happen is Joe's going to answer their phone. He's going, duh, it was the Chupacabra.
I know.
Dun, dun, dun.
Send me my money and hang up.
Yeah.
Well, that's why we don't give Joe the phone.
See, I could just picture that though. Yeah, get up my magnifying glass. I see it. You see right over here? This track looks like nothing, but it's actually a Chupacabra track. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, enough of that. So anyway, the Pinkertons did more of the same. They searched hospitals, morgues, same thing, except that they were able to cast a wider net since they weren't one single attorney. And actually, and after they thought about the tickets and everything, they sent some detectives to Europe to look for her also. And so they spent a lot of money on this.
I gotta raise something that I was reading the newspaper accounts and the stuff about the Pinkertons. And, of course, they couldn't send somebody to Europe to look for her getting off the boat because they couldn't get there fast enough. So they had to wire her description.
Mm-hmm.
So
I guess
I know what this woman looks like according to a written description. And they find a number of women who they think could look like her, but who say they aren't her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, one... a written description of somebody is very far-flung from what they actually look like. And two, if I walk up and I say, excuse me, are you Dorothy? And you go, no, dude,
no.
I'm Jane. I'm from Illinois. Oh, sorry. And let's move about your business. How effective of a search means is this?
Yeah, this is very true. I mean, I don't know. Back in those days, they couldn't exactly email some photos of those
well,
guys.
that's what I mean, is that they sent people to look for people getting off the boats. It's like, this doesn't seem like it's got a high probability of success.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I can see that. Europe's kind of a big place.
Man, looking for people was really hard back in those days.
Looking for people today is hard.
I know, and you can email stuff and make things viral, and
I lose people in crowds that I know.
Yeah.
Like, where were you? 2 feet in front of you. Really?
Yeah, I was hiding from you. I was hoping never to see you again.
Obviously.
In plain sight.
Yeah.
So they looked in Europe because of the steamliner brochures, right?
Yeah.
Were there any other reasons that they found to look in New York? Or, in Europe? Yeah.
Well, there was one other guy, yeah. There was George Griscom, who it turns out went to Italy. I'm not sure exactly when he went over there, but he was in Italy with his folks, tootling around.
He was with his parents.
Yeah, he was with his parents. Yeah, they telegrammed him. Apparently, they got a hold of him, and he telegrammed them back and said he didn't know anything about what happened to Dorothy, and they weren't buying it. So apparently, Mother Mary and her older brother John went to Naples to confront him.
No, not the mother's older brother, but Dorothy's older brother.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Her son John. Dorothy's
her son
older
John.
brother.
Okay.
Yeah. So he denied it, and he gave them a letter that he'd received from her in December, apparently. Although in some accounts it says that he gave them a sheaf of letters. But,
yeah, like a case of them.
Yeah,
that was what I had read. Yeah.
Yeah, or a packet or something like that. But so the letter, this last letter mentioned that she had just she'd just been rejected by McClure's again, that she was kind of depressed over the whole thing. And that, of course, fueled speculation that she may have committed suicide because she was so down over this whole thing about not getting her stories accepted.
Yeah. And the hard thing with Griscom is I spent a lot of time looking at him, trying to pin down when he went to Italy. Because I thought...
That's what I was curious about, too.
Yeah, I really was.
Everybody thinks, maybe he murdered her. You know?
Well, so I was like, when the heck did he leave the country?
I wasn't able to find that out.
And all you can ever find is when he came back.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing says when he left, which either means that A, reporters just didn't think to ask, or B, he just never said how long he'd been on holiday.
Yeah, I guess I got the sense that he'd been gone for a while, and finding out that he went with his family kind of makes his story less suspicious to me.
Yeah, because it wasn't like he was escaping the heat or anything like that.
Yeah,
it also sounds like if he was over there and she was sending him a bunch of letters to the point where he had a whole sheaf of them or a whole packet of them, that he was over there for a while.
Well, and that they had found letters in her possession, right, that had a foreign...
postmarks.
So they
were
could have been corresponding.
Even though they were forbidden to see each other.
So I would suspect that he had been overseas for a while.
Well, there'd been 3 months between their rendezvous in September, and then when she disappeared in December. That's a 3-month time span. If you write every couple of days, that's going to be a stack of letters after a couple of months.
Yeah, well, I was kind of assuming that that he was not hanging on to every letter ever that she wrote, but just the ones that he'd received since he'd arrived in Europe. And maybe the ones while he was in the States were back home in a drawer, but I assumed that the ones in that sheaf were just ones that he'd received in Europe.
Sure, and let's reiterate the fact that those letters come over on ships.
Yeah, they take a while to get there.
It takes a while to get there and back. So if you have a couple, even just like 5 or 6, that represents a couple weeks either way.
Yeah, and so he probably, that last letter probably got that in, who knows, mid to late December, maybe even January.
Yeah.
And by the way, this confrontation took place in January January 1911.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And she disappeared in December. It seems
12th.
Unlikely to me that he was in the States at that point, but who knows?
Okay. So anyway, we're back. We're going to resume the history. Just one more little thing, and then we're going to talk about some theories about what happened. So anyway, at about 6 weeks after the disappearance, the police persuaded Francis Arnold, her dad, to hold a press conference, and he did. And by this time, he had been convinced that she was dead. And so he said at the press conference that he thought that she'd been murdered in Central Park and thrown into the reservoir. And so everybody in town started drinking bottled water.
Just like in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, and then but there was one problem with that theory, was as the police pointed out to him that it was the temperature was like 22 degrees or 21 degrees on the day that she disappeared. So and the lake was frozen over, and people had been skating on it. So I'm not sure why he was so convinced that she had been murdered and much less thrown in the lake.
He was so convinced that she was dead that in his will, like
she wasn't mentioned
later.
Yeah.
No, she was mentioned specifically that he left no provisions for her because he had been sufficiently convinced that she was dead.
Yeah.
He said, in fact, I am intentionally not leaving anything for her because in my mind she's dead.
Yeah,
which is like a step extra, right?
Yeah.
It's not only saying like, well, my daughter's dead, so I'm just not going to mention her. It's saying, no, I'm going to take the time out in my will to say, oh no, she's absolutely dead.
Yeah.
So that to me is a little hinky.
Well, and we're about to get into theories, right?
Yeah.
So let me just throw out this random one.
Yeah.
And this is fueled by my extensive knowledge of New York socialite behavior from watching Castle, is that they do all kinds of weird things to protect the family name. So if he is so convinced that she's dead, how do we know he didn't have her knocked?
Well, we don't.
Because if he she was thrown into the reservoir. That's because that's what the guy that I hired her to knock her off for whatever offense he deemed so terrible to get rid of her for had said he had done.
And then the guy goes to throw her in, and it's frozen over. So
and she skips,
joke's on you.
And then he drags her somewhere else. But I would, it's plausible.
Well,
if this guy was from the start, he was dang near from the start. It sounded like he was convinced she was dead.
Well, not from the start. I mean, but I think I think as time went by, he just became convinced that she was dead for God knows what reason. Probably.
But and again, this is the newspaper recounts, which makes it difficult. But he seemed to be one of the first ones that I noticed saying, "I'm pretty sure she's dead."
Yeah.
Now maybe that's him being practical and detaching himself from the situation because his daughter is missing and he's got no other choice but to presume she's dead. Or maybe it's, well, I sort of know, and let me just lean towards this theory and see if anybody else follows me with it.
Yeah. Well, this guy knew his daughter pretty well, probably. I mean, most people know their family members really well. So the options, like she like say just left, just for whatever reason, just ran away from home. He may have known her well enough to know that could never happen. Mm-hmm. Like, for example, look at her behavior regarding her literary rejections. Mm-hmm. She didn't have a lot of stick-to-itiveness. I mean, he maybe understood that she didn't have, what's the word that I'm thinking about here?
Resilience?
The resilience, the chutzpah, to actually go out and make a life of her own. He probably figured that if she did run away from home, she would have been back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, right? She would be like me running away from home and making it halfway across the block and sitting there being like, why aren't they coming after me?
Yeah.
This is such a long walk.
I know.
I'm tired. I'm hungry.
She could have. There were some theories that she'd had an accident and had amnesia and she was in a hospital somewhere, but obviously they'd searched all that, so that possibility was ruled out. Mm-hmm. And there's not... so there's not that many possibilities in his mind. Probably it's like she hasn't come back, and I know she would be back by now if she was still alive and it didn't have amnesia, so she's got to be dead. And she didn't just up and die because she was in good health. So that means that, New York, it was a dangerous place.
Yeah.
Back in those days, it's very possible somebody. But anyway, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yes, we are.
Okay, let's talk about theories. There's a lot of stuff out there. There's actually still, even today, many years later, there's still people talking about this. I went to, there's a website called Web Sleuths. Have you seen those guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen those guys.
We know those guys pretty well.
I almost made it to an entire thread, and it went on for years. I mean, it was a long thread. And boy, I mean, I found a few useful little nuggets in there, but holy crap, I had to wade through just a ton of bilge.
That's why I think that's why Steve and I just don't do that anymore.
Yeah. I found that I will read about the first dozen and then I quit.
Yeah.
If I can find a link to 3 good things in a row, I will link it and we'll read it. But pretty much other than that, I just can't.
Yeah,
it's the issue with all forums, but we've gone into that before. So.
Oh yeah. But anyway, there's a lot of theorizing on those, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. And actually, as this thread went on that I was reading through, it's like the one theory that came out, seemed to come out on top, that more and more of them seemed to believe in, was our theory number one, which is that Dorothy ran away to join the circus.
Okay, but not the circus, but ran away.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
That's the Joe interpretation.
Yeah, exactly. It's to the point where all these people are, lots and lots of these people are saying, I hope she just really had a wonderful life, and yada yada, and it's like, dudes, really, I mean, and it's kind of a group thing kind of thing, because there were other theories that were kind of prevalent, and then more and more of them seem to trend to this whole that she ran away to get away from her domineering father.
So what is this theory?
Yeah, and so in this interpretation, she was chafing on her domineering father, although it's not necessarily clear that he was domineering. I mean, there's stuff like on her Wikipedia page, and there was a lot of this on this particular Web Sleuth thread, that her family was they were completely mean to her. They tormented her.
That was the whole thing about finding out about her writing,
and just sneering at her and mocking at her. But there's not much evidence in that. I mean, this stuff kind of it got to the point where, in this thread, for example, it built to this point where they're saying, it started out with, they're teasing her, they're mocking her, and then it got to the point where they were so vicious towards her. I don't blame her for leaving. I mean, they're all they just convince themselves of this stuff.
Well, and the only bit of evidence that really I've seen in researching this was that she stopped getting mail for her writing at the house. She got a P.O. box.
Yeah.
So that the family didn't see those letters come through.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if she had one rejection, and then she got a P.O. box because they teased her, and she got a second rejection. Okay, well, that just makes sense. My family doesn't need to know what I'm doing.
Well, exactly.
They can be jerks because they're family.
That's the whole thing, is you're 25 years old, you're living at home, but you don't want your parents and your family to be in all your stuff, right? And, so that doesn't necessarily mean her family was being nasty to her.
Yeah, that whole theory really like screams to me the kind of demographic that comments on threads like this very often, right? And I am not so far out of this demographic of the like kind of like mid to late teens, early 20s demographic, where it's very easy to like play the victim and like identify with that person who's like being victimized and like, oh man, her life was so hard. And it's like, you forget that, oh my gosh, she was being given like $2,400 a month just for existing.
I know.
You know, like she was living a totally pampered life.
Yeah,
maybe like her family was tormenting her, but probably not tormenting her, probably just like every family
teasing.
does, where you're just like, oh, the writer over there, the artist over there, which my family does all the time. Everybody's family does. That's part of a healthy family dynamic.
Yeah, sure.
But when you're in your like mid to late teens, early 20s, you see that as like, oh, my family hates me. Like, my life is so hard.
Yeah.
And I think with stories like this, it's really easy to grab onto that one little tiny nugget of like the way that family life could be and ignore everything else and say, well, she was tormented. Thank God she left.
No, yeah, exactly. And
Like,
this is the thread. They're reading each other's postings, you know, and so it's sort of like a rumor, you know. It just gets out. One person reads this, and somebody adds just a little bit
chain
to
mail,
it. And
right?
It's chain mail.
Today's chain mail.
Yeah. So anyway, so there's some theories that people have out there that she left to start a life of her own. And other people say that she left to run off with George Griscom or somebody else and start a new life. But on the flip side, as you were saying, she had a pampered life. Everything was taken care of, and she had that big fat allowance. And she didn't have to spend that if she wanted to buy stuff. She could put things on the family account.
Yeah.
And as we discussed earlier, she wasn't really like a stick-to-her-guns kind of lady.
No, exactly.
You know, she would have gotten into it and realized it was hard and probably come back and said, oops, just kidding.
Yeah, and even, you know, I think that even if she'd left and actually made a good life for herself, unless there was some hideous abuse that I'm not aware of, I think sooner or later she would have contacted her family again.
Agree.
You know, I mean, So that's why I think this is just pure BS. I
agree.
Yeah. All right. The next theory, botched abortion, part 1. Yeah. Okay.
Part 1?
Part 1
botched
of
abortion.
12, I guess.
All right. So the Pittsburgh Press published an article on April 10th, 1914.
This is the like kind of coherent one we were talking about, right?
The semi-coherent one, the one that contradicts itself just a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Because of this article, a lot of people are out there theorizing that Dorothy went to an abortion clinic in Pittsburgh and died there due to a botched abortion. A lot of people make a lot about the location, which is in Pittsburgh. That's where Griscom lived at the time. His family
but he
was from
wasn't
Pittsburgh.
there.
Yeah, and
Right.
but the fact is I don't know if he was there or not.
No, he
actually.
wouldn't have been if he
shouldn't have been.
received.
He should have been. He should have been in Europe at this
Well,
time.
but
I'm
if
not
he
100%
received
certain.
a letter in December, anytime in December, really, in Italy, it would have had to have been sent.
Yeah, it seems
early December.
It seems that he could not have been there. Yes.
Wait. We're making a presumption here that he kept the letter in the envelope that it arrived in to prove that he was there.
I gotta be honest with you. I think that people were suspicious enough of him that had he been lacking the envelope or been able to otherwise not able to prove that...
Well, he's a pretty rich dude. I think he could have persuaded people to not be looking for... Listen,
I'm not sure.
I opened the letter and I threw the envelope into the fire because I just needed to get the fire going.
Well, I don't know exactly what kind of stationery she used, but back in those days, I mean, I have after my parents died, I inherited a lot of the family archives, and from those days, back in the old days. Stuff that went across the ocean was generally they had this. It was like this blue paper, where the paper of the letter itself folded up and made the envelope, because that's to save weight and save postage. And so, of course, Dorothy didn't necessarily need to do that. She was rich, so maybe she could actually have a letter in an envelope. But back in the old days, I can show you some of those things. It was like it just sort of really super thin paper, and it all folded together neatly and made the envelope, and the letter was the envelope. And so it might have been that.
Yeah,
and a lot of people keep envelopes. You know, you read the letter and then you stick the letter back in the envelope and you put it in your box.
No, I'm guilty of that. I admit.
Yeah,
I have lots of bills that are still in their envelopes.
Yeah, but anyway, you know, I'm not saying I personally don't believe that there's anything to make of the location in Pittsburgh, but a lot of people think, whoa,
And what's the basis behind this again?
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh
thing
is because that's where Griscom lived?
Yeah, that's where his family was from. Yeah. So the basis of this whole abortion thing is that a lot of people theorize that during their week together in Boston, he got her pregnant. Yeah, and she needed to get an abortion. Remember, that was in September, so she's like, a
couple months along.
Yeah, and 3 months along. She's
2 to 3 months, somewhere in that ballpark.
3 is about when you know.
Yeah, you missed a few periods,
I mean, you miss one. Okay, like fine, whatever. I'm stressed. I'm depressed. You missed 2.
Been eating Cheetos for the last 3 weeks, but
or I'm anorexic, but yeah.
Sabor de Soledades, yeah.
Yeah,
and then I guess 2, you probably make the appointment. 3, you go to the appointment. I don't know.
I don't think. Yeah, I can't say.
Yeah. Well, so anyway,
I have no idea.
Nope.
Yeah. So the article included testimony from a local doctor. His name was Lutz, and he said that one of his female patients, Lutz. Why is that making you laugh?
Because I just made a 30 Rock reference, and now we're making another one inadvertently.
Oh,
I apologize.
Totally inadvertent. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. What does Dr. Lutz say?
Well, the Dr. Lutz apparently told the local DA, and this appeared in the paper, that one of his female patients had been to this in other parts of the paper actually has 2 articles about this in the same day. In the other article, they call it a sanitarium. This one, they call it a clinic or whatever. Where women
I feel
were
like that was a
operated
fairly interchangeable term in those days.
Yeah, I know. Sanitarium doesn't necessarily mean what it means today in those days. Well, anyway, so he said that one of his female patients told him that she had been up there and that she had seen Dorothy Arnold at this clinic, at this abortion clinic. Yeah, and so...
And this is years after the fact.
This is 3 years after.
Okay.
This is 3 years after. Oh, excuse me. It's about 3
about
years.
3 years.
A little over 3 years after. But at the same time, this newspaper article, and let's not underestimate the ability of the press to misquote and distort things.
Yeah.
But just another paragraph down, they do the whole woman patient of Dr. Lutz says that she saw, but then a paragraph down, they say the source of Dr. Lutz's allegation is that the doctor himself, the abortionist who ran the clinic, told him.
Well, and then don't they later say that, actually the tip was from the assistant, the abortionist's assistant,
No, well,
Lucy?
but that actually goes back 3 years. I'll explain that in a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'll actually explain that.
I'm confused, obviously.
Yeah, I know. No, it is confusing. I'm still because... If you read about this, it says that John Keith went and investigated a sanitarium in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania,
right, that's right,
where she was reported to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is like 400 miles away.
Yeah, 375 miles. Yeah.
That's a long way to go.
Yeah. That's a long walk in a day.
Yeah. To me, if the clinic's owner, the abortionist, whose name was Cece Meredith, if he had actually had Dorothy there and killed her in an abortion.
By botching it.
It seems a little hard for me to believe that he would tell somebody else that she was there.
Yeah.
That's an illegal operation to start with, let alone just talking about it.
Well, yeah, because...
killing somebody.
Yeah, and it's not just... You're not just going to be... If you kill somebody, you're not just going to be tried for illegal abortions. You're going to be tried for murder.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so it's something you're going to keep your mouth shut about.
Murder and then all of the, hundreds of illegal abortions you've performed,
which
I think at that point also account to murder.
Yeah, probably, or at least manslaughter. Mm-hmm. But interestingly about this particular little place, this clinic, is that John Keith had been there 3 years before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so the lawyer.
That's where
John
I'm
Keith,
a
the
little
lawyer.
right.
He had been there.
Ah, okay.
That's what in this Philadelphia Press article. The main article is about the fact that the local police had raided this place, and there was a clue from this doctor. Yeah, they raided this place and they busted them and all that stuff. And they had our whole thing, that the Dorothy Arnold connection from this Dr. Lutz, who had heard from apparently 2 different sources but there's a second article where they talked with John Keith about his visit 3 years prior to the same place. Yeah, and that's what you're talking about, where he got a tip from somebody. Yeah. So somebody in the clinic apparently contacted a lawyer who contacted Keith, and she said that she was in a sanitarium in some accounts, or that she was in this place, and It's the story is confused because
like alive in this place.
Like alive in this place.
Okay.
She said that somebody was in their sanitarium who claimed to be Dorothy Arnold, and you'll find this in some of the accounts that are out there on the web, and they make it look like it's a separate place, but it's the same place. Interestingly enough. So anyway, John Keith had been there. Apparently, he'd received a tip from a lawyer in Pittsburgh,
right?
Who was informed by a person in this quote unquote sanitarium, whose name turned out to be ORR, and so he came straight away to investigate this. And when he came in there, he actually had to coerce Dr. Meredith, the abortionist who owned the place. He actually had to coerce him a bit into letting him in to see him. Basically, he threatened to show up with the chief of police and a whole bunch of reporters if he didn't get a private tour. And so Dr. Meredith was like, "Oh, okay, I'll give you a tour." And so he shows up, walks in the door, and spots nurse Lucy Orr. Lucy Orr was one of the people who's mentioned in this September 14th article about the raid. So, and he explicitly said in this article said her name. So, and he said, are you the person who knows about Dorothy Arnold? And she says, yes. And he says, where is she? And she points to this room. So he goes into the room and looks at this woman that's in there and says, and comes back out and says, that's not her. So did she actually tell you? Because she had said that this woman was saying she was Dorothy Arnold. And so he said, did she really tell you that? And this woman said, well, no, she didn't actually tell me that, but I didn't think you'd come otherwise. But I think she looks just like Dorothy Arnold. Yeah. And so he went all the way out there. That was 3 years before this big bust. Yeah. But, okay.
So why is this not a good theory?
Because it was a terrible lead.
Yeah.
Well, that one.
Well, first of all, the reason this is a ludicrous theory is Pittsburgh is 375 miles away from Manhattan. So you're not going to cover that kind of ground in a quick afternoon.
You're not going to say, I went shopping.
Yeah, hell no. Okay.
Fair.
So,
yeah.
Okay. There are some people who have said that they believe that the Arnold family knew that she was with child and needed to go get it taken care of, and they sent her away to go get it taken care of. So they knew she was in Pittsburgh.
Why?
But then why would they be calling all of her friends that night when she doesn't come back?
Also, why would they send her to Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
It's New York. Surely there's a reputable abortionist there.
I'm sure there were plenty of unreputable people doing that kind of work.
Oh, sure. But I'm sure that, as reputable as the people in Pittsburgh are, you could find in New York easily.
Yeah.
It's New York. It's a big city.
That's one of the reasons that a lot of people like this whole theory, though, is that because Griscom lived there and he was supposedly a wealthy playboy, then he knew a good place to go. So that's fueled that. Okay, the next reason why this is BS. And this kind of is tough on the next one, too. But the letter that, or letters that George Griscom actually handed over to the family from when he was in Europe. So she would, if she was knocked up, she would be talking about that in those letters. Do you think he wants to open that can of worms with her family?
But here's what I will say. Is that I'm not sure if she would talk about that if she were just going to get it taken care of.
Yeah, you think she didn't say anything to him?
As a young woman
I think there would be a discussion back and forth.
I don't know. I don't know if that's true. If she had just decided, nope, this isn't the right time for me. My parents are not going to allow me to marry this man. I clearly cannot have this baby. If she had just made that choice on her own and gone and solicited some kind of shady abortion, back alley abortion, this opens a can of worms. Ideally, there would have been a conversation. Yeah. But is there always? No.
Well, maybe not. But I think there probably would have been, which is why I kind of felt like, he probably.
Fair. That's fair.
But you're right. I mean, maybe there was no mention. Next reason, the tip that John Keith received from the attorney that was received from Lucy Orr, the abortionist assistant. So that absolutely makes no sense because if Dorothy Arnold had come there, been killed through a botched abortion, and the body is disposed of. Oh, by the way, did I mention they have huge furnaces in the bottom of this house where they supposedly burn the bodies of the women who died? Yeah. So are you going to actually find a way to get a friend and lawyer for the family out to your clinic to look around? I mean, that is absolutely absurd.
Unless she died much later from unknown complications.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe.
But again, I'm on your side with this one.
Yeah,
I agree.
that one's completely ludicrous. Anyway, our next theory, botched abortion, part 2. So in this one, a convicted fellow named Edward Glenoris.
This is actually the most colorful story involved or theory in this entire thing.
Yeah. He said that he was in prison at the time, but he said that he was paid $250 to bury the body of a young woman in December 1910. He said that an acquaintance hired him to drive a woman from a home in New Rochelle. New Rochelle is about 15 miles northwest of Dorothy's home. It's on Long Island Sound.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to drive her from New Rochelle to Weehawken, New Jersey. Not exactly why. So they arrive at New Rochelle, and Edward Glenoris and the guy that hired him, whose name is Little Louie, were met by two men, and one was named Doc.
Such a New York name.
I know.
Little Louie.
Hey, Little Louie. Yeah.
Hey, Little Louie.
Hey. So they were met by two men, one named Doc and another that he described as a, quote, wealthy, well-dressed man, unquote, who reportedly matched George Griscom's description. And, I'm not buying any of this, but we'll talk about that later. So they loaded this unconscious woman into the car, drove her to a house in Weehawken, New Jersey, and then Little Louie told Glenoris during the drive that the woman was Dorothy Arnold. Glenoris said he recognized her, and then the next day Little Louie contacted him again to, quote-unquote, finish the job. So they went back to Weehawken. Doc told the men that the woman had died at that home in Weehawken during an operation. So Little Louie and Glenoris drove the woman's body back to the home in New Rochelle, wrapped her body in a sheet, buried her in the cellar.
Wait, I thought they buried her in a cellar in West Point.
Accounts vary.
Okay.
This is like,
and again, that's why I'm asking, because I know this is one of those things where it gets kind of muddy in the tellings.
Yep, I know. They actually dug up cellars and homes in the area, but couldn't find any human remains. So anyway, why is this BS? Okay, number one, I don't think she was pregnant to begin with. I mean, but number two, I mean, she might have been, but New Rochelle is about 15 miles northeast of the family home. She could have jetted up there, left the home. Hey, I'm going to go shopping. Jet up to New Rochelle, get your abortion, get back. But instead, she walked the other direction. She walked south.
And got chocolate, right?
And got chocolate and bought a book and and hung out. So obviously.
But why couldn't she have gotten a ride after that point?
She could have, but the thing about it is like you're kind of pushing it. You got to be home by dinner time, and the last time you're seen is when you run into your friend outside the bookstore at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
So it's like
you're not pushing it.
And don't forget. I mean, they didn't have much in the way of transportation in these days. Cars were a really new thing.
Oh, yeah, they were slow and terrible. They were like, 5 miles an hour?
Well, probably a little better than that. But she probably would have taken a horse and buggy at this time. But and so 15 miles in a horse and buggy, that's a little bit of time compared to jumping in your car today.
But well, I can just see, though, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but she says, I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to go, and she's got a terrible sense of time. I mean, we all know those friends who say, it'll only take me this much time to do this. So I'm going to do these other things in the morning, and I'll be at your place by 11 o'clock. And then they show up at 3 in the afternoon because they have no sense of time and they cannot judge how long things take. Mm-hmm. So she might have thought, well, I'll go get a book so that I have something to read on the way there and the way back, and it'll be fine. And if I'm late, well, I'll just say that I'm ill and I had to stop because I didn't feel good. This is conjecture, but I'm just looking at it as, well, maybe this could be the thought process that was involved if she really was pregnant, which again, I'm not positive she was.
Yeah,
but
not at all.
I'm just saying if this is a possibility, and that seems, I know tons of people who do that crap all the time.
But and I know people like that too. But this is a pretty important thing. This is a big deal. You know, you're knocked up, and this is your salvation. You're going to go get this abortion and everything. It's going to save you from being publicly humiliated and cast out by your family. Pretty huge deal. That's something I'm sure she would try to be on time for. I don't think she'd screw around for hours walking around Manhattan buying chocolate and books. Don't you think? What do you think?
She might have been making a day of it.
Yeah.
I mean, not to be aloof about what she was doing, but she might have said, well, I'm going to do these things, so at least I do these things, and then I will go take care of that.
Or trying to cover her tracks.
Yeah.
Knowing, okay, so here are the two best places that I have family accounts at, right?
Yeah.
That aren't near this clinic that I'm going to. So it doesn't look like I'm going to this clinic or this house or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have an account at this chocolate place that's a couple miles away, and then I can go buy a book, and I ran into a friend. How convenient. Oh, my goodness.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
or
swing around the corner, catch a cab.
I ran into a friend.
Yeah, I mean, either way.
Catch a cab. Oh, look, let's remember, this is horse and buggy days. So
Okay,
a horse and buggy goes, 5-6 miles an hour?
Is it horse and buggy days?
The car was not very big.
The car, there were actually people, believe it or not, Henry Ford was not making Model Ts at this time yet. The first thing that came out that was kind of mass-produced was Oldsmobile was actually producing cars, but not huge numbers. And there just weren't, and there were a lot of small manufacturers making weird claptrappy kind of not reliable
everybody was
stuff.
making their own car.
Oh, yeah. But no, mostly it was horse and buggy. And so you have to expect that if she had caught a horse and buggy, she had to go all the way to New Rochelle from her place, which is now, after all her miles of walking, now in Lower Manhattan. She had actually added miles to her journey to New Rochelle by walking in the direction that she did. It's going to take quite a while to get there.
True.
And then I don't know how long abortions. It's been so long since I've had an abortion. I can't remember how long it took.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrible.
I guess I just kept thinking cars because it sounded like, the felon.
Yeah, he said they were supposed to drive her.
Yeah.
But driving back in those days,
it
it means driving in a buggy or in a wagon.
I guess
or something
Model
like that.
Ts were like the 20s. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I guess I just have this old view new view of what cars are. What are the other non-abortion theories?
Let's get into a different theory. Okay, another theory is suicide. She
good.
was depressed.
we
Another
just went
beautiful
from
theory.
Depressing to more depressing. Thank you,
Well,
Joe.
yeah, that's the thing about it is, I think one reason that so many people are in love with the whole idea that she ran away to start a new life.
Because that's somehow the nicest theory.
Yeah, everything else is kind of horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously.
Yeah, because the last 20, 25 minutes have just been joy.
I know.
Yes.
Let's
get some more joy.
Obviously, if I could choose a fate for Dorothy, I would have her run away and have a happy life somewhere else, But I don't think it worked out that way personally.
Well, okay. What is this? What is this theory?
People believe, based on the fact that she'd been rejected, and then, of course, what was said in a letter to George Griscom about how she was kind of down and dejected because her essays had been rejected.
Mm-hmm.
And even John Keith, the attorney, said years afterwards that he believed that she committed suicide because of her literary failures and because she felt so, sad.
Because she got rejection from two different.
Yeah, she got. But I think it's this is possible, but I don't think it's necessarily true because number one, the body was never found. Which is still possible. I mean, she could have jumped off the Brooklyn Bridge and her body drifted out to sea and was never seen again.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Possible.
Although, of course, there was lots of foot traffic and horse and buggy traffic on the Brooklyn Bridge in those days. So she probably wouldn't have been able to jump off that bridge or any other bridge without being
Certainly
noticed.
not at midday.
Or mid-afternoon. And the other thing is that not the people who saw her, of course, her family saw her before she left, and her friend Gladys King saw her. None of them noticed anything unusual or depressive about her. And so...
And that seems to be the sort of thing that is really, really open to suggestion, right? If somebody says, oh, well, maybe she jumped off a bridge, they'll be like, oh, she did seem a little depressed.
Yeah.
If she even seemed like the teensiest bit
depressed, yeah.
Although, again, on the other hand, people who are about to do things like that, oftentimes you kind of hear... descriptions of them as being really liberated and free and euphoric.
Yeah, maybe she felt like she'd made this decision and like that. But my theory is that maybe she was depressed, but she was shopping and she's that just made her happy.
Yeah.
She was a shopaholic.
Alternately, she was shopping and couldn't find the right size, and it made her even more depressed.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. She found this beautiful smock.
God, we are just going downhill, you two.
Yeah.
This is spiraling out of control.
Yeah.
Yo, come on. What's the next theory? Because it's got to be better than these two.
Next theory. Okay, so she was abducted, robbed, and murdered.
No.
Yeah. Yeah,
Joe, you are no longer allowed to pick your own stories.
We'll do them for you.
Depress fest.
I mean, I don't like this theory either, but it's plausible, and actually I find it most plausible at all because I managed to stumble across some crime stats from the New York City Police Department.
From those years?
From 1910, yeah. I just lucked upon it. And they turned them in the boroughs of Manhattan, the Bronx, and Richmond, which is what we now call Staten Island. Thousands of people, I can't remember the number, it added up to like 4,000 or 5,000 people were reported missing just in 1910 alone. And of these, 309 men, 216 women were never heard from again. So that's 525 people that disappeared permanently. And so some of them, I'm sure, ran off to join the circus or whatever.
Or, left the area and just said sayonara to everybody they knew. Yeah. There was no reason to maintain ties.
Yeah. And so I'm sure plenty of those people lived, but a substantial chunk wound up in shallow graves and at the bottom of the river. And that's what I think. And
I'm trying to remember, and guys, help me out and correct me if I'm wrong, weren't opium dens kind of a thing at that time frame, or is that earlier in history?
I mean, I can guess it was like the 1870s and 80s, maybe kind of the 90s.
Segueing into the 20th century.
Yeah, and I thought it was later, but...
Well, there's a lot of drugs these days that this is just a weird cyclical thing of they're popular and everybody does them, and then they fall out of fashion, and then they start coming back, and maybe they're not as big. But it's there's a lot of stuff that you hear about in the news, that drugs that do that.
It's not just drugs, it's everything.
Yeah, I gotta say though, when drugs fall out of fashion, that doesn't mean everybody stops doing it.
Right.
I mean, cocaine, for example, is not nearly as big as it used to be, but
it's still used. But I just wonder, is it opium dens were a thing where it was known that people
heroin, for example.
Yeah, or heroin. They would know, they'd go to this place and they would do it, and they would stay there while they were, quote unquote, experiencing their high, and then they leave. But occasionally, they just OD and they wouldn't wake back up. And who's to say that this girl didn't have some kind of habit like that, because she's got the money for it.
Yeah.
So she goes out on a quote unquote shopping trip, and this time she doesn't go charge anything to the family because she didn't find anything that day, but she went to that place and she hung out all day, came home, and no tally, she did not. But then she comes home and she does what she does, but one day she just doesn't come home from it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that this girl had a drug habit, but I'm just looking at, well, if we're going to say that, it's suicide or death by some other means, well, it's possible that OD, because that's the kind of thing that happened at that time as well.
Well, other things that happened at that time, right, is like the kidnapping of white women to sell into slavery or prostitution.
White slavery, yeah.
I mean, across the country. I mean, that's the thing that still happens today, but, that certainly happened. I mean,
for the Shah of Persia.
Well, and let's be honest, like, Oregon has the Shanghai tunnels. Like, those are later than that time period. It's happened for so long in our history that like, who knows? I mean, there's so many different options that could have happened to this woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I'm gonna say one thing against the opium/heroin theory is that she was well known around town, and so she had to really seriously worry about getting found and busted. I mean, maybe she had a habit. And I hate to put this out there,
how many Hollywood stars do we discover had a problem for years?
Yeah, I just don't think she would have gone to an opium den. She might have had a connection somewhere. But I hate to talk about this more because I don't want to drag...
The den is the general term. Yeah, but I'm not saying you're right. I'm not saying you're wrong and I'm right.
Yeah. Oh, no. I hate to... Because so many of these series kind of drag her name through the mud.
That's
she got
not what we're trying to do.
An abortion. Oh, yeah. She was a heroin addict and all that stuff. But... it's a possibility. I mean, I think the simplest, easiest thing, though, really is just that there was a lot of street crime. Somebody just knocked her on the head, robbed her, possibly raped her, and then murdered her. Or it could have been one of those. It could have been one of those dealios where she's like, "Do you know who I am?" And they go, "No." And she says, "I'm a wealthy socialite. I'm famous around town." And then suddenly the guy's like, "Oh crap! I was just going to rob you and rape you, and now I got to kill you because, I mean, they're going to take this stuff seriously." And so it could have been something like that, too.
Yeah.
But Who the hell knows? I mean, I personally hope she ran off to join the circus and had a happy life.
I really do. I really hope that
yeah.
she had a happy life with the dancing bear.
Yeah.
And that's all there was to it.
Became Big Bertha and
right. The bearded lady.
Yeah. I sincerely hope so too, because like, what other option?
Because some of these things are really
They're
nice.
All awful.
This has got to be one of the most
awful.
depressing shows we've ever done, and I am not letting him pick his own stories anymore.
No more.
From now on, you have to run them by us.
Yeah.
I did run it by you, as I recall.
In about all of 2 seconds. Oh, it's this, and she disappeared. Oh, okay, that's fine.
No, we're not running by. We're just selecting.
We're vetting.
Him.
Yeah, I had
I
forget it was. I had her and some other disappearing person. It's like, well, or no, some other person who mysteriously died. And I said, well, which one sounds more interesting to you? And so, go with Dorothy. So yeah.
Oh, suddenly it's my fault.
Well, truly, I just wish she ended up in Oz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With her
That's
dog.
my theory.
With her dog
With
Toto. Yeah.
Toto.
Yep.
Toto.
It's actually Toto, I think, but
It's actually T-O-T-O.
Toto. But it's spelled Toto, but she always pronounces it Toto.
Toto.
That's another reason I hate that movie.
Yeah.
She mispronounces the dog's name.
Here we are.
Yeah. So anyway, favorite theories, anybody?
The circus.
The circus?
God, I hope it's the circus.
I really
think that it's, it seems like there's so many different things that really could have happened to her.
I mean, it's really no use. I mean, I personally think that the odds are that it was random street crime.
Yeah.
And the only reason that this makes this like a high-profile unsolved mystery, right, is that she was like a socialite.
Yeah, she was
like
rich
this happens all the
and
time.
Yeah, it did. Well, apparently from all the disappearing people in New York in that year,
all the time.
Lots and lots of it going on.
And we're talking about this one because she was rich.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Anyway, sad story. But I will say for the record that I'm pretty convinced that there was no botched abortion. I don't think it was that. I mean, I think it's pretty convincing. I don't think she was pregnant. So at least we're not dragging her through the mud, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, sayonara, Dorothy. That ends our mystery. Another successful mystery solved, and all kinds of.
Just so the listeners know, Steve and I are both giving him the what?
Okay.
Please finish the story.
All right.
It's sad, and I'm gonna cry.
It was a pathetic, sad story.
I haven't cried like this since Pocahontas.
Yeah, you're probably wondering where you can find our fabulous stuff and download it. Although that's kind of stupid because you've already done it. But you can find us on iTunes, and you can download our stuff off of our website also, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You can also, if you don't have time to download us and put us on your iPod, you can stream us directly using Stitcher. All right, and you can find us and, of course, like the hell out of us on Facebook. All right, now it's time for your favorite part of the episode, which is listener email. So today we've got an email from Crary. I won't tell you his last name. And Crary, as you know, most of our emails are from people who talk about how they adore us and they wish they were us and stuff like this. Yeah, Crary is not. I'm not gonna call his email negative, but it's a slightly critical one. And
well, it's
an honest conversation.
It's a thoughtful,
good feedback.
It's a thoughtful, good email, and I'm glad that Crary wrote to us to tell us his concerns. So going back to the Montauk episode, the Montauk Project, let me quote from Crary's email. In the discussion of the, quote, going back in time to right the Civil War nonsense, someone, I think it was Joe, and I think I remember saying this.
It was you.
Yeah.
I checked it.
Yeah, mentioned that slavery would have given way to industrialization. I apologize and this is still Crary talking, as one should never argue counterfactuals, but it's a subject a bit near to my heart. I'm going to skip a little bit here. However, I think such hand-waving of slavery as an historical force simply doesn't stand up to scrutiny. And I apologize, too, but it's kind of a long email, so I'm not going to read everything word for word. Back to your emails, Crary. While the institution of slavery may well have evanesced in the face of the modern capitalist state, we should remember that there were some in the South who opposed this very ideal of the modern economy. And that's very true. This is me again, not Crary talking. In America and in Europe, there were lots of people who were very opposed to the factory system and to capitalism, and a lot of those people are still with us today.
Yeah.
And so it wasn't an inevitability, and so Crary is quite correct in saying that. So let me skip ahead. And also, this is back to Crary, also, even if slavery were to go, this does not mean the legacy would. We still live with the legacy today in this country. And he goes on a little bit, and I'm not going to quote any more of it. Not that your email is not worth quoting in its entirety, because it's a very good, thoughtful email.
It's a very good, lengthy email.
Yeah,
and I think that's the hard part. Is it's a very lengthy email. It has a lot of good historical points.
It makes some very good points. Yeah,
but I think you're right. It's a good email.
Yeah. No, it is good. It's great, actually. And well, I thank you for bringing it up, because I think that Crary, if he saw what I said that way, then probably some other people did. So I really thank you for bringing it up and giving me the chance to talk about what I really meant. I think what I said was capitalism was eventually going to wipe out slavery.
Industrialization
would wipe out slavery, which I think it would have. That's not the same as saying that I think that whether the South versus the North wins is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. I didn't mean that at all. And obviously, it's a good thing that the North won. If you're a slave, and the question of whether you're set free today versus 50 years from now, well, that's pretty huge.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, and that's the same. Another reason I sort of said what I said is that I don't think that post-Civil War things really improved that much for black folks in America. It really took a long time.
Yeah.
We're still working on it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And
we're
with
still
the whole
crawling
Jim
out
Crow
of that
thing.
Oh yeah, I mean there was
that
segregation and Jim Crow.
Yeah.
I mean, and lynchings and all kinds of stuff. I mean, a hell of a lot of the slaves wound up going back and working on the same plantations they'd been slaves on, except as sharecroppers. So they're still technically free. They were better off, but anyway, I'm not saying 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. It's a great thing that the North won. And anyway, but like I said, Crary, thanks a lot for the email. I appreciate the mention of all this stuff.
Yeah, this is something that we don't really
I
realize, because we all have known each other long enough to that, we know what we mean.
Oh, I totally get
things like this. When Joe says something like that, we're like, oh yeah, totally, we totally get what you mean. And then we realize,
so
not everybody knows that.
Yeah, now for all our listeners too, feel free to write emails like this. Don't feel like you need to just write in and send us love letters. I mean, you can be critical. You can tell us how much we disgust you.
We have gotten stuff in the past that has been constructive criticism, and that is valid stuff to send us, and we have gotten a number of them in the past, and we've only benefited from it.
Oh, yeah.
It's only been something that has helped make us better, because there's weird little ticks that we have done or things that we have said, and off air, folks may not realize it, but we've had long discussions of figuring out how to make sure certain things happen that are better for the show. So this is a very positive thing, and I really appreciate it.
Now we know not to talk about the Civil War.
No, I mean, we don't know, there's so much that we're a fairly new podcast. I mean, we're
not exactly
we're like a
professionals
year in. We do this for fun. And, we're getting a fairly good response.
But occasionally we're going to put our foot in it.
Yeah.
Maybe
and so it's great that you guys let us know when we do things.
Absolutely.
Because,
you definitely should.
Because, we're in a bubble.
Yep. A little bit.
We're in a little bit of a bubble.
Okay, so anyway, that's it. Again, Crary, thanks a lot for your email, which I, again, think was very thoughtful and intelligent. Appreciate it. And feel free to write us again, too. All right, so for Thinking Sideways, the podcast, this is good night.
Really? That's what you're going to do?
I can't.
All right, let's do it again.
Okay, well, this is Steve, and I'm just going to say goodbye.
Hey, guys. Why do white girls travel in packs of odd numbers?
Why?
Because they literally can't even.
Oh.
Just like I can't right now.
God.
Please, somebody turn off the recording.
Oh, so what did the 5 fingers say to the face?
Nope.
Slap.
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Hi there. Welcome to another episode of Thinking Sideways. I'm Joe, joined as always by my lovely co-host,
Devin.
And Steve.
And your normal co-host, Steve.
Oh, he's lovely, too.
That wasn't very nice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm lovely.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna solve another cool mystery this week. Our mystery this week is set in the town of Keddie, California, and of course we're talking about the Keddie UFO incident.
No. Don't get people's hopes up.
No, I know, no UFOs in Keddie, and there might have been, I don't know, but. Just a brief warning: this is about a multiple murder mystery, and it's kind of gruesome. So
super gruesome.
It's
it's
not nice.
I was not excited doing the research.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You should have watched the documentary.
Nah.
Did you read the autopsy reports?
Maybe. Was it in the research?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Yeah.
I don't blame you for skipping that part.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
at least there were no photos.
Yeah.
Although it's funny is go ahead. I'm not going to go off on that rabbit hole.
Yeah. Okay. So we're talking about the Keddie murders. Yes, famous Keddie murders from 1981. But first, I want to give a shout out to our listener Clarissa. Hello, Clarissa. Sorry, Clarissa. I'm sure you get that a lot. So sorry. But anyway, actually, I found this one of my own like a while back, and as I was researching it for this week's episode, I went through the listener suggestions and discovered that, yes, actually somebody had suggested it. So
there you go.
We got to give credit where credit is due.
Yep. Indeed.
So yeah, thanks, Clarissa. Okay, let's talk about Keddie briefly. So Keddie, California is a very small town. It's getting smaller. It's population in population in the year 2000 was 96. Population in 2010 was 66.
That's almost like Wagon Tire, Oregon.
I know. It started out actually. It's kind of successful when it was first founded. I believe in 1910. It was a kind of a waypoint on the rail line up to Yosemite or somewhere. Or off to Utah, but and so there was a nice little resort there, and it was a pleasant little place, nice scenery. But it had fallen on hard times by the time our mystery had occurred, and it was not really so much a resort town anymore. There were still all these cabins in this resort. The guy who bought the resort and owned it, tourists weren't coming there, so he wound up renting the cabins out as low-income housing.
Well, that was nice of him.
Well, you got to pay the mortgage.
Yeah, I know. He had payments to make.
Well, when you find tenants where you can find tenants.
Yeah. But it doesn't have to be low-income housing.
Joe, so people have an idea. Keddie is close to what major town for people to know?
It's about 90 miles northwest of Reno, about the 80 miles east of Red Bluff, California, about 60 miles maybe northeast of Chico, California.
As the crow flies, yeah.
Yeah. So
it's like
the whole area is a national forest.
Yeah, it's in the middle of the what national forest is it?
I think it's the Plumas National Forest.
Because it's in Plumas County. That would make sense.
That would make sense.
That would make a lot of sense, yeah. That area of California is really beautiful. The Sierras are just really nice.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever gone on any of those? Obviously, I've never been to this particular town, but have you ever driven through some of that area? It's a slow drive, but it's not because it's windy roads. It's because you want to take a look around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, except you don't want to stop in Keddie.
I don't.
No.
Yeah. Our mystery begins in Keddie in cabin 28 of the resort, which is, of course, not really a resort anymore. Cabin 28 was being rented to Glenna Sharp, who went by the name of Sue, and her 5 kids, Tina, Ricky, and Greg. She had a lot of kids. So
How old were they?
John was 15, Sheila was 17, Tina was 12, and the youngest were Ricky and Greg. They were 10 and 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was... Did you say she was 36? Is that right?
She was, 36.
Oh my
36.
Gosh.
So that's a passel of kids in a short amount of time.
She cranked out a bunch of them. She'd moved into that cabin 28, in November 1980, so they hadn't been living there that long, really, maybe half a year. On the night of April 11th, 1981, a fateful night, Sheila was the 14-year-old daughter.
17.
Oh, no, yeah, 17, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, John was 14.
15.
15.
Sorry.
You're right. All right.
This is the episode where I get to correct you.
I know. Serves me right.
Ha.
So Sheila goes next door to cabin 27 for a sleepover with a friend. And Justin Eason, who lived in cabin 26, was friends with the 2 youngest boys. So he was over at their place for a sleepover.
And this was a Saturday night?
Yeah.
Yeah. So sleepovers on a weekend makes sense.
Yeah.
I remembered it being a weekend. I just couldn't remember what day.
Yeah, it was a Saturday. Here's a fun fact, too. Justin Eason was the stepson of one of the suspects for the murder. Yeah. So those three boys, the youngest ones, went to bed in the back bedroom at some undetermined time. Then John Sharp, he was a 15-year-old, spent most of the day hanging with a friend named Dana Wingate in a town called QuSa, which is several miles south of Ketty. And they were seen on Highway 70, apparently by a couple who was driving on the highway. Why they didn't stop and pick them up, I don't know. They were hitchhiking back to Ketty from QuSa, and they were seen between 9 and 10 p.m., although I've seen another timeline that has them spotted on the highway at 11 p.m. So there's a little bit of a conflict there.
And I know that those boys had been at Dana's house and had asked to go if they could stay over at Johnny's house, and one of the stipulations was, you're welcome to go as long as you can get a ride. You don't hitchhike.
And he
we won't hitchhike. Anyway. Don't worry, no big deal. And obviously they
did.
Totally lied and did it anyway, which is a teenage boy thing to do.
Oh, it is, definitely. I'm not sure what it was like. I mean, I hitchhiked a lot when I was, not a lot actually, but I hitchhiked some when I was a teenager. And it was a lot easier to get rides back in those days. And then we had a few murders here and there. And suddenly people are not really into picking up hitchhikers anymore.
I've never picked up a hitchhike, nor have I ever hitchiked ever in my life.
I haven't hitchhiked, but I grew up in a really small town where you knew most of the guys, and it was typically guys, most of the guys you saw walking down the street. So you'd be driving down, oh, there's Mark. Let me pull over and give Mark a ride. And so Mark would come running the car. Hey, thanks, buddy. And you give Mark a ride, at least as far as you were going. I wouldn't go out of my way.
Right.
But, hey, I can get you here, and then you're on your own from there, and save them 10 miles. They're happy.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, sure.
Totally.
Hell yeah. Well, anyway, back to these guys. They, so Dana, as you said, was planning on spending the night at Cabin 28, which, bad idea, Dana. Really bad idea. It's unclear when they arrived. Some people have hypothesized that perhaps the crime was already underway when they showed up, and just their bad luck, really bad timing on their part.
Have people theorized that they brought the crime with them?
Actually, that is definitely one of the possibilities I would consider.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you get picked up by Mr. Psycho Killer. And
takes you home and comes inside with you, and
can I use your bathroom?
Yeah.
All right, well, you two have been alluding to what's going on, but our listeners don't know what's going on.
Oh yeah, we got to tell you about
Let's tell them what's happened here, because so far we've just bored them with information about people that don't matter.
That's fair.
Yeah. Dana's coming home with Johnny Sharp, and he's gonna spend the night there. They've got a sleepover in the back bedroom. Three young boys back there, already gone to bed. Sue Sharp and her daughter Tina, who's 12, are not yet asleep. Tina might have been asleep, I'm not sure, but more about that in a second. On the morning of April 12th, Sheila Sharp, who remember went next door for a sleepover, she came home about 8 a.m. and discovered that she was an orphan. Unfortunately,
Why do you have to put it that way?
Yeah, actually, it turns out she really wasn't an orphan. I checked, and actually, she had a father still living, and so the surviving Sharp children went to live with the father. So that's good. So she wasn't really an orphan.
That's good.
I just couldn't resist. So Sue, her son Johnny Sharp, and the friend Dana Wingate had all been bludgeoned and stabbed to death. Yeah, a really horrible, bloody crime.
Yeah.
And Tina Sharp was missing. Tina Sharp, the 12-year-old girl, was gone. Yeah. The bodies have been tied up with white adhesive tape, probably medical tape, and also electrical wire, extension cords, basically. And then they were beaten to death with a hammer and stabbed to death. Amazingly, the three young boys in the back bedroom were untouched, and it appeared that they slept through the whole thing. Although it's hard to imagine exactly how they could have done that.
Yeah, I have run through my head a million scenarios on how that would have happened, and as of yet, I can't figure out a way.
Well, here's the thing about kids, particularly kids of that age, is when they sleep, they sleep. Particularly if they've been raised in maybe a kind of more difficult home life environment. If you're trained from a child as a baby to sleep through stuff, which is what you do with babies because you have to get stuff done while they're sleeping. They can pretty much sleep. Usually, 5 to 10-year-olds can sleep through, at least vacuuming and stuff like that. And, unless it's possible that these murders were carried out without a whole lot of screaming.
It is possible.
Given some of the injuries, it's possible that there wasn't actual screaming, and then, all the rest of the noises could have been relatively quiet.
Well, and if there's a TV on and you're used to hearing the TV, then in your little kid brain that all melds together. I mean, I know that I slept through earthquakes as a kid.
Oh, I did too.
I once rolled out of the top bunk of a bunk bed as a kid in my sleep and didn't wake up. So I know that kids can. That tells you a lot about me now.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure I landed on my head.
Yeah.
But no, I mean that does explain it. But the other thing is that the only thing that I could figure out how these boys could have slept through it, if indeed they did, is that Sue, she had, I think it was her underwear and a rag crammed in her mouth as a gag.
Yeah, it was like a blue bandana.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was it was like the blue bandana which was jammed into her mouth fairly deep.
Yeah.
And then secured with adhesive tape, and then like women's underwear wrapped around that. So,
I don't even want to get into the Freudian reason that's there, but
but the two boys were not gagged as far as I know.
Was she the only one who was stabbed through the neck?
No, actually, it was her son John got stabbed through the neck.
Right.
And so that the cause of death in the case of John was severing of the carotid artery.
Well, that could sever some vocal cords.
Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, they were tied up. Well, let me ask you this: are we going to get into the rest of the details
about how
the
they died?
Crime later, or should we just do it now?
Well, no, I was going to.
Finish
I was going to talk about the autopsy in a minute here, but
let's finish.
Okay, because there's some things about like what you were saying. Yeah. I know some details, but I don't want to jump the shark here.
Yeah. Well,
that's the wrong term.
Yeah, that's the wrong term totally. And our show will never jump the shark.
Never. Hey.
Yeah. There is some dispute about whether Justin Easton actually did wake up and open the door and look out and witness some or all of this. And he's given such wildly varying accounts.
How old is he, though?
I'm not sure. I think he was 10 or 12, something like that.
He was friends with the younger,
He was friends with the younger, too.
So, anywhere from, I guess, 5 to 12, probably.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I can see how your story could change a couple times.
Yeah.
Well, the hard thing about his story and the way that it changed is what happened. I know that I was the only one who went ahead and sacrificed 3 hours of my life to watch the documentaries that were made on this set of murders.
Thank you for suffering through that for us. Yeah.
Really, and to all our listeners, I did it for you. You don't have to listen to the weird mono and then stereo audio thing that goes on in this documentary. But they record him and they talk about it. And one is when you listen to this guy tell the account of what happens, and I understand it's 20-some years later because the documentary was done in the early 2000s. He's been telling this story for years. But you could see he is just glaze-eyed, repeating things like there's no emotion, he's not thinking about it, he's regurgitating words. We were watching it on the couch and my fiance was sitting there watching it. I was listening to the audio in headphones and she's going, there's something weird about that dude. And I imagine it's because of what he went through and then all of the attention that was paid on him. But the hard part is I have a hard part with his story and I blame it on the cops. Do you guys know that the cops put him under hypnosis?
Oh, what?
Yeah, the lead investigator had him hypnotized. So he told the story once, it shifted a little bit. They hypnotized him, it shifted a little bit. And then it just it did this weird progression through time. So I would like to say that he didn't see anything.
I kind of suspect that he didn't. And he said himself, on one account, he got up and opened the door and saw this. And another account, it's like he had a dream. He just dreamed the whole thing. So and the thing about hypnosis too is you can't force somebody to be hypnotized. The subject has to want to be hypnotized.
Well,
maybe they didn't even have him actually under.
Well, that's exactly it. Because during hypnosis, I think one of the things he said is that he was watching from a crack in the bedroom door as he watched he said it was two men, watched them go out into the kitchen and out the kitchen door. But evidently when you're standing in that bedroom, you can't see the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
I think, I think that what it sounds like to me is like a little kid trying to be helpful.
Yeah.
Nail on the head.
It's a little kid who was like traumatized, quite frankly, by what they saw and trying to be helpful. And if a cop, is in your face saying, okay, Justin, what'd you see? And you go, nothing. And they go, are you sure you didn't see anything? And you go, well, no, I guess I cracked the door. I woke up. They're like,
maybe?
Yeah, because there's no way you could have slept through. You must have woken up. And then what, and cops often think they're, being helpful or whatever with that. They're actually pulling the story out of the kid.
They're
the
leading,
kid's just sitting there going,
leading questions.
Oh, God, I got to think of something now because this happened. So, I don't know. I didn't see the video, obviously, so I don't know.
I put him under highly questionable as a witness to this whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of the point that I want to get to.
So do I. Yeah, I definitely do.
I'm glad we're on the same page.
Oh, yeah,
Cool.
definitely. As I mentioned, Tina was missing. Justin was actually the first person that I know of who pointed out that Tina was missing.
In my opinion, the only beneficial thing he did.
Yeah, I know. And funny thing, too, is he mentioned that the cops weren't really paying attention. Eventually, they concluded that Tina was indeed missing.
Well, as one of the parents got involved and listened to him and finally figured out, there's a kid missing.
Yeah, it's funny. The cops, after questioning Justin, sent him home. He went home about 8:30 maybe that morning, down to cabin 26. And his mom said something to him like, how was it or how is it or how are they? And he said, they're all dead. And she's like, yeah, don't joke around like that. And he's going, no, Mom, they're all dead. The Sharps are all dead. And she finally figured out that,
he wasn't screwing around.
Yeah. And so maybe that's one reason he's a little messed up.
Well, no, I don't blame him for his shifting story. I blame the situation.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
So they started looking for Tina.
Yeah, a major girl hunt was undertaken for Tina Sharp, and she was not found. In April 1984, a guy named Ronald Pedrini was looking for antique bottles and such things in the woods around Camp 18, which is a place about 29 miles away from Ketty, and found part of a human skull. So he called the cops, and they took it in possession. And they did a search of the immediate area and found nothing.
Oh, that's not what I heard.
Yeah, well, no, that was in April. About 6 weeks later, they got an anonymous phone call. I think it was on May 30th. Somebody told them to look more around Camp 18, and they found more. They found bones. They found, most importantly, they found a lower jawbone. Yeah,
and quote other evidence pieces, right?
Other evidence pieces. Yeah, part of some blue jeans, and stuff. I'm not sure if they documented that stuff actually belonged to Tina or not.
Sure. I don't know if you could at that point.
Yeah, I know, but the lower jawbone was key because they could identify her through dental records.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say what happened to Tina. Obviously, they took her for a reason. I don't think they just killed her and hauled her body away. But we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Steve's making a
Do we have to?
Yeah.
This is 2 weeks in a row. Really? Come on, you guys. You're killing me here.
Ha!
Well, you know what? Well, on a more cheerful note, you guys want to talk about autopsies?
Yeah.
Let's talk about
autopsy.
Autopsy. Okay, Sue Sharp first. Her autopsy reported considerable dried and smeared blood on the soles of her feet, which is interesting, which indicates that she actually was on her feet, because she didn't have wounds on her feet, but she was on her feet apparently, walking through blood at some point. They found her on the couch, laying down on the couch with a blanket over her. Yeah. But at some point, she had walked through the blood. Nobody really knows why at this point. Her wrists and ankles were bound by white adhesive tape.
Did they find footprints in the blood? On the floor?
I have not found any mention of that. They probably were bloody footprints.
I didn't see anything about.
It would be hard because Sheila came home and likely checked the back. Right? She's the one who discovered this scene.
She didn't go in the house.
Oh, she didn't?
She opened the door and looked in and saw everything and screamed and ran.
Yeah.
Smart girl.
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never mind.
But no, I've looked at those pretty extensively, unfortunately. I've looked at the crime scene photos.
So have I.
And there are blood smears all over
as you
the
would
place.
expect.
Yes, yeah.
But I didn't see footprints, so it's almost like there was blood and you were standing in the pool of it and then moved somewhere else, so you're not walking.
Yeah.
If you catch what I'm going for here, is you were standing in it and then you're not walking anymore.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I didn't see footprints anywhere.
No, I didn't see any either, and they're not mentioned anywhere in any of the police reports. Oh, anyway, back to her autopsy. So she had been, she was taken into the morgue, by the way, all still bound up and everything. So there's a pretty in-depth description in the autopsy report of the way she was her wounds and how she was bound up. They used electrical extension cords to tie her up, in addition to the tape. There was one around her wrist, and then the second one was heavier. It was tied to her wrist, and then it went down to her ankles and tied her ankles together. So she was
kind of hog-tied.
She was but not hog-tied with her hands behind her. Her hands were in front of her.
Oh, you're right. No, I'm sorry. Hog-tied's the wrong way, but it was ankles and
wrists.
Wrists connected.
Yeah, she was well immobilized.
Loosely, but connected.
Yeah, and of course we've already talked about the gag, which was, as quote, embedded deeply in the mouth, unquote, according to the autopsy. There was evidence around her head and face of a lot of blunt force trauma, which is, of course, the hammer. This was done with a hammer, which was found at the crime scene. There are lots of lacerations, also stab wounds in the chest and abdomen and one in the neck. So the cause of death was listed for her blunt force trauma and stabbing. So in other words, it's not quite clear if she died of brain injuries first or being stabbed in the chest, and
bled out.
Yeah, so both. They just flipped a coin. Dana Wingate, on the other hand, he'd been beaten about the head, but he was not stabbed at all. He was strangled to death. His legs were also bound with his electrical cord, but his wrists were bound with tape only, which indicates that I guess they'd run out of extension cords.
I think so.
Yeah. Head and face showed blunt force trauma, but again, not stabbed, and it appears that he might have been killed by the blows to the head, but whoever it was, laid him on his back and strangled him for good measure.
So before we get on to the next one, I know we've talked about it a couple of times now in this description, is the medical tape. There was a lot of medical tape used to bind these people, enough that it was more than one roll, and they weren't the same kind.
Yeah, and
they were different widths.
They had a good supply of it.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is I can understand. I mean, we've all got medical tape in the medicine cabinet, the little silly spool that you get when you buy gauze or whatever. But this was a lot of medical tape. When you think a couple of loops around ankles and then wrists and through multiple people, that was I mean, I don't understand why there was so much medical tape.
That's something I haven't figured out either. It's probably what they should have done was searched every house and gone through everybody's medical supplies, and whoever was missing all their tape, hey, you're the killer.
Joe always has a really simple explanation like this.
I know.
Well, all you have to do is do this, and then hey, they're the killer.
Yeah,
there we go.
Yeah, it appears that most, if not all, of the weapons and equipment were found on scene. Like, for example, the hammer, I believe, was found there, and the steak knife was easily found in the kitchen. Obviously, if you're going to tie people up and you're planted ahead and you're bringing your supplies, you're going to bring rope and not electrical cord. So that was
medical tape.
Yeah. The medical tape is something that the killer might have brought with,
maybe
or
had
it might have been there.
I have a first aid kit in my car.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
But and the thing about the medical tape is, I mean, we started to talk about this earlier, is that the medical tape, there was no blood underneath it, which means these people were all taped up.
And then killed.
Yeah. Same thing with it's harder to tell with electrical cord, but the tape made a very clear band when removed.
Yeah.
There was nothing under it. So they were taped up before they were killed.
In fairness, you would do that. You wouldn't. Why would you tape a dead body up?
To stage a scene.
Yeah, I guess.
People do that. People stage scenes, but I'm just saying it wasn't staged at all. It was, but it was weird that they taped and then tied the cords.
I don't know what that was about. If that was just for good measure or what. It may be if this person who did this, or persons, it may be that medical tape was just something to keep in good supply because you actually planned on doing something like this. So, so you're driving around in your car and you pick up a couple of hitchhikers. You decide, you're going to commit a little multiple murder action tonight, and so you just reach under the seat where you've got your stash of this stuff that you use for tying people up. Maybe that was it.
Well, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, the extension cords. It seems like they were only used to do the what we're calling hog tying.
No, it's not hog tying, but it's
whatever, the tying from the arms to the legs to the wrist, right?
Yeah. Well, that was on Sue only.
On Sue only.
Oh, John wasn't tied like that too.
No, the boys were tied together.
They were, yeah. They had tape around their wrists, and they had tape around their legs too, and then they had one long extension cord was tied around Dana's legs, and then it went over to the other half of it was used to tie John.
Okay, that's weird. Legs. I don't know why.
Well, yeah, no. And the thing about that is that when I kept reading the description, I thought that they were found feet to feet, but no, they were laying parallel to each other. It was just a long enough extension.
Okay, cord. That's weird to me. I was going to say it would make sense that you would have to improvise or use an extension cord if you were going to try and tie a length like that because you couldn't use tape necessarily, but I don't know why.
I've never seen anything about this, but I also wonder if, again, somebody used what they found on site, electrical cords. Sue had 5 kids that lived in a rural area. Kids screw around and they get hurt, so I wonder if that was something she had in her medical kit, so to speak. And again, it was just something of convenience.
A couple rolls, maybe. You get one and you lose it, you misplace it, you got to go get another one.
And then you find the first one.
You find the first one. Yeah, that's true.
A lot. And also, there would be a plentiful supply of extension cords in this place because it's an old cabin. There's probably no more than one electrical outlet per room, so there's going to be lots of extension cords.
Absolutely.
You can bet on that.
There was. One of the extension cords was from Sue and Tina's room. One was from the living room. So yeah, they pulled them from multiple rooms.
Yeah. Well, anyway, quickly about John Sharp. There's not much more to be said about him. His autopsy indicated again that he was killed by the severing of his carotid artery, but he again had a lot of blunt force trauma. A really vicious crime. I mean, bashing somebody in the head and the face with a hammer and then stabbing them with a knife. Yeah, pretty appalling crime. Okay, the wall. Oh yeah, one other thing. The walls have been apparently stabbed. Somebody had stabbed the walls.
Yeah, when you were a kid, did you ever try to throw a knife into a tree?
Oh yeah.
It seemed like that.
Yeah.
Like there was just gazillions of little stab marks in several walls, as if somebody was trying to throw a knife into a wall and get it to stick. Odd.
But that it does make you wonder if perhaps they were looking for something. Like they were looking for a false compartment behind a wall.
That's true.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, you're using it as kind of a third?
Yeah. One theory that has been put forth. This is apparently what somebody somewhere in the town. So there's a lot of statements that are out there in the record is being made. By whom to whom, the record is not always clear.
It's a little town full of tons and tons of rumors.
Yeah, lots of them. One rumor was that it was a drug deal gone bad, and then a couple of people were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Presumably that's John and Dana. And so...
And Tina.
And Tina, yeah, that's
right?
true. Yeah.
I mean...
I don't agree with the drug deal gone bad, but is that in your... I'm assuming that's in the theory section, or should we talk about that now?
No, we can talk about it now. It's not really in the theory section, because the thing about it is there's no evidence. Like one of the suspects, there was some talk, some evidence that he actually sold hash and supplemented his income selling hash, but there's no evidence of the kind of high-value drug smuggling presence in that town that would actually motivate you to murder somebody.
Well, coke moved through that town evidently at that time.
Yeah.
Cocaine was a trade.
But in quantity sufficient to cause somebody to get murdered?
Well, and the thing is, Sue was clean. There was no drugs in her system when they did the autopsy. She didn't drink. She didn't do drugs, as far as I could tell. I had a hard time tracking down her background. Maybe you found better information than I did. But from everything that I found, she was a straight arrow.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know why she would have been involved in anything like that.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
In fairness, though, straight arrows make the best dealers.
That's true.
Well, but she also, and maybe this is in your theory section, she had a couple of skeezy boyfriends.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, it's not the theory section either. But but you're right. I mean, actually, a straight arrow would if nothing else, make for a good courier, good or a good place to stash your stuff.
Yeah,
that's why I was so good in the drug trade. I mean, I would understand why that would work.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about the skull before we move on? The soft tissue bit.
Soft tissue bit? Yeah.
I feel like that's really interesting and compelling.
Yeah, well, we should talk about that. Yeah, back to Tina's skull. It was found almost 3 years to the day. It was like 3 years and 10 days, I think, or 3 years and 11 days afterwards. And it wasn't particularly weathered, which indicated it hadn't been in that spot probably for the whole 3 years. And it actually still had some soft tissue in it.
It did?
Yeah. Oh, still has some brain matter in there and stuff, which would indicate, because if it had been there for 3 years, the bugs and everything would have cleaned that out. Mm-hmm. So
if it'd been outdoors even for 3 years, not just in that area.
Now that conflicts with the stuff that I've seen from the coroner who examined it, because he said it was clean.
Oh, really?
There was no organic material left on it. It was stained on one side from the dirt, but slightly bleached on the other, meaning it had sat in the same spot. That wasn't a sunny spot, but did get sun for at least a couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that's
I was then unfortunately I apologize to our listeners.
Well, no, I was
misinformed. That was.
I mean, that's what he said, but I don't know if his recollection is right, because it was an interview done with him years later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But this is the hard part, is that there's so many interpretations.
Yeah, it is easy to turn. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly when her body was put there. I don't think she was murdered immediately by,
I don't either.
Yeah, it's horrifying to think about, but I think she might have lived for quite a while after being kidnapped.
Oh, yeah, I don't agree with how. I think she lived a day or two, but
it might have just been a day or two. It could have been longer. I don't know. Well, we'll talk about that a little bit later. But
yeah.
I'll list a few suspects here. Martin Ray Smart, also known as Marty Smart. Marty Smart.
I'm sorry, I never really paid attention to the fact that it's Marty Smart.
Yeah, Marty. It makes you want to say Mighty Smart.
Well, it makes me think of that. What was that silly detective show in the '60s?
Yeah, Get Smart.
Yeah, Get Smart. That's what
I was going to say. It reminds me of Axeman.
Oh,
right. What is it like? Joard and Goard Snoward and Robert and Bobbert Smartest and no
Axeman.
Yeah. We've watched it. It's fine.
Okay.
So Marty Smart.
Yeah, Marty Smart. Lived in cabin 26. He was not a model citizen. Supposedly, it's rumored that in the 70s he was living in Phoenix at that time and tried to murder his brother and expressed a desire to blow up his parents' house.
Cool.
Well, that's normal.
Yeah, apparently he went off to look for explosives but changed his mind, so good. That's lucky for the parents, huh? Mm-hmm. Marilyn said that at some point in 1980...
Sorry, who's Marilyn?
Oh, yeah. That was his wife, Marilyn.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mention that. Yeah, he married Marilyn, I think, in 79.
Marilyn being Justin's mom?
Justin's mom.
Got
it. Married... was it Justin Smart? Was his name Smart at that time? It wasn't.
Justin Eason. I think he kept his dad's name. Yeah.
All right. So I just want, because that was one of my hard parts with this, is names flip all over the place.
And they're not always consistent or correct in the websites, and like all these people in this town are named, and this person drove over to his place and saw him do that, and there's all these different names, and it's hard to keep track of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I could make infographics about just about every one of these stories.
You could, yeah.
I'm not going to, though.
No, it's not worth the effort. But Marilyn said that he actually tried to run her and the kids over in 1980 with a car.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, apparently had a real anger problem.
Happy marriage.
Yeah, I know. He was Marty Smart. Was the guy that was selling hash. One person in town reportedly said he saw a brick of hash that looked like it weighed about a pound in Marty's house.
Oh no!
Yeah, I know.
So much.
That's a lot of hash. That'll last me a week or two.
Make a good fire.
Yeah. In March 1981, he went to the Reno Veterans Administration Hospital to check into the psych ward, because he was apparently having some psych problems.
That evidently was at the request of his wife.
Yeah.
She coerced him or friends of his to talk him into going and getting checked in for help.
Because he had relationship issues.
Yeah.
Anger management. Yeah, that's one of the things he discussed with the therapist.
Yeah.
Was he's having marriage problems. She was threatening to divorce him. He had anger problems. Oh, yeah, another indication he had anger problems is that at one point he threatened to break Johnny Sharp's hands.
The 10-year-old Johnny Sharp?
The 15-year-old Johnny Sharp?
15-year-old,
yeah.
right.
He apparently,
Still, that's not that much better, really.
Yeah, his wife said, Marilyn said that he didn't like teenagers, period. He thought they were all punks. He really didn't like
they
women.
are.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
Yeah, and didn't like women particularly either. Thought they were all sluts and whores. So, yeah, the guy was...
Men like
He
that.
had serious issues.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He later claimed to his therapist that he thought he had PTSD from his time in Vietnam. Although it turns out he had really soft duty in Vietnam. He was
a cook.
He was a cook, and he was far, far away from the war zone. And so, as he probably had, if you want to avoid getting shot, the best possible place to be in Vietnam if you were with the U.S. military. So his therapist really shot that down.
Yeah.
Yeah, was rightfully so.
Can I give you my impression of Marty or Martin, depending on which thing you read? I've known a lot of guys like him.
Because you come from a small town.
Because I come from a small town where a bunch of guys went to Vietnam and they came back, and it's a rural community, and they didn't get the help they needed. And they have a lot of macho bravado about them because that's their defense mechanism. And and they'd say, listen, I'm going to beat the crap out of you or I'm going to kill you. And some of it was just, a lot of it was talk from a lot of it. But there were some where you went, oh, wait, that guy's actually kind of serious and a little scary. And Martin Smart, he strikes me as a little leaning towards the serious, scary side than the full of hot air side.
Yeah, possibly. He did have a history of violence.
Well, and the things that he said, they're very indicative of things that I've heard before, but the things that he's done, his actions, are why I'm like, yeah, part of that wasn't actually an act. He had a few screws loose.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it sounds like. But yeah, the thing about small towns is that the nutcases and psychos, you really can't avoid running into them. If you live in a big city, they're kind of self-segregating. They're living off in the poor part of town, and you hopefully are not. And then,
well, it's also terrible because the cycle for them is so much smaller and tighter. Think about it. You live in a metro area, and you've got some issues, and you run into somebody, and they anger you, and you think about it, but you don't see that person for 6 months. So by the time you see them, all that pent-up whatever has just kind of dissipated. Whereas if you run into somebody and you live in a small town and they've done something to anger you and it's starting to cycle up, and then you see them 3 days later, it cycles up more. 4 days later, 2 days later, it just these situations are pressure cookers for a personality like that.
Yeah, small towns aren't all just not all milk and honey.
No, not rainbows. And
small towns, interestingly enough, they vary in their culture. Like I spent most of my younger years in a small town, and I think it's fair to say there was another town about 7 miles away that culturally was significantly different from ours, and it really is true. It's not all Mayberry or anything like that. Some of them are really nice places full of nice people, and some of them are full of jerks. Yeah.
People with problems.
Yeah.
Can we start talking about the...
You want to get back to the mystery?
Sorry.
Yeah. No, I'm totally off here.
Yeah, we really kind of delve into that a little bit too much.
I can't commiserate, so I'm bored.
That's true. Okay, so back to the veteran. So he's in the psych ward. His claim for PTSD has been kind of rebuffed.
Bunk.
Yeah, and eventually he checked out and went back to Ketty, and he brought a friend that he'd met in the VA hospital. Another guy with mental issues.
Good idea.
Yeah, I'll talk about this guy a little bit later. Marty, we're still talking about Marty being a suspect. Apparently, somebody recalled him saying on April 4th or the 11th, somebody knew it was a Saturday, but couldn't remember specifically what date it was. But Marty had told him that if Marty didn't get things straightened out, he might kill somebody.
And was that, I could never clue in. Was that straightened out with his wife, or just straightened out in general, or do you know?
It's very vague. It's very vague. Yeah. Marty, of course, was a suspect. I think one of the things that sort of got the police interested in him is that his wife, the day of April 12th, when the bodies were discovered, his wife moved out.
Well, and her son was one of the surviving boys as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if you opened the door and saw his stepdad like killing a bunch of people.
Yeah.
You might say, "Yeah, I saw something," and they'd say, "Okay, son, what'd you see?" And you'd go, nothing."
I don't want to get a whooping. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. He might kill me too. Nothing.
Could have been that, although it's if Marty Smart was as abusive as some people say he was towards Marilyn and possibly the kids also, wouldn't that be a grand opportunity to say, yeah, it was my stepdad murdering those people, and so he gets carted off to prison, and your mom can go find a better stepdad.
Yeah, but I guess there's that fear. There's the irrational fear.
Oh yeah,
at 12.
Yeah,
that's among us as adults, that's a very easy, logical thing to say. Hey, I can get rid of this jerk.
Mm-hmm.
But as a kid, you don't know because, you just don't have the life experience and your emotions are all erratic and weird.
Mm-hmm.
That's an easy way to think, but that's not the way that the kids at that age think.
Probably not, but I have no idea if Justin witnessed anything or not. I don't think he did.
I don't,
I kind of doubt it, but yeah, we've talked about it. Marty, of course, was a suspect. Again, he lived 2 doors down, history of violence. He was known to not like Sue because he believed that Sue was trying to persuade Marilyn to leave him.
She probably was because she was their friend.
Yeah.
And he was a bit of a jerk.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and he at one point in his sessions with his psychotherapist did talk about this quote-unquote bitch who was trying to turn his wife against him. And undoubtedly that was probably Sue. He had a motive.
Yeah.
Not really much of a motive. I don't think that's enough of a motive for any rational person to murder 4 people.
Yeah, but he may not have been rational.
Motive doesn't have to be rational.
Yeah. So he was questioned and everything, and he took a polygraph test, which he passed. But then a month after the murders, this didn't come to light until years later. Yeah, and for a reason. But the month after the murders, he talked to his therapist again at the VA, and he said that he had killed Sue Sharp. And he said he did it because Sue was trying to talk Marilyn into leaving him.
Wait, when did he talk to the therapist?
That would have been in 1981.
Oh, I thought it was later on than that.
No, it was in 1981.
Okay.
And then, unless of course the source where I got this is again confused about the timelines. There are so many timelines out there, and so many different statements by various people. The therapist, of course, couldn't reveal this. They can't. But after Marty died, he died in the year 2000. The therapist apparently waited 10 years. And maybe that's the statutory.
No, I think the therapist did contact the police.
The therapist.
And because they're required by law to give that information.
Mm-hmm.
Client confidentiality only goes so far.
Doesn't cover murder.
Yeah, it doesn't cover murder. But the cops got the information and then did nothing with it.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of incompetence there, or otherwise, who knows. Apparently the therapist contacted them again some years later after Marty died and brought the issue up again, and they reopened the investigation, or at least took a look at it. But again, it's a cold case by this time. It's 2010, I think, when he took it up with them again.
When he was already dead at that point.
Yeah, he was dead 10 years. And interestingly, though, Marty said nothing about the other murders. He didn't say anything about those. He just said he killed Sue. Yeah. Interesting.
Weird.
Yeah.
Very. That doesn't make sense.
It really doesn't, because what that would mean is he goes over there and he kills Sue, and then leaves her corpse on the couch with a blanket over it, and then maybe the other two the 2 boys come home with the psycho killer who's giving them a ride, and then the psycho killer murders them.
This is the weirdest bad luck scenario.
Would that be an amazing coincidence?
Alternately, she doesn't seem the type, but she, for whatever reason, kills the boys, and then
bludgeons herself to death.
Then Marty comes over for whatever reason and because he's riled up or whatever.
Well, he was drunk that night.
Right. So it explains her blood on her feet, right? And then he sees what happened and was already angry at her and kills her in a similar manner and ties her up and leaves her on the couch. And I don't know what happens to Tina. She runs away.
That makes even less sense.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Tina runs away.
No, I mean, it's a theory, but...
Yeah, she's hitchhiking on Highway 70, and she gets picked up by Mr. Psycho Killer. There you go.
No?
No.
Wow.
What about the friend?
The friend, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let's talk about her friend.
No,
his friend.
Or his friend. I mean, yeah, Marty's friend that he brought back from the psycho ward. This guy's full name was Severin John Balbaday.
Didn't we have somebody who was named Severin in a case before? Wasn't it in the Toynbee tiles?
Yeah.
Sevi?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That name really sounds familiar.
Nice.
Yeah,
Can't believe
Is that the first time you'd ever heard Severin?
In Toynbee?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had a friend growing up named Severin, so...
Oh, really?
It's a ubiquitous name for me. Sorry.
No, I was like, wow.
I thought that was
name.
a Vulcan name.
Rest in peace, Leonard Nimoy.
No. Bobaday went by the nickname of Bo.
I would too.
All right, I said Bobaday. No, it's Balbaday.
Balbaday.
I'm still trying to learn how to pronounce that name, Balbaday. But Bo was staying with the Smarts. He came back from Reno, VA, and stayed with the Smarts, sleeping on their couch. Reportedly, he liked to get up at night and wander around outside. It's a little hanky, but maybe he had insomnia.
Well,
yeah, he was also in psychiatric therapy, just like Marty was. Met Sue Sharp on April 8th, 3 days before the murders. And reportedly the next day said he'd like to get to know her better.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
She was a pretty lady.
Yeah.
And she was probably nice to him.
Yeah, it could have been. And then probably the dating prospects in that town were not that huge.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the night of April 11th, Marty, Bo, and Marilyn got dressed up, and they put on suits and all kinds of nice clothes and stuff. And they went to the backdoor bar in Ketty.
Which they walked to.
Yeah, they walked to.
It's that close. They walked to it.
It's a tiny little town.
Yeah.
And reportedly they left about 9:30, and they stopped, according to some accounts, they stopped by Sue Sharp's house to ask if she wanted to tag along, and she said she wasn't interested.
She said, "Are you? Look at how many kids I have here."
Yeah, and they were all like, "Oh, the kid just puts kids to bed, you know."
No.
It was the early 80s.
Yes, that's
and so she had 4 kids there, and 2 more that were out hitchhiking or something, or still in Quincy at the time. So she just didn't want to go, and apparently she didn't drink anyway, so why'd she want to, but
makes sense to turn down the offer.
Yeah. So they hung out at the backdoor bar, and then about 12:30 or so they changed the music in the bar. Yeah, they changed the type of music they were playing, and Bo got really angry about it.
It's because he liked country and they were playing rock and roll. That's what gets me riled up every time.
Yeah, I'm ready to kill people over stuff like that. They went back to cabin 26, and Marilyn went to bed. And at this point, Marty wanted to go back to the bar, but Bo was still really furious about the music change. They even called the bar. Marty called the bar and complained about it to the bartender and all sorts of stuff.
Tells you the size of the town when you can call the bar and complain about the music.
Yeah. And Bo was like, Marty wants to go, but Bo is so mad he just has to calm down for a while. So, really? Yeah. Well,
some people get like that.
Yeah, but eventually they did go back to the bar and return at some unknown time because Marilyn was asleep. When she woke up, Marty was in bed with her, and Bo was asleep on the couch. Who knows what they were up to or what when they came back.
Well, they did go to the bar. Evidently, they were there at last call.
Yeah. Marty was wearing a green suit for heading to the bar, but the next day the suit was gone, and Marilyn said she never saw it again, which is suspicious. But on the other hand, she moved out of that place on April 12th, so it could. I woke up the morning of April 12th. The green suit was not there.
Yeah.
I never saw it again.
Well, okay.
Yeah. But when she moved out, she said she was afraid of what Marty might do to her and the kids. But again, that doesn't necessarily indicate that Marty was a murderer and that she was afraid of getting murdered.
She just might have realized, I'm in a not good situation, and oh my God, my neighbor just got brutally murdered.
Yeah.
I should probably make a life change.
Yeah,
I know. Seriously. And as I told you before, Justin arrived home from cabin 28 around 8:30 a.m. and told her that everybody was dead. At the same time that day, about that same time, a guy named Jim Meeks went over to Marty Smart's house and saw that he was burning yard debris in the yard and said that he believed he saw a pair of shoes in the middle of the pile of burning debris. So, yeah. I don't really know. I'm not sure about this because the thing about it is my understanding of it is when they went back to the house and before they returned to the bar, they changed their clothes. I mean, you've read that in some accounts, right?
I think I have.
Yeah.
There were so many papers. The one website that I think all three of us drew on pretty heavily for like the reports and the papers because it was a plethora of information. It was actually information overload.
Yeah,
so it's made it kind of hard to pull details.
Yeah. So some say they change their clothes. Of course, on the other hand, if you're all gussied up and wearing your best clothes,
you're going to want to change.
Well, if to commit a murder, yeah.
No, I mean, if you came home. So this is what happens for me. I don't know about you guys, but you get all dressed up and you go out and you're like, yeah, this is fun. And you go home and you're like, oh, I wish I was wearing jeans right now.
Yeah,
I'll put jeans and, a sweatshirt on. And, let's go back out to the bar. Yeah, okay, yeah, no problem.
That happens to me every time I wear my best dress.
Yeah.
I know.
I can see that.
You probably get dressed up because Marilyn was like, wouldn't it be fun if we all got dressed up? And
and this is not a place where guys typically wear a suit.
Yeah.
So
it seems unlikely that Marty and Bo would be like, what'd be really fun is if we put on our suits.
I know.
Yeah.
But
I could just see a guy in a collared shirt and a suit or in a tie for a couple of hours having a couple of drinks, and the first thing you want to do is get out of that.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and actually probably Bo wanted to be all dressed up because he was probably hoping to find him a woman in the bar. And after spending a few hours in the bar, he realizes that his hopes of actually finding somebody in the bar were pretty much nil.
And he's super angry.
Yeah, he's super angry. So why keep wearing the suit, when there's no women in the bar anyway? So they probably changed.
Yeah, don't use up your good juju.
No, absolutely not. Supposedly, Marilyn told Jim Meeks later in that day, that's April 12th, that she'd seen a bloody hammer in the basement of cabin 26.
Wasn't the hammer found at the scene?
Yeah, it was. It's clearly visible in one of the crime scene photographs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I know.
This sounds like a disgruntled ex-wife.
Although I guess...
Well, I got to tell you, I've never seen it, actually. So that kind of makes me wonder right there.
Yeah, well, I guess my argument pro her having seen that is I don't know that you would be able to tell if it was only one hammer.
It could have been more than one hammer, too.
If it were two guys.
Two guys, two hammers.
Two hammers.
Well, didn't Martin also tell the cops, oh, by the way, my hammer went missing?
Yeah.
He told them that.
He made a lot of interesting statements. There was one, they called in the Department of Justice, and the DOJ investigators had a little interview with him, and he made a couple of other sort of semi-incriminating statements.
Yeah, he said some weird stuff.
Yeah. Like in talking about his stepson's possibly observing the crime, he said something in the order of, it's possible, and I just didn't notice him. Which is like, wow, really?
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that they should have kind of maybe zeroed in on and kind of hammered away at, and they really, it was kind of a lackluster investigation.
Well, yeah, there were so many things that were botched. There was, so there was Johnny, and then what was the other boy that was in
Dana?
the boys that were in the room that survived.
Oh, there was Justin and also Ricky and Greg.
Yeah, and I can't remember which one of them was being interviewed by the Department of Justice, but you can hear, if you listen to the tape, it's the guy saying, the time and the date, and his name, and interviewing subject so-and-so, and puts the mic over to the kid to get a mic test to make sure everything's working, and then the rest of the tape is blank.
Oh, really?
The thing just shut off or just stopped recording, and they did the test to make sure it worked, but didn't have the aptitude to go, oh, that's funny. The little lights on it stopped moving. Oh, well, we'll keep going.
I
mean, this got botched.
Actually,
all over the
got
place.
Botched. In fairness to them, we've actually committed the same mistake once.
Once.
One
nobody's
time.
Life was at stake.
Yeah, I know.
In fairness, nobody's life was at stake in that either. The lives had been forfeit already.
That's a good point.
Well, Joe's life was kind of at stake because I was just so done with that story.
Oh yeah, that was not a great.
Anyways,
Anywho, back to this botched investigation.
The botched investigation. Well, just another word about the hammer. There might have been two hammers. He might have taken his bloody hammer home with him, but wouldn't he have washed it off?
But there was all of the tools. Okay, so it was a hammer
and a knife.
And a steak knife.
Yeah.
And
a butcher knife.
And a butcher knife.
Yeah.
And they had all been wiped down at the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
They weren't covered in gads of blood.
No.
Okay, well, if you took the time to wipe down the tools of the murder and leave them at the murder scene, why in the hell would you take a bloody one home?
Oh, hell no. No, and you want to, if you possibly can. You want to leave the murder weapon at the scene.
Yeah.
Of course you do. You know?
That
it's
whole
murder
scene
101.
That whole, there was a bloody hammer in the basement thing. That doesn't jive with what was at the scene of the crime.
It's nonsense. And I don't know if Marilyn was lying. More likely Jim Meeks was lying. Or maybe somebody just made this stuff up and stuck it into the record at some point. Let's talk about theories for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh God, are we not there yet?
No. And there's a lot more. If you guys want to do more research, follow some of the links. There's a lot of stuff out there. Just to make this not a 5-hour episode, I've omitted lots of stuff, and also because some of it's conflicting and it's fragmentary. So and so, Bob C said this. And,
a lot of it is recountings 5, 10, 20, 30 years later.
Oh, yeah.
And those are bound to conflict from statement 1 to statement 5. A person's going to change it without intending to over time.
Absolutely. Memory is a tricky thing. Okay, back to our theories. Sue. Number 1, Sue was the target of the attack. She was the one they wanted to kill. Some people have theorized she was bound and gagged and then forced to watch as John and Data were murdered and Tina was tied up for abduction. So whoever did this really hated Sue.
Huh.
Yeah. If this is what happened, then no doubt they explained in detail, or he explained in detail what he was going to be doing with Tina, just to make her predicament that much more horrible before murdering her. But I don't understand why he or they didn't haul the other 2 children out of the back bedroom and kill them too.
If they were strangers, there'd be you wouldn't know that those kids were back there.
That's possible. You'd think you'd have a look around, but maybe not.
I guess, yeah.
Well, but you could say, is there anybody else home? No, all my kids are sleeping at the neighbor's house as a preventative statement to protect your children.
Yeah. I mean, But, if Sue was the target of the attack, the only person in town who seemed to have a grudge against her was Marty, right? Marty Smart.
Who would have known how many kids she had?
Who would have known that his stepson is in the other room? He would have known that. This is one of the reasons I have strong doubts. Even though everybody else thinks Marty Smart did this, I have strong doubts that he did. I mean, I really don't.
Because?
I really do think I have doubts. Well, just because he had a criminal history and a history of violence, but never anything this savage. Never anything this savage. And he would have done it, if he wanted to kill Sue, he would have found a way to maybe abduct her, take her out in the woods and kill her out there. He wouldn't do it with his stepson in the next room, do you think?
Again, this assumes,
This assumes that he's like, a
this
rational
assumes a
person.
lot of logic.
It assumes a lot of that, but it also, just because Sue was the target, I guess Sue was the target of the attack, assumes that somebody knew who Sue was, right? Okay, all right, never mind. I was going to say it assumes that that person knows Sue, but...
Well, if she's the intended target, then they have to know who she is.
Yeah, well, there's another possibility in somebody that didn't know Sue, but was just a psychopathic jerk. So we'll get to that. That's theory.
Or, somebody gave the boys a ride home and... saw Sue and was like, "Oh yeah, I would like some of that, thank you."
Yeah.
And then,
or more likely, I think saw Tina and thought, "Hey, I want some of that." I know, it's terrible, but she was the one that was abducted. Remember?
That's true.
I hate to
think about it. No, I don't either.
But
let's
here we go.
Let's get on to another theory, which is Tina was the reason for the attack, and everybody else was collateral damage. So some people have said that Bo really likes young girls. So say if it was Bo, he goes over there and, well, he's got to deal with the mother, kill her, and then abduct the girl, and then the other 2 show up. The 2 boys show up, and so he's got to whack them.
So they walk in on it.
They walk in on it. He's got to whack them too.
Have you also heard about the allegations of the involvement between Marty and Tina?
Yeah, well, I heard something about there was possibly some sort of a relationship there, but
I have seen stuff that speculates that Tina was pregnant.
I
mean, she's
at 12.
It's possible.
It is possible.
It's possible, or there was fear that she was pregnant by Marty, and that he thinking that he was going to protect his world, what he had, and not let that get out and destroy it, went after her. And, of course, that meant Sue was the collateral damage. And before he could abscond with her and do whatever he intended to do with her to erase that evidence, the other two boys arrived.
Yeah.
I have a really hard time with that, except that, I mean, initially you think, well, if this guy was doing something sexual in nature with this girl, she would have told somebody, except that unfortunately it's not the first time she had been molested by an adult, so she may have just never said. This is speculation.
Lots of kids get molested and don't say anything.
Yeah. I mean, that's unfortunately what the pedophiles count on. Is that they're too scared to say anything. But this is speculation. I can't say that it's true. I've seen it. It a little bit jives, but a lot of it doesn't.
Yeah, I've never seen any strong evidence that indicates to me that that's true. But the other thing about it is that if he needed to get rid of Tina and obviously get rid of the body, because an autopsy would have revealed that she was pregnant, right? So if he needed to do that, there were better ways to do it than killing a bunch of people. He could have easily just set up a meeting with her.
Yeah, especially if he was sleeping with her, right?
Yeah, he could have just sent her, called her and said, "Hey, let's get together," and then just take her out in the woods and murder her and bury her body.
I'd like to introduce Exhibit 1.
Yeah.
Alcohol. Get drunk. You make dumb decisions.
Yeah, true.
People make a lot of dumb decisions when they're, I'm just going to fix this now. And then they don't. I'm not accusing anything, but we've all seen that.
Yeah.
I don't buy this one, but if we're going to run down that avenue, I can see how it could have played out bad, whereas in his head it was very simple: walk in, knock out Sue, take Tina, and get out.
Yeah.
And instead, it turns into a bloodbath.
Yeah. Well, I got to say, he lucked out, because usually when people commit really stupid, off-the-cuff crimes like that, especially multiple murders, they almost always get caught.
Yeah. He's one of the few that got away with it, if that's what it was.
I'm still not sure that Marty did this at all.
What's next?
Next theory: the three young boys in the bedroom did it.
What?
Yeah. Somebody I actually got this one off of Reddit. Somebody. Yeah.
Oh, sometimes I love Reddit.
Well, actually, the guy that put it out there said, this kind of makes sense, but really, come on, it doesn't make sense. They were too young. They had no motive.
Well, I guess, okay, so young kids do dumb things sometimes thinking they're playing, right? No. They think it's fun, but in reality...
No, there was a time when I was a kid, and we were having a sleepover, and we got hammers and killed a family. We didn't mean to.
You didn't mean to. It was an accident. No, I think the thing is that if you think that's fun at ages 5 through 12, you're probably going to exhibit some of those tendencies later in life, too. Yeah, and it sounds like these boys didn't ever do that.
No, they would all be in prison for sure. Or hopefully, at least.
Well, I mean, that's the beginning of, psychotic behavior. And you would think that there would have been a lot of missing cats and dogs and stuff like that. This is the build-up stage, not the beginning, tested out stage.
Not the kill your first human being
stage.
Yeah.
Nah.
So anyway, I thought it was a fun theory, so I thought I'd put it in there.
But, fun.
Thank you for that, sir.
Yeah, it is a fun theory. Yeah, little boys murdering people.
No.
Awesome.
Yeah. Another theory.
Fun and games.
Yeah, another theory is Charles Ng and Leonard Lake. Have you heard of these guys?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh, couple of vicious serial killers. They had near Wilseyville, California, which is about 100 miles south of Keddie.
Okay.
And he had this, it was kind of a fairly remote cabin, and he had built himself a dungeon next to the cabin that he, and then, yeah,
Dudes that build dungeons.
Yeah.
Things I never want to know.
Yeah, what these guys would do is they would abduct like a family or a group of people. They would usually kill the men and the babies fast, because they didn't really need them, but they keep the women around and then rape them and torture them horribly, and then eventually murder them too.
This is like, what's that movie, Hostel?
I don't watch movies like that.
I don't either. That's why I'm asking. This makes me think of like the crap I see in the previews of movies like that.
Yeah. Anyway, but as far as it being the pair of them, if you do a little Googling on these two, they had a real crime spree there. They killed a bunch of people, pretty horribly too. But you got to rule Charles Ng out because, as far as I was able to find, he was in prison until 1982.
That's just like a corrections gone wrong situation.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody's already been in jail and then gets released and goes on a rape, torture, murder spree for a couple of years, I feel like something failed there.
Well, he was in military prison, so they weren't really trying to rehabilitate him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but he got out of prison in 1982. He'd been in contact with Leonard Lake already. They already knew each other, and Lake invited him to come up there and live at his cabin. And they just hang out up there and just occasionally, go out and find some innocent people to abduct and murder horribly.
Like a nice Sunday in.
But what I'm saying, Ng could not have been involved. And by the way, at this point, he was Leonard Lake, who's the guy I'm putting forth as a suspect, remotely possible suspect. Was not yet ensconced in his little remote cabin. It's possible. I'm not saying he lived in Keddy, by the way. He didn't. But who knows? Maybe he was driving through Highway 70, spots a couple of teenage boys hitchhiking, picks them up, takes them back. And because the murders that he and Charles Ng committed together were incredibly vicious. And let's face it, the Keddy murders were also incredibly vicious.
Yeah.
I have no evidence, no proof whatsoever that it was actually him, but it makes sense because Tina was the one that was abducted.
Yeah.
Now he's mobile. He doesn't have a dungeon or anything like that. He can only take one person with him.
You take the smallest.
Yeah, you take the smallest. You take the smallest one. So yeah,
the weakest of the bunch.
Yeah, take her, and of course he doesn't have his dungeon, so he can't. So he's got to just take her somewhere and torture her and then murder her and leave her. The other ones he killed on the spot, and that's what they would do. Again, they would kill the people that they weren't interested in raping first. I feel like Ng and Lake are the equivalent of Devin. Last week when we talked about the McCann case, there was the random guy that lived in Spain that was listed as a suspect in...
the German.
Yeah.
Whose name I can't pronounce.
Yes, because, this is somebody who years later we know is a notorious bad person that was in the same general area.
Exactly.
That's my same feeling about this.
I don't know. There's precedent for it, though. I mean, oftentimes you find after, a serial killer's been caught, you find, they also lived in this area where these murders that are kind of similar or not totally similar happened a couple of years before. It's that testing the waters phase.
It's that workup.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying it's not, but that's my initial impression.
That's fair. Yeah.
No, I think it's definitely something I have really no evidence for, but it just seems to me that, I would think Leonard Lake is as strong a suspect as Marty Smart.
Yeah.
Because Marty Smart, even though he was kind of screwed up and had an anger problem, he... as far as I can tell, he didn't show the kind of viciousness that it would have taken to commit these murders.
All you have to do is go look at the crime scene photos to kind of understand what we're talking about.
Vicious is
exactly the word.
Yes, because it not to make a joke, but it was overkill.
Yeah.
It was absolutely over the top.
It was.
What was going on here?
It was it wasn't just getting the job done. It was sadistic. And Leonard Lake was sadistic.
But that's one of the things, it's a weird thing in favor of Martin not being responsible, is that in the tapes with him from the cops, he's like, I don't understand how somebody could do that. If I had somebody to kill, I'd get in, I'd get it done, and I'd get out. I wouldn't do all this other stuff. Which, maybe that's, him leading the path to defend himself, to lead them off. But at the same time, he sounds like he's just saying, like, dude, that was so weird. Why would you do that? In a normal conversational tone when you listen to it.
Yeah, exactly. The and remember, only one was gagged. So it was Sue Sharp that was gagged. So,
but the boys weren't.
Well, the boys were knocked out.
Yeah, the boys got conked out pretty fast.
They did.
Yeah, but it looked like Sue was alive for a while and unconscious. And again, it's quite possible she had to witness the murders of those two boys.
Well, and there was a lot of blood on the bottom of her feet, so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, through somebody's blood.
The one thing, thankfully, that I was really surprised about was there was no sexual misconduct in this whole thing.
Well
thankfully, rape never came into this.
As far as we know.
As far as we know.
As far as they found out in any of it.
It would have been hard to
tell
for
the victims that were left in the cabin.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
That was not there.
Yeah.
And I was, that's one
good.
of that's the weird thing. Okay, well, if the boys are fine, Sue's fine, and Tina's taken, it doesn't make sense. You would think that somebody that was on a let's kill them and have a little sexual fun spree wouldn't have cared. But that's very general, very vague. I understand that before anybody lights up and has a heyday and sends me a Wikipedia article about weird perversions. I know that that's not exactly right, but it just seems like you would have seen more indications of something like that in the whole thing, which is, I mean, personally, I hope that, they took Tina away and then did her in quietly, but I don't know.
I don't understand why they would have done that.
I'm saying what I would like to hear, Joe.
That's what I would like to believe too, but yeah, I can't conceivably think of a reason why. But anyway, do you guys have any more theories?
No.
Thankfully, no.
Yeah, pretty ugly case.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Good choice, brother.
Yeah, I know. It's but it was time for us to do a hideous roll for murder again. It's been a while.
True.
It was.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think we're going to be able to solve this one, unfortunately, unless we go down there with our magnifying glasses.
Nah.
I think that it's entirely possible. Yeah.
The cabins are gone.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The cabin was demoed in like 2004.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
They were condemned, and they finally bulldozed them.
Yeah, and I don't think there were probably people lining up to go live in that cabin anyway.
No.
I think there was
one family did move in there afterwards.
Not very long, I don't think.
And actually, maybe they didn't know, but I mean, you've seen the crime scene photographs. The cabin was an armpit. It was a dump.
It was awful.
It was.
I would have to be pretty damn poor before I would live in that place.
Take your college dorm room and put wood paneling and ugly 70s carpet in it, and then 20 years of dirt.
Yeah, exactly.
And
we're talking not wood paneling, the nice stuff, but the stuff that's made out of kind of pressed board with the laminate stuff. The ugly, nasty stuff.
Oh, yeah, no, the stuff you find in 1950s trailers.
Yeah.
The kind I grew up in.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, the place was a dump. So I'm glad I didn't have to live there, and I'm glad I didn't live there because I'd be dead. So thank God. All right, so out of theories?
Nope, I got none.
Out theories, okay. Well, I think that's it for this week. So sorry, I apologize. I know we usually solve things, but not this week.
What?
Sorry, yeah.
He admitted it.
I think according to our drinking game, that means that you have to, finish 5 beers or something.
Sorry about that.
Way to go, Joe. You're going to make some people hungover.
Yeah, I know. Well, I got to do it. I want to get people drunk. All right, so let me give you some very, very important information. First of all, you want to find our website. You'll find links about this story as well as the story itself to be downloaded. It's thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. You can leave comments and, of course, listen to episodes. Of course, you can also find us on iTunes, which is probably where you're finding us. So remember, subscribe. Give us a review. Give us a comment. We like that stuff. You can stream us pretty much anywhere. I mean, I don't know how many streaming services there are nowadays.
A lot.
A lot of them. So find one of those and stream us. You can find us on Facebook. You can also find us on Twitter, where we are Thinking Sideways. Not thinking, but Thinking Sideways. And if you want to send us an email, you can send us an email at thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. Suggestions are great. If you just want to tell us how awesome we are, that's great. If you have constructive criticism, that's good too.
Oh, don't forget on the website there is on the right-hand panel the link for shirts.
Oh, yeah.
Because we do have
and
a couple
iPhone cases.
And iPhone cases.
And mugs.
And coffee cups.
And mugs. Okay,
we got a couple of different things, but those are there's a link for Zazzle that takes you right to our store, so those are there as well.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, I need to buy my shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to buy our own shirts.
Yep.
No, I know. It's done. Zazzle, actually, Zazzle wrote us an email just yesterday saying they're running out of stock. So you better buy your T-shirts and mugs soon. Yeah, and I better do the same.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's it for this week. Another mystery down. You guys have any remaining thoughts?
I really don't want to have to walk to my car right now.
Let's all huddle in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Lock the door.
No.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of water.
Let me get my axe first.
We'll take some cans of food. It'll be safe.
Yeah.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. So long for this week.
Bye.
Why are you giving me that weird look?
Thinking Sideways.
I don't understand.
Does not compute.
You never know.
Insufficient data to formulate a reply.
What?
Stories of things we simply don't know the answer to.
Well, hi there, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm not going to say for rejoining us. I'm just going to say joining us.
Well.
This is Thinking Sideways, the podcast. I'm Devin, and I'm joined by
Joe.
And Steve.
As always.
As always.
We're going to, as Joe would say, solve another mystery.
Absolutely we are.
I'm not going to solve it. I don't
No.
know. Joe, I guess, probably will.
Mm.
So we're going to tackle the hum into the theories. No. So the hum is another, apparently I'm on the unexplained sounds bandwagon right now. I've been doing them a lot lately. I'm super sorry.
It seems to be your thing.
Yeah, right now. It was something else for a while.
Mysterious middle-aged men dying.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're going through another phase.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry.
all right.
I hope this isn't boring. So the hum is an unexplained noise that involves widespread reports of persistent and invasive low-frequency humming, rumbling, or like a droning kind of noise. Does that make sense?
Like an airplane might make?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
It's often described as like an idling truck,
Mm-hmm.
like a 18-wheeler
Mm-hmm.
truck idling.
I don't know. I've never heard it. The hum.
The hum. I was like, you've never heard an 18-wheeler? Where have you been living?
A basement.
Yeah,
A basement myself forever.
If you live in a basement, you still heard an 18-wheeler. Those
It's
Jake
true.
breaks you could hear from a mile away.
Yeah, man. Hums have been widely reported by lots of national media, particularly in the UK and the United States.
So it's mainly English-speaking people.
Mainly
That hear this
English-speaking
hum.
people. Yeah, I don't think that's true that hear the hum, but I think it is true that
That's where it's reported most.
we both, let's be honest, the UK and the United States are pretty good at reporting stupid stuff.
Yeah, it's probably
We like to
all over.
sensationalize.
It's all over Africa, and they're probably just busy trying to
Survive.
stay alive.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
hear it, but they just got better things to do than talk about the hum.
Yeah, so it's often you'll hear it referred to with the location affixed to the front of it. So
Yeah,
like
the
the
Taos
Bristol
hum.
hum, the Taos hum. And it can be really disturbing, and apparently in the UK it's directly attributed to at least 3 suicides,
Which is
which is weird.
Disturbing.
Yeah.
Seems like a strange reason to kill yourself.
Well, I think
Maybe there was other stuff going on.
as far as anybody can tell, it's persistent. Like people can't sleep through it. People, it's just there. It's just hearing this hum like over and over again. It's almost like that Chinese water torture, right, with the drips, except for it's a sound in your head. I can understand how that would be obnoxious.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can see
it
that.
would get old.
Yeah, really old, really fast.
Yes.
So as I said, the hum is kind of like a truck engine idling outside of someone's house, but often people hear it more inside than outside. Like if they're hearing it inside and they go outside, it's not as prevalent.
Wait. So if I'm hearing what I attribute to be a hum, and I'm sitting in my house,
you go outside to explore, right?
Uh-huh.
But it's less loud. It's more quiet.
Okay, and do they know why that is?
Nope.
I mean, well, I'm just thinking here. Okay, well, if I'm inside and I don't have the TV on or anything like that, there's not as much background noise. So I just wonder if background noise outside, the wind and the trees and dogs and cats and whatever it might be, if all of that kind of makes it harder for people to pinpoint.
Maybe. I mean, it's generally accepted that it's not a noise that's just coming from inside of like a bunch of different individual houses. It's accepted that, if it is something, right, that it's something outside. And so if you hear a noise outside that you hear very loudly in your house and you walk outside, out the doors and, the walls and the insulation and things like that, even if there's more background noise, it's going to be louder because you're closer to whatever's making the noise. Does that make sense?
It does, and I guess I can follow that.
Yeah, if it's a noise with the source outside the earth. Say if you're inside your house, say if this was due to high frequency vibration of the earth itself, of the ground there, then if you're inside your house, it's kind of like being in an echo chamber.
Yeah.
It stands to reason it would be louder inside if it's from that source versus outside. It's kind of the difference between shooting a gun off inside your house and outside your house. It's a lot louder inside.
Sure, yeah. That's fair.
I would imagine it would be.
I've only done that once. But
the hum is also louder at night than it is in day. And it does appear to be geographically focused a little bit, as in people you can move away from it. Does that make sense?
So
you can hear it, and then if you get in your car and drive.
It's a small range.
Yeah. And that it's actually focused someplace, that it's actually has a source of some kind.
So have any of these people, these sufferers, the hearers, have any of them actually just taken the trouble to just try to localize it, walk towards the source of the noise?
Yeah, and often people can't. One of the things that is kind of emerging in there's this kind of big data collection effort that's happening. That's a worldwide hum data collection. It's like a Google Doc. We'll link to it.
Huge.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's anybody who suffers from it. Anytime you have an instance, you go in and you plug in just a massive amount of information about like where you heard it, if you heard it more on your left or right. And by and large, people say they hear it on their left more. And you can only follow your left for so long before. So you try and localize it, and it's just I don't know.
Maddening, I think is the word.
Yeah, maddening, I think is definitely the word. Yeah.
Where people can actually get away from it, but they can't go towards it.
I guess, yeah.
Interesting.
It's one of the weird mysteries of the hum.
Mm-hmm. No time to pack up and move, I guess.
Also, only about 2% of people living in an area that's hum-prone, they call it a hum-prone area, can hear it. Most of them are from ages 55 to 70, which is kind of weird. That's a statistic from a study that was done in 2013 by an acoustical consultant who lives in Surrey. So that's weird. A little bit, right? It's weird?
No.
It's not weird?
I don't know.
Oh. Okay. So I'm just going to do a little bit of a list of places when and where the hum has been reported. So in London and Southampton in the 1940s, Bristol, England in 1979, Largs, Scotland in the 1980s, Taos, New Mexico in 1992, Kokomo, Indiana in 1999, Vancouver, BC pre-2003, Calgary, Alberta in 2008, Windsor, Ontario in 2009, Woodland Country, Durham in England in 2011, County Kerry in Ireland in 2012, Seattle, Washington, 2012, Wellington, New Zealand in 2012, the Italian National Research Council in Pisa, Italy in 2013, in Guadalajara in 2013, and Colima in 2013. So it seems to be getting more prevalent a little bit too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's more prevalent or just people know that there's a way to
report it,
complain about it, report it. Yeah,
they've heard about it now. So now, did it just like seeing Taos? I had thought that was an ongoing phenomenon. Did it just?
It is. I think that was the first.
That's
report.
when it began. Okay.
Yeah, I already mentioned that there's an age kind of age range for this. There's also apparently only 1/3 of the sufferers are male to 2/3 female, which is a little interesting as well, I feel. And there's a very defined age curve that people under the age of 45 tend to like not hear the hum at all.
Well, I could almost see some easy answers to those numbers.
Yeah, I could too.
So only 1/3 of the hearers are men, correct?
Yeah.
And it's also people under 45 tend not to hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that seems pretty easy to me because people who are above 45 are from the era when we didn't use a lot of safety precautions. So I'm talking large machinery all day long, and that was typically run by men in that day and age.
Okay, so riddle me this then,
that doesn't
Batman.
explain the proportion of males to females.
No,
so,
well, riddle me this, Batman. Many of the hum sufferers are either partially or mostly deaf. Partially or totally deaf. So there's not a good explanation for that. There's just not.
Okay.
Well, there might be actually, but I do agree though that it's not surprising that people in the older age group would be more likely to have already sustained some sort of damage to their ears that could cause something like this to happen. It would make sense to me.
I also mentioned the left side more than the right side, and apparently some people who are affected by the hum, not all, but some can get relief from actually physically closing off their left ear, just putting their hand over their ear.
So earplugs would let you sleep.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. It seems to be the physical act of putting the hand over the ear, but I could be.
Might just be the pressure.
It may just be, who knows?
Turns out if I put my Beats by Dr. Dre on my head, I don't hear the hum.
Weird. Because I don't hear anything.
Exactly.
This episode of Thinking Sideways brought to you by Beats by Dr. Dre.
So, by the way, are there any known recordings of this hum?
Kind of.
Yeah?
There's a lot of YouTube videos of hums or hum-like phenomena, which is interesting and I think is actually a fairly solid argument against some of the theories we're going to talk about. But it's hard to tell. I mean, it's so easy to edit a video, especially the sound of video.
I was going to say...
There are a lot that I've watched and been like, well, that's like just out of GarageBand. Like, I know that effect really well. But there are others that I've listened to that I'm like...
I've heard a lot of them where I was, okay, well, I want to hear this. This guy, wherever finds it. And you can tell that they have just gone in and cranked the volume. Because if you've ever listened to an audio track when it peaks out and it's just hitting the top and the wind is really loud and then things just keep hitting that upper range and getting cut off by the audio program, that's when I wonder how much these things are doctored to make it quote unquote hearable.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true, but I think that there are a couple, and I will make my best effort to find them so that we can include them. Often they get taken down or whatever. I'll try my best to find some good ones so that we can put them on the website. Yeah. Because I think there are a few out there at least that are really compelling and interesting.
So is this hum, is it some mysterious creature humming a tune?
Maybe.
Yeah, or is it just
might
like
be.
The chupacabra?
Yeah, the chupacabra. There you go.
Finally, we figured it out.
Yeah, okay.
So I do want to talk about
she didn't buy that at all. Did you hear how enthusiastic she was about that theory?
We solved the mystery. We can start drinking beer now.
Oh, you're right. I do. Okay, I want to talk about two specific places because they've actually done research on both of them. So first, we're going to talk about Bristol, England, which was one of the first places, as you may recall in that list that I rapidly read off, where the hum was reported. About 800 people in this coastal city, which is Bristol, right, reported having heard a steady, like, thrumming sound, I guess, almost. Thrumming, that's a good word, right? Which authorities kind of blamed on vehicular traffic and local factors, which is, I guess, fair. Maybe.
Now, these people that hear this, they hear it all the time, right? Or they not intermittently, constantly?
They hear it more at night than during the day, but I guess that seems fairly mundane if it is indeed a factory or something, because there's more outside noise kind of interfering with that, right, during the day. When you're trying to lay down to go to sleep, it's harder to...
Yeah, that would be obnoxious. But it never, for these people that reported it, it never stopped. It just kept going 24/7.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, okay.
So they did some studies, and the audiologist I was talking about earlier conducted these studies in 2003. The hum frequency was at 36 hertz. And funny side note, before we start talking about 36 hertz, they were instructed on how to construct aluminum helmets to be placed over their head when the hum was happening.
You're kidding.
Nope.
I love it.
They taught them how to make tinfoil hats.
Yep, because they thought they would help.
You are making this up.
Nope.
How did they work? Well,
I don't know. There were no reports.
Wow, that guy fleeced them.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
Totally did.
Custom-made hats while you wait.
Only $200. Let's talk about hertz frequencies a little bit.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about them when we talk about Taos in a minute too. But hertz are kind of a weird amorphous thing, right? Not a lot of us kind of know what they sound like or anything. So the hum has been recorded at kind of like 26 to maybe like 56 hertz or something like that. So just to give you a little bit of reference, here's what 20 hertz would sound like.
Well, and one quick thing I'd like to say to everybody, as we've discovered, when you're listening to this, depending on the system that you're using, you might or might not hear this. Some computer, laptops especially, don't seem to have the speaker capacity to produce the sounds. Mm-hmm. So if you're listening to that, you might want to take a second and get some headphones. But let's go ahead and listen to 20 hertz.
And here's what 40 would sound like. And 60. And as Steve says, 80 is heinous, so we're not even going to go there. The Bristol hum is, as we said, the 36, which is pretty dang close to 40 hertz.
Yeah, it's a good frame of reference.
Yeah, so that's kind of what that sounded like. Put your aluminum hats on, everyone. In Taos, the hum kind of started being reported in 1991. Residents complained of a low-level rumbling noise, is what they called it. I think it may just be a little bit of semantics, right? Thrumming and rumbling.
Yeah, they're very
same.
similar words
kind of
to
things,
describe that kind of sound.
Yeah, one's way more cool and British. And the other one sounds like it's from New Mexico.
Rumbling.
So a team of researchers decided, hey,
let's go research, huh?
Let's go research. They're researchers from Los Alamos National Laboratory, the University of New Mexico, and Sandina National Laboratories, and apparently other regional experts. They were unable to identify the source of the sound, but they were able to identify the range of the sound, which was 48 to 72 hertz. That seems really loud.
Yeah, that's really
what's reported.
That's wavelength, though. That's not free. That's not like amplitude.
Right, but it just seems like really painful to listen to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that frequency
72
sounds
hertz.
like to listen to. But
well, let's find out. What's 72 hertz?
Yeah, here it is. Yeah. So no, but that's just like wavelength, So higher pitched sounds have a shorter wavelength. Lower pitched ones have a longer wavelength.
Right.
It's kind of like light. I mean, blue has got a shorter wavelength than red has. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean that blue is going to hurt your eyes more. That all depends on how bright the blue light that's shining in your eyes is.
Right.
So it can be dim. Yeah, so you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Same thing with sound.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Just for listener reference, though, 72 hertz.
Hurts a lot.
According to Steve, one other one I'd like to mention is the Auckland hum, which is Auckland, New Zealand, and a Dr. Tom Moyer of the Massey University in Auckland recorded it, which is awesome. We'll put a link to that on the website if we can find it. And apparently its spectral density peaked at a frequency of 56 hertz.
Right on.
All right, so that's what we know about the hum.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a lot.
It's a lot of great, super awesome information, huh?
Yeah.
It's I know we just listened to them. It's a lot of numbers and it's a lot of ranges, and it's hard to. And this is I'm gonna say this. I said this before, but it's hard for me to imagine what that's like with background noise. I mean, listening to it on its own, pure, that would drive me bonkers very quickly. But with so much background noise, it's just hard for me to kind of think what that would be like. Then again, I live near a kind of a big road, so I randomly hear, trucks jake braking. I think is the one example you made. I hear that, and I don't even really pay attention to it, just because I tune it out naturally. So to me, this is something I would just naturally tune out.
Yeah, or like the light rail, or like the train, or anything like that. You know, when you live near things like that, you just tune them out. But for whatever reason, this seems to impact people differently than just like a mundane, whatever sound going past.
Well, probably because it goes on all the time. Well, I would think you would just get used to it and stop hearing it.
So we're going to jump into the theories. And one of the theories is tinnitus. And I want to say a little caveat about all of these theories first. But I would say that it's a lot like tinnitus in that, like, if you have tinnitus, you hear it all the time. You don't actually get used to it, and it can become more or less annoying, of course, depending on your kind of moods and things like that. And you never get used to it. You never tune it out.
Yeah, you do.
It's always there. Tinnitus?
Yeah.
You tune tinnitus out.
I tune it out constantly.
You tune it out if you've got other things going on, but when you're laying asleep in bed, I'm
evidently better at tuning things out.
Apparently you are, because I can't do it at all. So the caveat that I do want to say is that most researchers who are actively investigating the hum express kind of utter confidence that the hum is a real thing. It's not like a psychological disorder. It's not something that's just like happening in people's heads, and it's not a hoax, which is, those are kind of three things that people bring up. They say, well, it's just something wrong with these people, or they're just lying, or whatever. But most researchers say, no, we do believe this is actually happening, and it's real, and it's something external, not internal. Fair?
Fair. Okay, no tinnitus. All right.
I want to jump into some fun theories first before we say things like, it's tinnitus. Is that cool with you guys?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, my first favorite theory is that it's a leftover gift from Nikola Tesla.
What?
Yeah, that it's a result of a low-frequency electromagnetic radiation that is audible only to some people, right? And that there are apparently verified cases that individuals there is a certain percentage of the population that is extra sensitive to hearing noises like this. Which would be, I think, about 2%, which is the population that can hear hums.
But radiation is not not noise, though. That's like radiation, like
electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, which is like light,
it's apparently
radio waves, all that stuff. All that stuff is on the electromagnetic spectrum.
Apparently,
some people can actually translate radiation into noises.
Yeah, apparently.
They also get the local radio station on their fillings.
Teeth. Yeah.
It's entirely possible.
It's a range that's outside of normal human hearing, to be sure. But apparently, there's a certain percentage of the population who can actually hear these things.
Well,
people talk about going to see,
but you can't hear like radio waves. I mean, I could see where maybe your brain somehow receives them and translates them into a perceived sound that your brain thinks is hearing,
or something.
But they're not actually hearing anything.
Right.
Their brain thinks they're hearing something.
Right.
Well,
it's translating into something.
And that's what your brain does. It translates what the ear bones are.
Which would help to explain why deaf people can hear the hum, right? That it's not actually a sound, that it's a wave that hits people in a certain way.
Now, explain to me again, this people who are deaf are reporting it, or is it people who are hard of hearing?
Both.
Okay, because what I think of is for people who can't hear, they're much more sensitive to pressure. If you've ever been to an event, I don't know if you guys have ever done this. I did it once, and it was a dance for a local organization that was a deaf organization. And the music was blaringly loud, and they had the bass cranked up. And if you've ever been near a speaker when the bass is thumping and you can feel that pressure wave, and that's why I question if it's really a sound if they're reporting it, because the way that they know to interpret these loud noises or these things like this is they know it's kind of a pressure wave. It's just kind of a learned response that I tell you that's what it is, so now I get it.
Yeah.
So that's why I question that, because it seems more of a pressure issue than a sound dish.
It may be. Joe, you had a theory about Elf?
Actually,
Is it one of the ones with the little green pointy shoes?
Well, elves. It's about the elves. Well, some people, this is not a theory I came up with. Some people have speculated that it might be extremely low frequency radio waves that are kind of similar to this Tesla thing.
Yeah.
And the U.S. actually has, and the Soviets had, I think still have, these transmitters in the Midwest. Actually, they're in like Wisconsin and Michigan, and they were actually disbanded in 2004. But they were used for communicating with submarines. The extremely low frequency radio waves can penetrate seawater, much better than high frequency ones or just very low frequency ones. Because these wavelengths are so huge, I mean, we're talking enormous wavelengths, like miles long. That means that essentially you can beam very simple messages, like a little 2 or 4 letter code to a submarine, and they will receive them at a rate of about maybe 2 characters a minute. That's how long these radio waves are. And then that's just kind of a doorbell kind of thing. That's ringing a bell. They come up to a shallower depth where they can receive radio transmissions and get instructions from home.
Interesting.
So we had, and the people have hypothesized, and there's been some other conspiracy theories. There was even an episode of the X-Files that was done about ELF.
Oh.
Did you ever watch the X-Files?
No.
Yeah.
It was the episode where Mulder and Scully were out in Nevada, and they just happened upon that there was this guy who was like driving wildly across the state, kept driving ever further westward from getting ELF waves, and the only way he could stop his head from exploding was to keep driving at high speed westward. And sort of, I don't know what was going to happen to him. I can't remember how it all worked out. I think eventually he couldn't go any further and his head exploded or something like that.
Oh, man.
Yeah, but that's anyway. So, but at least for America, we're not broadcasting in ELF anymore. The Soviets
or so they tell us.
Yeah, really. No, they've got better ways to do it now. But
yeah, so to kind of piggyback on that, like America has these weird things going on. Theory is HARP. Yeah.
Not the loan program.
No, that's ARP.
Not the musical instrument.
No, not the musical instrument. The High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program that's up in...
High Frequency Active Auroral Research?
Auroral, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a hard word to say.
Yeah.
It is.
It's up in Alaska. It's super technical. I'm not going to get into it. There are a lot of acronyms. Basically, it's a really advanced piece of technology that is supposed to analyze the ionosphere and investigate the potential for enhancing things like radio communication and surveillance. Right. Joe just looked really concerned, like I had not accurately portrayed what was going on. I mean, at its most basic level, it's super easy to Google and find a bunch of articles about. The reason that people kind of talk about this maybe having to do with the hum is because HARP is actually a really huge conspiracy theorist. And actually, we may do an episode on HARP. I haven't totally decided yet.
Well, it's not a conspiracy theorist. It's a target for conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, a target for conspiracy theorists who say that it's capable of modifying weather, disabling satellites, and exerting mind control over people, and that it's being used as a weapon against terrorists.
Well, that's not such a bad thing.
Yeah, a lot of the people who are these conspiracy theorists against HARP say that things like earthquakes, droughts, storms, and floods, diseases like Gulf War syndrome and chronic fatigue syndrome are attributed to HARP. They also say things like the 1990 crash of the TWA Flight 800, the destruction of the Space Shuttle Columbia, also attributed to HARP. It's a big old catch net for crazy.
Yeah, this seems like, hey, my bank account is empty. It's because of HARP.
HARP did it.
It seems it's attributed for everything.
Yeah, although to the credit of, putting it to the hum, right, it does do radio frequencies. And it's a pretty big old thing up there. So,
well, I don't know.
It's high frequency though, which is what Joe kind of brought up.
It's what?
Yeah,
it's high frequency. It's high frequency. Yeah,
not low frequency. So
yeah, it's kind of at the other end of the spectrum. But maybe people can actually, some tiny minority of people can receive radio waves, high frequency ones in their brains.
Although I don't know that it would necessarily translate to?
Well, again, I think it's what we were kind of alluding to earlier is you can't actually hear it.
Yeah.
So your brain is doing the translation, but because it doesn't know what it is, it's a bad translation.
Yeah, that's
so then
fair.
it comes out into this weird range that people are reporting hearing.
Yeah.
Which seems to be an issue if there's recordings of it, but there's that.
There's that whole problem.
Silly recordings.
Yeah, well, we don't know if those recordings are real, though. So,
it's all a lie.
Yeah, another conspiracy theory.
Okay, so as we said earlier, some people were like, well, it's just tinnitus, which I think is the dumbest answer ever.
Don't mask your feelings. Just let it out.
I'm trying to not show them at all. You guys know what tinnitus is, right?
Yeah.
It's that like ringing that you hear in your ears.
It's ringing or a high pitch.
I totally thought it was totally normal until I found out literally 2 years ago that not everybody has ringing in their ears all the time.
No.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, really? All the time?
I totally have tinnitus.
I have the same thing.
Yeah.
I have. I get just an occasional spell. I'll just be sitting there, and all of a sudden, it almost seems like a little veil goes over my hearing. Like the volume, everything around me goes down. And
that's
it's
just
ringing.
old age.
That's a what?
That's just old age.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
No, that's been happening since young age. It's been happening since I was.
Well, you've been an old person since you were born, apparently. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, so tinnitus. If you don't know what it is, I guess go look it up.
Well, no, tinnitus is actually pretty basic.
Yeah.
What it is how your hearing works is that I don't remember, it's the cochlea, which is a kind of a spiral-shaped vessel in your ear.
It looks like a snail.
Looks like a snail, and it's full of fluid, and it's full of hairs. And as the fluid in there is moved by pressure of sound, the hairs pick that up, and your brain interprets that as noise. And so that's how we hear. When you get really loud noises, things that damage your hearing, they think, this is the last time I read anything on it, is they think that what happens is the pressure change in that organ or in that spiral is so violent that it actually snaps those hairs or those filaments. And so what was, let's say this tall, the length of my finger, is now been chopped in half or a third of its length. So it's going to vibrate much easier and more rapidly. And so it's sending these signals to your brain saying, I hear noise, I hear noise, I hear noise. But it's so your brain is interpreting this, but it's not actually supposed to be that way.
And it's worth mentioning that it's not only you can be born with it. It's not just sound damage that happens.
It's sound damage the
it's
typical
more frequently
way.
that it's sound damage. Most, kind of baby boomers have it kind of a little bit at least.
Too many loud concerts.
Yeah. And, a lot of people of my generation, which I'm not going to say which generation it is, have it because we listen to music real loud on our headphones. But, yeah, it's just, you can be born with it. You can do it to yourself.
And you can lose hearing that way. You lose. Most people today don't have the same hearing range as people 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Because of cars.
Yeah.
Because of the frequency that cars put out noise all the time. Because we're exposed to it constantly, it's just damaged, and so we don't hear all of the noise that a car makes when it's on and driving because our ears are just shot that way.
Yeah, so I think, tinnitus, I think it's very clearly the problems with this as a theory is that it doesn't explain why people only hear it in certain geographic locations.
No.
You know?
It wouldn't also explain the louder at night?
Well, I think it makes sense to me. Like my tinnitus, for instance, is louder at night because there's less happening. There's less to distract me from it. I'm more aware of it. However, it doesn't explain why it only, people age into it and out of it.
Well, and I can't get away from tinnitus. I can't drive away from it.
Yeah, and it's not like, oh man, it's coming from my left ear. Like, it's there. I know it's in my head. I'm not suffering any kind of delusions that wow, this is a weird noise coming from outside of my head. No. And I don't think that has ever been the case even when I was a child. I don't think I was ever like, wow, there's a weird ringing happening all around me. It was like, wow, there's a weird ringing happening in my ear. I think people with tinnitus kind of recognize, wow, that's a weird thing happening in my ear. And it doesn't really go away if I cover my ear.
That actually gets louder.
Yeah. makes it worse.
Yeah, don't cover your ears.
Well, okay, so
never wear earmuffs.
So we're going to say no to tinnitus.
We're saying no to tinnitus.
There's another theory out there that's not as prevalent, that it could be what's called tonsor tympani muscle syndrome.
What is that?
I know, seriously. In your ear, there's this little muscle called the tonsor tympani muscle. It's a muscle that kind of can exert pressure on your eardrum. And, make it tighter or less tight. And when this muscle is activated, it can actually tighten to the point where it's vibrating, and you get a sort of sensation that's kind of like a rumbling. And you've experienced it. I experienced it a few minutes ago when I yawned.
Oh yeah.
I yawn, and you know how when you yawn a real deep yawn, you hear that you feel that sort of
weird
flutter
rushing
in your ear.
Yeah.
Kind of a pop.
Yeah, kind of like this. I hear kind of a sort of thing in my ears if sometimes.
He's got a '57 Chevy in his head.
Yeah, so that's another possibility. Is maybe these people have something going on with their tonsor tympani muscle.
I guess, and that I guess my problem with that is the same kind of with the tinnitus is that like why only in these certain geographic locations and why so prevalently in these geographic locations, right? It's not like a couple people in this one area are saying, "Oh, I hear this noise." It's like 2 to 11% of the population in any given kind of hub of the hum are hearing it. So, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's something, maybe there needs to be more research into this syndrome. Maybe there is something that could be affecting people in this area. But
speaking of research, like say in Taos, how many people in Taos reported this as happening? Hundreds?
Lots.
Yeah.
It was 800 in Bristol. I don't think I have a number in Taos, but I think it was almost 11% or something like that of the population, which is fairly substantial. And the fact that you can record it, or that people could measure the hertz that it was, right? That to me means that it's external.
I don't know how they did that. If they, I'd have to look into the research and find out if they actually went out and found the noise, recorded it, and measured its wavelength. Or if they just played sounds to people who claim to be hearing, basically, like you go to the eye doctor, and they just play sounds. Well, does this sound like it? Well, how about this? How about this? And then finally, when they get then they settle on that as a frequency.
The articles that I've read about people trying to track it down is they've gone out with a mic and all of the audio equipment that it's portable, you're carrying it, and of course, as they're listening to it and with the headphones and they're, oh wait, I think I found it. They're looking at the meter, and the meter is registering this stuff, and I think that's how they're doing it, is actual real world walking around with a mic to try and pick it up and pinpoint where it's at.
Yeah, and then after that, what would be interesting is to say Bristol, for example, if they could actually take a map of the city and plot out the occurrences of this all over the city and find out sort of if there's an epicenter of it. Is it uniform across a city, which doesn't really make sense to me.
I think they have done that with the data collection that they're doing. They say you have to be pretty specific about where you are, and they have a map you can see. And I don't know, I haven't ever looked very closely at a city, so I can't remember it, or I don't know, I guess, if they do it within a city, but they do it within countries.
Well, the map on one of the links where they were mapping it out, I loaded that map.
You went all the way down?
I went all the way down. I zoomed into Portland just to see what it was like in the city, and it's all over the city. And when you hear the world, it's just those silly little little blips that mark your location on the Google Maps, just
everywhere,
wallpapered in them. And it wasn't until you got in pretty close that they started spreading out. So people are reporting them literally everywhere.
Oh, so if this isn't geographic specific, then maybe it is some form of hearing problem.
I think it's meant to. I mean, I think it is geographically. I don't know how specific the data collection that's happening with this Hum website is. I don't know if they're actually filtering any reports. I know on their website they do say, oh, if you're not sure if it's the Hum, don't report it. But this is the internet, and it's hard to kind of cull that down to what's legitimate and what's not.
And anybody can just go into this document and then put this stuff in. So you got to figure there's at least a few pranksters that are putting stuff in.
And I also, when I was going through it, you can tell the people who really care because they fill in it's a spreadsheet. They fill in every cell on that spreadsheet.
And there's a lot of cells.
And then there's it's 15 questions or more per report, but a lot of them, it'll be the location, the date, and maybe one or two other little bits. A lot of people are just giving the minimal amount of information, which is, unfortunately, kind of corrupts the research and the data because you've got a bunch of red herrings.
Yeah. So, and it's worth mentioning, since we're talking about this little data collection thing happening, some of the questions they're asking are, how close are you to power line or to a power hub? How close are you to a gas line? How close are you to like these other theories that people have kind of thrown out? Like maybe it's, it's just a power station. Maybe it's because these communities are close to that. Maybe it's a gas line. Maybe this is the noise that gas lines make, things like that. They're saying, how close are you to this?
Looking for man-made explanations.
To kind of see if there are any really...
Patterns?
Yeah, patterns, I guess is the word that I was looking for, To go back to our theories...
Oh, we were doing theories?
I know, we were doing theories.
Whoops.
There's one other one that may be internal, and it's called spontaneous autoacoustic emissions, which I know sounds a little dirty. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah.
But apparently the human ear generates noises called spontaneous autoacoustic emissions, which affect like 40 to 60% of the population. And most people are like unaware of them. I guess as far as I can tell, it's kind of like tinnitus, but it's not. It's not forever.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because that sounds exactly like tinnitus when I was doing the reading.
Yeah.
But I didn't catch that it just goes away.
Yeah. I think it's just like it happens every once in a while.
Huh.
It's not a constant sound. As far as I can tell, that's the difference. Next is that it's colliding ocean waves.
Yeah, this one is kind of a head scratcher for me.
I don't like this theory very much. I think it's dumb. That apparently waves in the deep sea can collide in such a way that send out a noise. And I think this mostly pertains to coastal communities that are affected by the hum, as far as I can tell.
Well, I think we've all been at the ocean when it's really windy and you're not on the beach, you're a couple of miles away, but you can still hear that noise that's made from the surf.
Yeah,
and I think that's where this is going. Water makes a lot of noise. Waterfalls do the same thing.
I think a little bit. It's more like a mix of that plus like the bloop, like these weird noises that happen when like two deep ocean waves collide. They make this frequency that can travel. It's fairly low frequency. I don't know. I know that there's some research.
This is underwater, is what they're saying?
No, it's in deeper oceans.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like hitting the coast.
I mean,
okay.
If there is like some sort of collision that makes a noise like that, and it's very low frequency sound waves do travel a lot further through the water than high frequency ones do.
I guess the U.S. Array Earth Scope, I don't even know what that is, has tracked down a series of waves that I guess they're kind of like compression waves that do produce kind of humming noises a little bit. But I don't think that that goes far enough to explain what these people are experiencing, particularly in a place like Taos, New Mexico.
Well, exactly. I mean, when these guys are saying like the sounds of these collisions of waves could travel far, far away, that's true. But in the water, they don't climb out of the water on the west coast of the U.S. and walk over to New Mexico.
Right. So like it might explain Bristol, which is a coastal town, right?
Yeah.
But it definitely doesn't explain landlocked Taos. Like Taos also, I don't know if you know where Taos is, but it's like pretty north New Mexico. It's like center north New Mexico. It's pretty landlocked.
Is it in the
Rockies?
Is it the Rockies? Suddenly can't think of what that major string of mountains that runs through New Mexico
really
is.
Huge, the Rockies go through Colorado.
Yeah,
and south of New Mexico.
Do you know which side of the Rockies Taos is on?
I'm guessing the east side. Do you know?
That'd be my guess too.
Yeah, which means that you would think that if it was coming from the ocean, okay, let's just say these ultra low frequency waves are bouncing up and traveling across the land, they're gonna hit mountains. Which are going to slow them down and stop them before they ever got to the other side for these towns to hear.
Maybe,
yeah. And then you got to think, too, that the sound would be incredibly painfully loud in coastal communities.
You would see this instance more heavily in coastal communities, right?
I think that, as far as natural explanations, I think that seismic activity or geothermal activity is, I don't know if anybody's ever investigated that or not.
Yeah, I think it's kind of been floated. I don't think anybody's done any kind of serious research into it, however. But that is kind of a nice segue into this next theory, which is that it might be underground drilling. Kind of covert underground drilling, right?
So the government's like, or maybe it's the lizard people.
Yeah, it's the lizard people. Yeah. So I guess there's kind of a consistent trend with the communities that this is heard. Is there more suburban? Like more out. They're not
rural.
They're not rural.
They're not rural
because they are communities. They're like villages and towns, but they are not urban. So, I guess you could kind of say that, that would be a good target for people to be drilling under, right? Because there are people there, so like it would cover up some of the noise or whatever, right? But it's not a thriving metropolitan area. I don't know. Well, I think it's kind of...
So you're talking about like horizontal oil drilling or something like that?
Yeah, like fracking, but not really.
People are drilling in the ground constantly. It's not just for natural gas and stuff like that. I mean, people are drilling for wells and things like that.
Yeah,
and the Earth is full of cracks.
Yep.
I mean, the mantle of the Earth, of our planet is not a solid chunk of rock. It is full of all kinds of veins and pockets. So, I mean, I can see that, let's say that I'm drilling 100 miles from here in an area that's okay for me to drill for oil or water or whatever I'm drilling for. And then those cracks don't just go, they go horizontally and then they make their way up. And that could leak out, I guess is a way to say it.
I guess. I just think, all I can ever think of when I think of underground drilling is Ocean's 13 when they're drilling under Las Vegas.
I didn't see that.
I don't think I saw that one. Yeah.
Listeners, help me out. I'm doing the show with old people, apparently. No, so, I mean, they do that. They did it with the Max Tunnel, too.
Oh,
with the underground drilling. And those things, it's just a plate. It's not an actual drill, right? There's not like a drill bit. It's just a plate.
Yeah, I've seen some pictures of various, there's a bunch of those things out there, and it looks like this.
It's like a cheese grater.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's just this flat thing with all these wheels set in it.
Yeah.
They're pretty awesome. I want to get one.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
But I think if there was any kind of proof that things were drilling under there, that would be a good explanation. But I think that at this point, people would have had to say, oh, yeah, no, we were drilling under that place, right?
But people don't always realize that drilling is going on. Do you realize that in the city of Portland, they were drilling for 15 or 20 years? For the entire sewer redo that they did here.
Pipe? Yeah.
The big pipe. It was called the Big Pipe Project. And they were drilling from one end of the city to the other, and it took them 10 or 15 years. They were drilling every day, nonstop. Yeah.
Well, so, maybe it is underground drilling.
But this kind of stuff happens in municipalities all the time, and people don't realize that it's going on. They may sort of be aware, but they don't really think about it. So then they're hearing this weird noise.
And I guess that would be another argument, actually, like for that these are like less urban places, right? That like when drilling's happening underneath us, we've got like a bustling city happening. We can't hear what's going on down there, right? But if it's a smaller community and they are drilling under there, who's gonna? I mean, you hear it.
It's an evil genius building his bunker.
Under
for the
Taos,
mole
New
people.
Mexico, you're right.
It's me, yeah.
There is one more kind of, since we're talking about the Earth theory. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, and none of us has a really good grasp on it. Nor do we have any details. But apparently, there is an actual global hum.
Yeah, there is.
That can be heard worldwide? Question mark. It's geothermal activity, right?
Well, it's not geothermal activity as much as there are some scientists who have been mapping the inner structure of the Earth, and typically the way that's been done is they just sort of sit around and wait for an earthquake somewhere, and then using recording stations around the planet, that earthquake is going to send massive shock waves through the planet's core, and then you can use that information when you pick it up somewhere else to infer information about how what the structure of the Earth's inner core is.
Sure, yeah.
But the problem with that is you got to sit around and wait for an earthquake, and so some of these guys started actually amassing data on this thing that they call the Earth's hum, which is, let me read it to you here. So, this hum is called seismic noise. It's generated by sources such as storm-driven ocean waves, among other things.
Oh.
And it's detectable everywhere on Earth.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But we don't know what the frequency is or anything like that.
No, unfortunately, I haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that is a possibility. I didn't realize that the Earth actually had a hum.
I didn't either.
But it's like, yeah, the Earth does have a hum.
Well, and it makes sense. I mean, I know that this isn't directly related, but seismic activity and stuff like that. I mean, the planet's always moving, and the core's moving, and plates are grinding, and things are always happening. It's always in a little bit of a state of flux. What is it? Isn't it on the San Andreas mini quakes constantly?
Oh yeah.
I mean, nobody feels them. Nobody knows they're happening.
We just had 2 earthquakes this past week in Sherwood.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Yeah. Did you feel them?
I didn't feel them.
No, they were like 3-pointers.
Itty bitty things. But these things happen constantly. We don't realize it, but that could be a culprit. Is that it's actually just products of natural seismic activity that we don't recognize as happening, but it's making a tone.
Some people can hear it.
Yeah.
I guess that's fair, yeah.
Yeah. It's, and it might be more geographically specific because the thickness of the Earth's crust differs in places and things like that, and the composition of it differs in places.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's not a bad theory. I do want to talk about another kind of not bad theory, which is that it could just be like mechanical devices. If you will notice, right, it has definitely picked up in the last, really since
70, 80 years.
Yeah. Since
So
the Industrial Revolution, if you will.
This goes to. So are you talking about drilling some more? Or are you talking about other things?
No,
like
we're
factories?
talking about more like factories. So apparently in Kokomo, that's how you say that, right? Kokomo, Indiana.
I believe so.
It's a fairly industry heavy city. Apparently, some researchers went out and identified where the hum was coming from. There were 2 sources that they traced. One was a Chrysler casting plant that was emitting a 36 hertz tone, apparently, which would do it because it's 36 hertz.
That'll do it.
Totally, sure. The second one was an air compressor intake at the Haynes International plant that was emitting a 10 hertz tone. And do you remember we were listening to 20 hertz? Mm-hmm. That's hard to hear, right?
Yeah. The low down ones are very hard to hear.
So 10 hertz would be like super hard to hear. Furthermore, once these devices were corrected, stopped emitting these noises
because they were malfunctioning.
Yeah, the people who had been complaining about the hum didn't say that they stopped hearing it.
Maybe they're just complainers.
Maybe they are.
Just whiners.
Maybe they're just whiners.
Yeah.
Well, I do also remember, again, the guy who was talking about having walked around his city with the audio equipment trying to track it down himself. He was pretty sure he had pinpointed it to some chimney that was part of a factory, and it just happened to be next to an alley, so it was creating basically an echo chamber.
Yeah, that was in China or something, wasn't it?
No, I think it was Indiana. I think it was one of the Indiana ones, but I could be wrong.
There was one in China where they said, it was this construction that was happening, so they corrected it, and people were like, no, it's still happening. I think this has happened a couple times.
Could be like this just suddenly occurred to me. When you blow over like the end of a Coke bottle, it makes that noise.
That kind of hum
noise. Yeah, I remember one time I experienced something of that at a larger scale, lower wavelength. Because when I was in college, I stayed around after the end of the school year because I worked for the dormitory. So stayed around for an extra week or two to clean up the dorms after everybody else had left and gone home for the year. And
that sounds like fun.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, so I was up on like the 7th floor, and I had the whole place to myself. It's really weird to be in a place that's always full of people, and suddenly you're the only one there.
I feel like that's one of the creepiest things you've ever had.
It is.
Yeah.
It is kind of creepy, and I'm there, and suddenly I hear this really weird, unearthly noise. It's sort of like low kind of ooh noise. And it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
Somehow I feel like we need to be around a campfire right now.
Yeah, I know. I know. I finally figured out what it was. Is that there were these really long hallways. There were 2 of them, at the end they had windows which opened.
Oh.
And so I finally figured out the wind was blowing at just a perfect angle across these open windows and making that same Coke bottle sound, but much louder and much lower frequency. It was a weird sound.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
yeah, I could see there being natural formations that would happen with.
Yeah, although again, why only like 55 to 70?
Because they're the only people who sit around and listen to the wind.
Sit around and listen.
That's probably
That's fair.
true. All the younger people are walking around with like iPods and earbuds in their ears.
Yeah, totally. So we have one more theory. It might be my favorite. Are you guys so ready for this one?
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's fish.
Okay.
What?
Yeah, this guy from the Scottish Association for Marine Science says that nocturnal humming from fish, male midshipman fish, it's their mating call, and that they were just doing it in the night. They were making this mating call at night because they're nocturnal, and that's what everybody was hearing in this one community in Hythe, Hampshire.
Okay, so I tried to read up on this fish. Are they sort of like a mud puppy or a lungfish, something that crawls out of the water at night for a little bit of time before it goes back in? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm sorry. This is literally the extent of the research I've done